Book 1, Chapters 1 through 4 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. The characters concerned. Those in the light.
Viola Lambert, the subject. Read by AvailleMrs.
Mrs. Lambert, her mother. Read by Nichole James.
Joseph Lambert, her stepfather. Read by Todd.
Anthony Clarke, her pastor. Read by Jim Hedrick.
Dr. Britt, her physician. Read by Mike Manolakes.
Morton Serviss, her lover. Read by John Payton.
Kate Rice, her friend. Read by Devorah Allen.
Dr. Weissmann, her investigator. Read by Kevin Romaine.
Simeon Pratt, her patron. Read by Algy
PugClinton Ward. Read by Roger Moline.
Mr. Lambert's cook. Read by Wayne Cook.
Dinner Hostess. Read by Jenn Broda.
Dinner Guest. Read by Anthony Joseph.
Pratt's Guest 1, read by Jennifer Wilson.
Pratt's Guest 2, read by Mira WilliamsA.
The Detective, read by Mason Lewis.
An Author, read by Mira WilliamsA.
Pratt's Usher, read by Mason Lewis.
Pratt's Servant, read by Wayne Cook.
Pratt's Maid, read by Skirbo.
Dr. Tallman, read by Sean Clayton.
Kate's Maid, read by Lauren Emma.
A Reporter, read by Andrea Atwood.
Those in the Dark.
Waldron, her father. Read by Mark Kelly.
MacLeod, her Control. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Walty, her Poltergeist. Read by Andrea Atwood.
Jenny Pratt, Pratt's eldest daughter. Read by Jenn
Broda'Loggy, read by Larry Wilson.
And Others Dimly Felt.
Great Aunt Dosia, read by Jennifer Wilson.
Adele, read by Jenn Broda.
Mrs. Serviss, read by Jennifer Wilson.
Mina, read by Jenn Broda.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton. Book 1, Chapter 1. The Setting. The village of Colorow is enclosed by a colossal amphitheatre of dove-grey stone, in whose niches wind-warped pines stand like spectators silent and waiting. 6,000 feet above the valley floor, green and orange slopes run to the edges of perennial ice fields, while farther away, and peering above these almost inaccessible defences, like tents of besieging Titans, rise 3 great mountains gleaming with snow and thunderous with storms, altogether a stage worthy of some colossal drama, rather than the calm slumber of a forgotten hamlet. The railway enters the valley from the south, by sinuously following the windings of a rushing foam-white stream, and for many miles the engines cautiously feel their way among stupendous walls, passing haltingly over bridges hung perilously between perpendicular cliffs by slender iron rods, or creep like mountain cats from ledge to ledge, so that when they have reached safe harbour beside the little red depot, they never fail to pant and wheeze like a tired, gratified dog beside his master's door. Aside from the coming and going of these trains, the town is silent as the regarding pines. The only other ways of entrance to this deep pocket lie over thread-like trails which climb the divide from Silver City and Toltec and Vermilion, and loop their terrifying courses down the declivities trod only by the sturdy burro or the agile, sure-footed mountain horse. These wavering paths, worn deep and dusty once, are grass-grown now, for they were built in the days when silver was accounted a precious metal, and only an occasional hunter or prospector makes present use of them. Colorow itself, once a flaming, tumultuous centre of miners, gamblers, and social outcasts, is now risen, or declined, to the quiet of a New England summer resort, supported partly by 2 or 3 big mines, whose white ore is streaked with gold, but more and more by the growing fame of its mountains and their medicinal springs. For these splendid peaks have their waters, hot and cold, and sweet and bitter, whose healing powers are becoming known to an ever-growing number of those Americans who are minded to explore their native land. This centre of aerial storms, these groups of transcendent summits, would be more widely known still, but for the singular sense of proprietorship with which each discoverer regards them. The lucky traveller who falls into this paradise is seized with a certain instant jealousy of it, and communicates his knowledge only to his family and his friends. Nevertheless, its fame spreads slowly, and each year new discoverers flock in growing numbers to the one little hotel and its ramshackle bathhouse, so that the community, once absolutely and viciously utilitarian, begins to take timid account of its aesthetic surroundings, and here and there a little log cabin, as appropriate to this land as the chalet to the Alps, is built beside the calling ripples of the river, while saddled horses, laden burrows in long lines, and now and then a vast yellow or red ore waggon, creaking dolefully as it descends, still give evidence of the mining which goes on far up the zigzag trails towards the soaring shining peaks of the continental divide. Chapter 2. The Maid on the Mountainside. One day in July, a fair young girl with beautiful grey eyes sat musingly beside one of these southern trails, gazing upon the inverted pyramid of red sky which glowed between the sloping shoulders of the westward warding peaks. Her exquisite lips, scarlet as strawberry stains, were drawn into an expression of bitter constraint, and her brows were unnaturally knit. Her hat lay beside her on the ground. Her brown hair was blowing free, and in her eyes was the look of one longing for the world beyond the hills. She appeared both lonely and desolate. It was a pity to see one so young and so comely confronting with sad and sullen brow such aerial majesty as the evening presented. It was indeed a sort of impiety, and the girl seemed at last to feel this. Her frowning brow smoothed out, her lips grew more girlish of line, and at length, rapt with wonder, she fixed her eyes on a single purple cloud which was dissolving, becoming each moment smaller, more remote, like a fleeing eagle, yet burning each instant with even more dazzling flame of colour than before, hasting as if to overtake the failing day. A dream of still fairer lands, of conquest and of love, swept over her, became mirrored in her face. She had at this moment the wistful gaze which comes to the eyes of the young when desire of the future is strong. Upon her musings a small sound broke, so faint, so far, she could not tell from whence it came, nor what its cause might be. It might have been the rattle of a pebble under the feet of a nearby squirrel, or the scrambling rush of a distant bear. A few moments later the voice of a man, very diminished and yet unmistakable, came pulsing down the mountainside. The girl rose as lightly, as gracefully as a fawn, who, roused but not affrighted, stands on her imprint in the grass, and waits and listens. The man or men, for another voice could now be heard in answer, came rapidly on, and soon a couple of men and a small pack train came out of a clump of thick trees at the head of a gulch, and doubling backward and forward, descended swiftly upon the girl, who stood, with some natural curiosity, to let the travellers, whoever they might be, pass and precede her down to the valley. She resented them, for the reason that they cut short her reverie, her moment of spiritual peace. The man who first appeared was a familiar type of the West, a small, lean, sharp-featured, foxy-eyed mountaineer, riding gracefully yet wearily, the natural horseman and trailer. Behind him 2 tired horses, heaped with a camp outfit, stumbled with low-hanging heads, while at the rear, sitting his saddle sturdily rather than with grace, rode a young man bareheaded, but otherwise in the rough-and-ready dress of a plainsman. His eyes were on the sunset also, and something in the manner of his beard, as well as in the poise of his head, proclaimed him to be the master of the little train, a man of culture and an alien. At sight of the girl he smiled and bowed with a look of frank and most respectful admiration, quite removed from the impudent stare of his guide. His hands were gloved, he wore a neat shirt, and his tie was in order. So much the girl saw as he faced her, and as he passed she apprehended something strong and manly in the lines of his back and shoulders. Plainly he was not to the saddle born, like the man ahead, and yet he was quite as bronzed and travel-worn. A turn in the trail brought them both close under her feet, and again the man in the rear glanced up at the figure poised on the boulder above him, and his eyes glowed once more with pleasure. There was in his look an expression of acknowledged kinship, as of one refined soul to another, a kind of subtle flattery, which pleased while it puzzled the girl. Men with eyes of that appeal were not common in her world. The bitter look vanished out of her face. She gazed after the trailer with the unabashed interest of a child, wondering who he might be. In that instant her soul, impressionable and eager, received and retained, like a sensitive plate, every line of his figure, every minute modelling of his face. Even his fashion of saddle and the leather of his gun case remained with her as food for reflection, and as she loitered down the trail, a wish to know more about him rose in her heart. There was a kind of smiling ecstasy on his face before he saw her, as if he too were transported by the scene. And this expression came at last to be the chief revelation of his character. The red went out of the sky. The golden eagle of cloud flew home over the illimitable seas of saffron. The purple shadows rose in the valleys. The lights of the town began to sparkle. Engine bells clanged to and fro, and the strains of a saloon band rose to vex the girl's poetic soul with repugnant remembrances of the dance-hall.
I suppose he's only camping through,
she thought a little wistfully, referring back to the stranger.
I wish I knew who he is.
As she came down to the level of the stream, its friendly roar cut off the ribald music and the clamour of the engines precisely as the banks shut away the visible town, leaving the little row of pretty cottages in the ward of the Mountains and the Marshall, ranked and towering firs. At the foot of the trail a grey-haired woman met her. It was her mother, disturbed, indignant.
Viola Lambert, what do you mean by staying up there after dark? I'm all a-tremble over you.
It isn't dark, Mother,
answered the girl.
And if it were, it isn't the first time I've been out alone.
Mrs. Lambert's voice softened.
Child, I can hardly see your face. You must not do such things. I don't mind your being out on horseback, but you must not go up there afoot. It is dangerous, with all these tramp miners coming and going.
Well, don't scold. I'm here safe and sound.
I haven't had such a turn for years, Viola,
the mother explained as they waited side by side along the narrow walk.
I had an impression so vivid that I dropped my work and ran to find you. It was just as if you called me, asking for help. It seemed to me that some dreadful thing had happened to you.
But nothing did. I went up to see the sunset. I didn't meet a soul.
She ended abruptly, for she did not wish to retrace her sad reverie.
Who were the two men who came down just now? They must have passed you.
Yes, they passed me. I didn't know them. The one behind looked like an expert. Perhaps he has come to examine the St. Louis mine. Someone said they were expecting a man from England.
He looked more like a Frenchman to me.
It may be he is,
answered Viola restrainedly. They turned in at a rustic gateway, opening into the yard of a small and very pretty log cabin, which seemed a toy house. So minute was it in contrast to the mighty, fir-decked wall of grey and yellow rock behind it. Flowers had been planted along the path, and through the open door a red-shaded lamp shone like a poppy. Plainly it was the home of refined and tasteful women, a place where tall, rude men entered timidly and with apologies.
Was there any mail?
Asked the girl as she put aside her hat.
Not a thing.
The shadow deepened on her small, sensitive face.
Oh, why don't the girls write? They should know how horribly lonely it is here. I'm tired of everything today, Mother. Perfectly stone blue. I don't like what I am. I'm tired of church work and the people here. I want to go back east. I want to change my life completely.
The mother, a handsome woman with fresh, unlined face, made no reply to this outburst.
Gusta won't be back until late. We will have to get our own supper.
The girl seemed rather pleased at this opportunity to do something, and went to her work cheerfully, moving with such grace and lightness that the mother stood in doting admiration to watch her. She was so tall and lithe and full-bosomed, her one treasure. As she worked, the shadow again lifted from the girl's face. A smile came back to her scarlet lips, and she sang under breath, as only a young maiden can sing, to whom love is a wonder, and marriage a far-off dream. She recalled the look which lay on the face of the man who was riding with bared head, in ecstasy of the scene above and below him. But most of all, she dwelt upon the gracious and candid glance of admiration with which he greeted her, and which he repeated as he disappeared below her to be seen no more. This look went with her to her room, and as she sat at her window, which opened upon the river, she wondered whether he had gone into camp in the pine groves just below the bridge, or whether he had taken lodgings at the hotel. She had lovers. No girl of her charm could move without meeting the admiring glances of men. But this stranger's regard was so much more subtly exalting. It held an impersonal quality. It went beyond her entire understanding, adding an element of mystery to herself, to him, and to the sunset. Chapter 3. The Man. Meanwhile the young tourist had alighted before the door of the principal hotel, and after writing his name in a clear and precise hand on the book in the office, had hastened to his supper, carrying a most vivid recollection of the slender figure and flushed and speaking face of the girl on the trail. The moment of meeting, accidental and fleeting, had already become a most beautiful climax of his pilgrimage.
She was born of the sunset. She does not really exist,
he said, with unwonted warmth of phrase.
How could this little mining town produce so exquisite a flower?
His grosser needs supplied, He lit his big student's pipe and went out upon the upper story of the hotel's rude porch, and there sat, listening to the rush of the stream, while the great yellow stars appeared one by one above the lofty peaks, and the air grew crisp to frostiness. He was profoundly at peace with the world and himself, his physical weariness being just sufficient to give this hour a sound completeness of content. As the beauty of the night deepened, the girl's beauty allured like the moon. He still sought to explain her.
"She is some traveller like myself,"
he said.
"Bret Harte to the contrary, notwithstanding, the wilderness does not produce maids of her evident refinement and grace. She comes of a long line of well-bred people."
He was not an emotional person, and had not been permitted to consider pleasure the chief object even of a vacation, but he went to his bed that night well pleased with Colorado, and with a half-defined sense that this was, after all, the point towards which his long journey, with all its windings, had really tended. However, he was not ready to acknowledge that a large part of the charm of the place was due to the glamour of a slender maid lit by the sunset light. This delight in the town and its surroundings gained a new quality next morning as he looked from his window upon a single white cloud resting like a weary swan on the keen point of Old Kanab. Though the mesas of New Mexico and the deserts of Arizona were his special field, he bared his head to the charm of the high country. Each summer, after months of prolonged peering into the hidden heart of microscopic things in his laboratory, he was both analytical chemist and biologist. It was his custom to return for a few weeks to huge, crude, synthetic nature for relief. After endless discussion of
whirls of force
and of
the office of germs in the human organism,
he enjoyed the racy vernacular of the plainsmen, to whom bacteria were as indifferent as blackberry seeds. Each year he resolved to go to the forest, to the lake regions, or to the mountains. But as the day of departure drew near, the desert and the strange peoples living thereon reasserted their dominion, and so he had continued to return to the sand, to the home of the horned toad and the rattlesnake. These trips restored the sane balance of his mind. To camp in the chaparral, to explore the source of streams, and to relive the wonder of the boy kept his faculties alert and keen. His love of the sands and the purple buttes of the plain did not blind him to the beauty of colouring and the gracious majesty of these peaks, clothed as they were with the russet and gold and amber of ripened grasses, which grew even to the very summits. Only the kingliest of the peaks were permitted to wear the ermine robes which denoted sovereignty. The continental divide was indeed much more impressive than he had expected it to be. He was not one of those who seek out strange women, and he had no hope of meeting the girl off the mountainside again. He was content to have her remain a poem, a song of the sunset, a picture seen only for a moment, yet whose impression outlasts iron. Everything in nature had converged to make her momentous. His long stay among the ugly, dusky women of the desert, his exultant joy in the mountain sunset, and his abounding health, which filled his heart with the buoyancy of a boy. All these causes combined to revive emotions which his absorption in scientific investigation had set in the background. Emotions which concern the common man, but which the deeply ambitious chemist, eager to discover the chemical molecular structure of the plasm, must put aside with a firm hand. Chapter 4. A Second Meeting. Viola was just leaving her mother's gate the following afternoon when a man's voice, cordial, assured, and cultivated, startled her.
"Good morning. Is this your home?"
She looked up to meet the smiling eyes of the stranger horseman, Again, an indefinable charm of manner robbed his greeting of offence, and quite composedly she replied,
Yes, this is our home.
What a view you have! And what music!
He indicated the river which ran white and broad over its pebbles just below the walk.
I am enchanted with the place. I think you must love it very much.
Her face expressed a qualified assent.
Oh, yes, but I get tired of it sometimes, especially in winter when we are all shut in with snow.
Then you really are a year-round resident? I suppose my view is the tourist view. I can't believe anybody lives here in winter. I hope you won't mind my introducing myself.
He handed her a card.
You made such a pretty picture up there beside the trail yesterday that I couldn't forbear speaking to you on a second meeting. I wanted to know whether you were real or just a fragment of sunset cloud.
The ease and candour of his manner, joined to the effect of the name on the card, fully reassured her, and she looked up with a smile.
Won't you come in and rest?
Thank you. I should like particularly to do so. I've been for a climb up that peak behind your cottage, and I'm tired.
Her reserve quite melted. The girl led the way to the door, where her mother stood in artless wonder.
Mother, this is Dr. Serviss of Crawley College.
I'm glad to know you, sir,
said Mrs. Lambert, with old-fashioned formality.
Won't you come in?
Thank you. It will be a pleasure.
Are you a physician?
She asked, as she took his hat and stick.
Oh, dear, no. Nothing so useful as that. I'm a doctor by brevet, as they say in the army.
Then, as though acknowledging that his hostess was entitled to know a little bit more about her intrusive guest, he added,
I am a student of biology, Mrs. Lambert, and assistant to Dr. Weissmann, the head of the bacteriological department of Corlea Medical College. We study germs, microscopic bugs.
He ended with humorous glance at Viola.
What a charming bungalow you have here. Did you gather those wild flowers?
Viola answered in the tone of a pupil to her master.
Yes, sir.
But some of them grow high. You must be a mountaineer. Pardon my curiosity. It is inexcusable. But how long have you lived here?
The mother looked at her daughter for confirmation.
8 years?
Of course you are from the East?
Yes, from Wisconsin.
He laughed.
We call Wisconsin a western state. Of course, it's the ignorant prejudice of the New Yorker, but I find it hard to think of you as actual residents of this faraway little town. I thought only miners lived here.
We are miners. My husband has a mine up in the basin, but he's putting in some new machinery just now and is unable to come down but once a week.
Then, mildly resenting his implied criticism of the town, she added,
We have just as nice people here as you'll find anywhere.
He responded gallantly,
I am quite prepared to believe that, Mrs. Lambert. But do many nice people like you live here all the year round?
He was bent on drawing the girl out, but she did not respond. The mother answered,
I haven't been away except to take my daughter east to school.
He was cautious.
By east, you mean Milwaukee?
Diamond Lake, Wisconsin.
He turned to the girl.
How long were you away?
4 years.
Did you like it?
Very much.
That is the reason you find it lonesome here.
Up to this moment, his attitude was that of a teacher towards a pretty pupil.
You miss your classmates, I suppose? Still, there must be diversions here, even for a young girl.
The mother sighed.
It really is very lonesome here for Viola. If it weren't for her church work and her music, I don't know what she'd do. There are so few young people, and then her years at the seminary spoiled her for the society out here anyway.
So much the worse for Colorado society,
laughed Serviss. Then, to clear the shadow which had gathered on the girl's face, he said,
I see a fine piano and shelves of music books. This argues that you love music. Won't you sing for me? I am hungry for a song.
I do not sing.
She replied coldly.
I have no voice.
Then play for me. I have been for 8 weeks on the desert, and I am famishing for music.
Are you a musician?
Asked Mrs. Lambert.
Oh, no. Only a music lover.
My daughter is passionately fond of the piano,
the mother explained.
And her teachers advised her to go on and make a specialty of it. They recommended Boston, but Viola wants to go to New York. She wanted to go last year, but I couldn't let her go. I'd been without her for 4 years, and Mr. Lambert's affairs wouldn't permit us both to go. And so she had to stay, but it does seem too bad for one as gifted as she to give it up.
At this moment, Serviss changed his entire attitude towards these people. They were too genuine, too trustful, and too fine to permit of any patronisation, and the girl's dignified silence, and the charm of her pellucid eyes and rose-leaf lips, quite transmuted him from the curious onlooker to the friend.
I can understand your dilemma,
he said, with less of formal cheer and more of genuine sympathy.
And yet, if your daughter has most decided talent, it is only fair to give her a chance to show what she can do.
The girl flushed and her eyes fell as the mother bent towards her visitor.
I wish you would listen to her play, Dr. Serviss, and tell me what you think of her talent.
His eyes shone with humour.
I will listen with great pleasure, but don't ask a chemist to judge a pianist. I love music. It is a sweet noise in my ears, but I can hardly distinguish Chopin from Schumann.
He faced the girl.
Play for me. I shall be very deeply indebted.
As she still hesitated, he added,
Please do, or I will certainly think you consider me intrusive.
As Viola slowly rose, Mrs. Lambert said,
You must not feel that way, Dr. Serviss. We are highly honoured to entertain one so eminent as you are. I was brought up to value learning. Play for him, Viola.
What is the reason for her reluctance?
Serviss asked himself.
Is it shyness, or does she resent me?
With a glance of protest at her mother, the girl took her seat at the piano.
I will try,
she said bluntly.
But I know I shall fail.
Twice she laid her hands upon the keys, only to snatch them away again, as if they were white-hot metal, and Serviss fancied her cheek grew pale. The third time she clashed out a few jarring chords, intermixed with quite astonishing roulade on the treble, an unaccountable interruption, as if a third hand had been thrust in to confuse her. She stopped, and he began to share her embarrassment. She tried again, shaking her head determinedly from side to side, as if to escape some invisible annoying object. It seemed as if some mocking sprite in the instrument were labouring to make her every harmony a discord, and Serviss keenly regretted his insistence. Suddenly she sprang up with an impatient, choking cry.
I can't do it. He won't let me,
she passionately exclaimed, and rushed from the room, leaving her visitor gazing with pity and amazement into the face of the mother, who seemed troubled, but in no wise astounded by her daughter's hysterical action. She sat in silence, a painful silence, as if lacking words to express her thought, and Serviss rose, rebuked, and for the first time ill at ease.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Lambert. I didn't intend to embarrass your daughter.
She is very nervous.
I understand. Being a complete stranger, I should not have insisted. One of the best singers I ever knew was so morbidly shy that on the platform she was an absolute failure. Her vocal cords became so contracted that she sang quite out of tune, and yet among friends she was magnificent.
The mother's voice was quite calm.
It was not your fault, sir. Sometimes she's this way, even when her best friends ask her to play. That's why I fear she will never be able to perform in concerts. She is liable to these breakdowns.
He was puzzled by something concealed in the mother's tone, and pained and deeply anxious to restore the peaceful charm of the home into which he had, in a sense, unbiddenly penetrated.
I am guilty, unpardonably guilty. I beg you to tell her that my request was something more than polite seeming. I was sincerely eager to hear her play. Perhaps at another time, when she has come to know me better, she will feel like trying again. I don't like to think that our acquaintance has ended thus, in discord. May I not come in again, now that I am, in a sense, explained?
He blundered on from sentence to sentence, seeking to soften the stern, straight line on the mother's lips, a line of singular repression, sweet but firm.
I wish you would come again. I should really like your advice about Viola's future. Can't you come in this evening?
I shall be very glad to do so. At what hour?
At 8. Perhaps she will be able to play for you then.
With a feeling of having blundered into a most unpleasant predicament through a passing interest in a pretty girl, Serviss retreated to his hotel across the river. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 1, Chapter 5. Pupil and Master. Once out of the spell of the immediate presence of this troubled mother and her appealing daughter, Serviss began to doubt and to question.
They are almost too simple, too confiding. Why should Mrs. Lambert, at a first meeting, accidental and without explanation, ask me to take thought of her daughter's future?
The fact that his connection with an institution of learning gave him a sort of sanctity in their eyes did not weigh with him. He was of those who take professorships in the modern way with levity, either real or assumed.
I think, on the whole, I'd better keep out of this family complication, whatever it may be,
he concluded.
This absence of the husband in the hills may be more significant than at present appears. It may be a voluntary sequestration. I take the hint. I am not seeking new responsibilities, and I don't care to act as adviser, even to a pretty girl. Especially not to a pretty girl.
And he waved his hand in the manner of one declining a doubtful cigar. But this slim young witch, with the scarlet lips and pleading grey eyes, was not so easily banished. His inward eye dwelt upon her with increasing joy.
How beautiful she was, as she stood there on that boulder. Perhaps she was posing? She is now at the very height of her girlish charm. What an appeal she must make to the men of this region! Those exquisite lips, that pliant waist, that full bosom. There is some antagonism between mother and daughter, something more than appears on the surface. She is both sullen and hysterical. What a pity!
She continued to trouble him as he sat again after his evening meal on the veranda of the hotel. He could hear the slow tramp of heavy boots along the sidewalks beneath him, and the roar of the Colorado, softened by distance, rose and fell like a drowsy tune. On the highest peaks, The afterglow still lingered, and from one of the little cottages deep in the shadow across the stream, a light appeared like a signal, an invitation, and the blood in him, being young, accepted the lure. He rose with the impulse.
I'm going. Why not? 'Tis a night for adventure. There's no need of involving myself in any wise with their future. I'm an outsider, and will take precious good care to stay so.
His face was impassive, but his heart was quick within him as he set foot on the bridge.
Perhaps this is my Rubicon?
He said, and paused with a moment's irresolution. His doubt, his suspicion, instantly vanished as he re-entered the pretty little sitting-room and faced the sweet-visaged mother, who tacitly acknowledged her daughter as the cause of his coming by saying,
Viola has just stepped over to the parsonage. She will return in a moment. Won't you please be seated?
Serviss took a chair, quite ready, even eager, to listen to the further confidences which he perceived his hostess was about to give him.
I hope you won't think it strange, Professor.
He interrupted her.
Please, don't call me Professor.
I beg your pardon, sir. I understood that you were a professor in a university.
She seemed disappointed, and he explained.
It's true I am in the handbook as a member of the faculty, and I plead guilty to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. That I am proud of, but to be called Professor robs me of my young humanity.
This humorous explanation seemed to confuse her, and he added kindly and naturally,
Really, Mrs. Lambert, I am a chemist and experimentalist in biology. I have no classroom work, because the college prefers to have me make what they call original investigation. And pray, let me say that while I am very willing to assist your daughter, or to advise you in any way, I see very little of musical New York. My work confines me to my shop very closely, and when I go out I associate almost wholly with my peculiar kind. However, I can easily secure information as to the best schools of music, for I have several friends who know all about it. I interrupted you. Please continue.
This pleasant, straightforward speech restored her confidence.
I think I was about to say, sir, that it may seem strange to you that I should so suddenly ask your advice, but you see—
Oh, not at all,
he genially interrupted.
I am consulted on all kinds of matters. In fact, I pass for a real doctor, out on the trail. I carry a little medicine case for emergencies, and I assume all the authority of the regular practitioner, on occasion. I shall be very sorry if my distaste for the title Professor leads you to think me unsympathetic. I shall be very glad to assist you in any way.
Thank you. You see, I was brought up to esteem learning, and we seldom meet one of your eminence. We are so completely out of the world here. It is a great pleasure to us.
Footsteps just outside of the screen door announced the return of the girl, who entered composedly, followed by a young man. Her manner was cold, her glance aloof, as she greeted Serviss.
I'm glad you came,
she said.
I was afraid you would forget us.
She turned towards her escort, who had halted in the doorway.
Professor Serviss, this is the Reverend Mr. Clarke, the pastor of our church.
As Serviss shook hands with the Reverend Clarke, he experienced a distinct shock of repulsion, an unaccountable feeling, for the clergyman was decidedly handsome at first sight, but his hand was cold, his face pallid, and a bitter line, the worn pathway of a sneer, curved at one corner of his mouth.
Unwholesome, anemic,
was Serviss's inward comment as he turned away to address the girl, whose change of manner exerted a new witchery over him. She was dressed in black for some reason, and her face seemed both sad and morose, but the graceful dignity of her strong young body was enhanced by her dark gown. Her hands, her feet, were shapely, without being dainty.
Plainly these women come of good stock, no matter what the husband and father may be,
Serviss thought. He resented the clergyman's intrusive presence more and more.
Is he brought in as a safeguard?
He asked himself. Mr. Clarke's attitude was certainly forbidding. He perched in grim, expectant silence on the edge of his chair, waiting, watching. His lean face had the blue-white look of the much-shaven actor, and his manner was as portentous as that of a tragedian.
What the devil does he mean by staring at me like that?
Serviss continued to ask himself.
Does he expect me to go off like a bomb?
He had started a discussion of the weather or some other harmless topic when Clarke began in a deep voice with the formal inflections of the parson.
Miss Lambert tells me you are from Corlear University, Professor.
Serviss groaned and threw up his hands with a comical gesture.
Well, let it go at that. I suppose it explains me to call me Professor. Yes, I have a connection there. I draw a salary from the institution.
The clergyman regarded him soberly, as did the women, without sharing his humour in the least. Evidently being a professor in a university was no light thing to a Western preacher.
She tells me you have proposed to act as her adviser.
Again Serviss protested.
Oh, nothing so formidable as that, my dear sir. I have promised to make inquiries for her.
Then, obscurely moved to create a better impression in the girl's mind, he added,
I shall be very happy, of course, to do all that is in my power to aid you, Miss Lambert, but, as I have just been saying to your mother, I can only act through my friends. Nobody enjoys music more than I, but no one can possibly know less about it. In these days of specialization, one is forced to one's own little groove in order to achieve practical results. General culture is impossible to specially trained sharps like myself.
What is your specialty, may I ask?
Inquired Clarke remotely.
I usually answer bugs, but when I wish to be quite understood, I explain that I am a physiological chemist and biologist. At the present moment, I am assistant in the pathological department of the Corlear Medical College.
The preacher seemed to lighten a little.
Ah, that is a noble study, a study of incalculable service to mankind. I am deeply interested in that line of thought myself. I may say vitally interested, for I suffer from lung trouble. One by one, the germs of disease are being discovered and their antitoxins catalogued.
It was evident that he was anxious to impress the women with his wonderful understanding of the scientist's work and aims. His tone was so sententious that Serviss instantly became flippant as an offset.
Yes, one by one we round 'em up. But don't think me unfriendly to the beasts. They have their uses. I'd no sooner kill a bacterium than a songbird. I think we care too highly for the cancerous and the consumptive. I'm not at all sure that humanity oughtn't to be hackled like weeds, and so toughen its hold on life. Germs may be blessings in disguise.
Clarke pursued his way.
How little we know about their reactions, their secretions. You've given some attention to the X-ray and its effect on these cells, I presume?
Serviss inwardly grinned to think what Weissmann would say at sight of his assistant sitting in solemn discussion of the germs and X-rays with a village clergyman and two reverential women.
Why, yes, I've considered it. Naturally, any new thing that bears on my speciality makes me sit up. I've even done a little experimenting with it.
But have you considered the bearing of all these subtleties of science upon...
He hesitated.
Upon certain, occult phenomena?
Serviss eyed him non-committally.
Well, what, for instance?
Well, upon, say, telepathy, and, upon spiritual healing, and the like.
I can't say that I have. I don't exactly see the connection. Furthermore, I don't believe in these particular delusions. My work concerns the material facts of life, not the dying superstitions of the race. I have no patience with any morbid theory of life.
This remark plainly produced a sensation. The preacher cast a significant glance at the mother, and the girl looked away at the lamp, a flush upon her face.
"Hello,"
exclaimed Serviss under his breath.
"Have I discovered a nest of cranks? I've been enlisted on somebody's side. I wonder whose."
The clergyman faced him again and calmly asked,
Have you ever investigated these occult phenomena?
"Certainly not. I have no time to waste on such imaginings. My time is all taken in a study of certain definite processes in the living organism."
A light began to glow in the eyes of the young clergyman.
I suppose you class mental healing among the delusions?
"Most assuredly I do,"
answered Serviss, with the remorselessness of youth.
You would say that the mind of man cannot mend the body of another?
"If you mean directly, in the manner of faith cures and the like, I would answer certainly not, unless the disorder happens to be in itself due to a delusion. I can imagine the hypochondriac being cured by mental stimulus."
He felt that he was drawing near the point at issue, and his eyes shone with glee. The preacher set his trap.
You believe in the action of a drug, say prussic acid. You believe it will kill?
"Yes, and quite irrespective of the opinion of the one who takes it. His thinking it water will not check or change its action in the slightest degree."
But how does it kill?
persisted Clarke.
What does it do?
"If you mean why, at the last analysis, does one drug attack cells and the other nourish them, I answer frankly, I don't know. Nobody knows."
Clarke pursued his point.
Under the microscope, the germ of, say, tetanus is a minute bar with spore at the end like the head of a tadpole. Of what is this cell composed?
"Probably of a jelly-like substance with excessively minute filaments, but we don't know. We are at the limit of the microscope. We trace certain processes, we even dissect certain cells, but elemental composition of plasm remains a mystery."
The preacher glowed with triumph.
Then you confess yourself baffled? The union of matter and spirit is beyond your microscope. What do you know about a drop of water? You say it is formed of hydrogen and oxygen in such and such proportions. What is hydrogen? Why do they unite?
"I don't know,"
calmly replied Serviss.
"We admit that any material substance remains inexplicable. The molecule lies far below the line of visibility. We only push the zone of the known a little farther into the realm of the unknown. But how does that serve your argument?"
By demonstrating that the mind of a man is simply the mastering mystery in a world of mysteries, and that there is no known limit to what it may do. We say that at the point where life enters to differentiate the germ is beyond science. There, of necessity, faith is born.
"You say we. Are you an apostle of the new church?"
asked Serviss abruptly. The preacher visibly shrank.
I do not care to announce my growing conviction to my congregation at present, but I find many things about the doctrine which appeal to me. Some form of Spiritism is the coming religion, in my judgment. The old order changeth. The traditional theology, the very faith I preach, has become too gross, too materialistic for this age. Some sweeter and more mystic faith is to follow. Even science is prophesying new power for man, new realms for the spirit. You men of science pretend to lead, but you are laggards. You pour upon the culture of germs, but shut your eyes to the most vital of all truths. Is the life beyond the grave of less account than the habits of animalculae?
The young scientist listened to this query with outward courtesy, but inwardly his gorge rose.
I see one gain in your new position,
he answered lightly.
Matter is no longer the dead, inorganic, godless thing which the old-time theologians declared it to be. Matter, so far from being some inert lump, is permeated with life, is life itself. So far as we now know, all the visible and tangible universe is resolvable into terms of force, that is to say, chemical process. There may be no line of demarcation between the organic and the inorganic.
And yet, with your knowledge of the inscrutable final mystery of matter, you set a mark at the grave. You condemn all manifestation of the spirit, all phenomena of spiritism, for example.
Condemn is not the word. We simply say the phenomena are absurd. The spirit cannot exist without the body.
Have you ever investigated a single form of spirit manifestation? Have you studied the claims of those who are in touch with the spirit world?
No.
The preacher's sneer broke forth.
I can't see but you scientists are quite as dogmatic, quite as bigoted as the theologians.
Serviss laughed.
It does look a little that way. However, I'm not as uninformed as I seem. It happens that I am in close personal contact with men whose specialty is the study of morbid psychology, and I know the quality of those who act as mediums for the return of the dead.
The intensity of the interest on the part of the little group before him was astonishing, not to say appalling.
It is evident that the mother and her pastor are both of the new dispensation, or worse,
was his thought, but his natural courtesy led him to say placably,
There are mysteries in the world, I admit, in chemistry as in biology, but they seem to me to be different in very essence from the mysteries of spiritualism and all allied psychic phenomena, which appear to me essentially absurd, ignoble, ratty, to use a slang phrase, a faith founded upon things done in the dark, always in the dark.
The preacher flamed out at this.
I knew you would get around to that. That is the reason why I began by drawing you out on the X-ray. How little do we know of motion? The X-ray moves in straight lines, I understand, while light has a wave motion. Hence, they are antagonistic. May it not be that the spirits of those gone before manifest by means of an unknown force which light neutralizes? May this not be the explanation why the phenomena of the spirit world require darkness?
It may,
answered Serviss dryly.
But there is a far easier explanation. But see here.
He returned to his boyish humour.
This is my vacation. I came out here to escape shop, and here we are wasting time on X-rays and spiritism, and boring our patient hostess besides. Miss Lambert, won't you play for us, and clear the air of our controversial dust?
The girl, who had been sitting during this conversation in rigid immobility, intent on every word, now turned towards Clarke, as if asking his consent. The mother, too, seemed to wait anxiously for the minister's answer, as if wondering whether he would willingly cut short his interrogation. His eyes were still glowing with the heat of controversy, but he gravely said,
I hope you will give me another opportunity to discuss this matter. It is very important to me.
Certainly, with pleasure,
answered Serviss, glad to rid himself of the discussion of the moment. As Viola stood, slowly turning the leaves of her music, 3 loud knocks sounded upon the inner door, as if an insistent neighbour had entered and signalled for help. The mother rose and went out hurriedly, but the clergyman merely glanced after her and said to the girl,
"You would better play, Viola."
The girl dashed into a stormy Polish march, which she played very well, but with a mechanical precision which seemed to offend Clarke, who rose and laid his hand on her arm.
"Wait, you're not in the mood yet."
He turned to Serviss.
"The spirit of our discussion is upon her. She is very sensitive to such things. I will sing first, if you don't object,"
he added in a new tone, a touch of apology in his voice, and he gave out the effect of addressing an unseen auditor, someone in the inner room.
"I shall be delighted,"
replied Serviss, with formal politeness, though he began to apprehend something morbidly forbidding in the minister and in his influence on the girl. An extraordinary intimacy was revealed, not so much in the words he spoke as in the tones he used.
"Here's the girl's lover,"
he decided. There was no timidity or hesitation in Viola's manner as she struck the first chords of an old ballad, and Clarke, transformed by a new and lofty mood, sang with notable beauty of phrasing "The banks o' Ben Lomond." Something in the melancholy of the lover's cry seemed to fit with this singular young preacher's mood. His voice searched the heart, his eyes misted with feeling, and when he finished, Serviss applauded most fervently.
"Bravo!"
and impulsively offered his hand.
"My dear fellow, you have a wonderful voice. You are the one to go to New York. You'd make Carolus look to his laurels. Sing something else. Something of Strauss. Do you know Strauss?"
Clarke smiled with wistful sadness.
"I sing very few ballads. My voice was given to me to use in Christ's service, not for the gratification of my pride."
Serviss recoiled before this sanctimonious speech, and the light went out of his face. A disgust, which he could not entirely conceal, crossed his lips.
"My dear sir, you can't serve the Lord better than by singing beautiful songs to the weary people of this earth. To wear out a voice like that on pinchbeck hymn tunes is a crime."
Then, as if becoming conscious of a neglect of the girl, he added,
"Now that you are in the mood, Miss Lambert, you must try that sonata again."
The girl seemed not to be offended by his enthusiasm over the minister's singing, and with a word in a low voice to Clarke, who placed a sheet of music before her, she began to play, opening the composition with unexpected breadth and dignity of phrasing. Serviss listened with growing amazement. Her hands were not large, but they had ample spread and were under perfect control. There was power in the poise of her head and in the rhythmic swaying of her body, but her playing was curiously unfeminine. There was no touch of girlish grace, of sentiment in her performance, and with a sudden enlightenment, Serviss inwardly exclaimed,
"Aha! A clerical Svengali. This musical preacher has trained his pupil till she plays as he would play if he had the digital facility. It's all fine, but it is not the girl."
And the question of their relationship again engaged him. When the final stormy note was still, Viola remained on her stool as though waiting for her critic to applaud. Serviss broke the silence by exclaiming,
"See here, you people are making game of me. You are both professionals in disguise. Come now, fess up."
He challenged Clarke.
"You are Signor da Corte, baritone of the Salt Air Opera Company, and you, Miss Lambert, belong to the Arion Ladies Orchestra. I have found you both out."
The girl smiled with pleasure, but Clarke remained so unassailably serious that Serviss was moved to further deeps of audacity.
"Don't tell me you are a comedian also. You certainly have me guessing. Who are you, really?"
Clarke answered resentfully.
I am the pastor of the Presbyterian Church in this village, as Miss Lambert has told you, and she is my organist."
Again that thump 3 times repeated sounded upon the door. Serviss, baffled and silenced by Clarke's impenetrable gravity, and by something inexplicably submissive, yet watchful in the face of the girl, felt himself confronted by an intangible, sinister, and inescapable influence. The young clergyman seemed to darken and oppress both women. It was as if they were all leagued in a conspiracy to deceive and cajole. This bewilderment lasted but a moment, and he rose from his chair with a spring.
"Well now, play something else. Give us a bit of ragtime. That last piece has left us all a little dashed. Try a cakewalk."
Clarke interposed.
"Miss Lambert does not play those trashy melodies. I consider them essentially irreligious."
Serviss resented the preacher's tone, but quickly answered.
"They're not exactly reverent, I'll admit, but without them American music would be but a poor reflection of the German."
As if to save his reputation, the preacher sang the Palms, and sang it magnificently, and the girl accompanied him with such accuracy and good judgment that Serviss was able to infer long hours of practice, and this did not please him.
"His influence on her and on this household is not good,"
he decided.
"That chap is decidedly morbid. If he is married, so much the worse. He's far too handsome to be a safe guide to an impressionable young girl. There is some mystery here."
And he recalled that Viola's face was troubled when first he saw it, and at the close of this song, without a glance at the preacher, he offered a parting hand to Viola.
"If I can be of any aid in putting you in touch with a teacher in New York, please write me. I think you have my card. You play with astonishing power and brilliancy. You would certainly interest a man like Greer."
Her face flamed with colour. All her sullen restraint vanished. All her girlish charm came back.
"Oh, do you think so? Do you suppose I could get him to teach me?"
"I don't say that. He is a very busy man, but I think you are decidedly to be encouraged. But I may be able to hear you again before I go. I want to hear you play alone."
"I wish you would come again."
There was a subtle entreaty in her voice, almost a prayer, and in her uplifted face was expressed the respect and confidence of a child. His heart was moved with pity as well as with admiration, and turning to the mother, he added,
"I shall probably remain over Sunday, and it would be a pleasure if I might come again to your pretty home."
Mrs. Lambert's face glowed with pleasure.
"It will be a great honor to have you, sir."
In this spirit he went away, without again taking Clarke's hand, with a last glance at the girl's face as she stood at the open door to let him pass. He turned from the gate with a sense of having been permitted a glance into the very heart of a secret drama, which might at any moment become a tragedy. His interest was profoundly stirred, his sympathies wholly enlisted in behalf of this girl, so young and so aspiring. As he stood above the roaring water, he formulated a theory with regard to the relationship of the personalities he had just left behind him.
"The girl is being persecuted by this man Clarke, who is madly in love with her. She has an inner repugnance to him, but he is a clergyman, and that means a great deal to a girl in the adoration stage. Her mother, a nice religious sort of person, favors the preacher, of course, but the father probably despises him. Clarke is evidently losing his hold on the rock-ballasted keel of his creed, and in his shipwreck he may carry that girl down with him. Such cases are all too common. If he is married, he is all the more dangerous. But it is not my duty to interfere."
He ended, resolute to put the whole problem from him.
The girl has legal guardians. On them rests the blame if she is corrupted. To reform this world has never been my call.
But he could not rid himself of a growing sense of responsibility. His mind returned again and again to the complication into which he had suddenly been thrust.
Perhaps this desire on the part of the girl to go away to study is only an instinctive desire to escape. It would be like that preacher to have a worn little commonplace wife. What can Lambert be thinking of to let such a man come into his home and direct the daily life of both his wife and daughter? He is neglecting his plain duty.
He fell asleep, fancying himself on the way up the trail to the mine, and when he woke to find the good, rectifying rays of the morning sun filling his room, the theories of the night were absurd. He desired to see the girl again, not to warn her of her peril, but because she was so piquant and lovely, as befitted her romantic surroundings. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 1, Chapter 6. In the Marshall Basin. It must have been about 11 o'clock next morning when Serviss rode up and dismounted at the Lambert gate, and in the flaming light of midday, the sense of mystification, the feeling that the girl was in the coils of some invisible menace, had entirely vanished. The preacher had sunk to the role of a conceited clerical ass, who regarded science as an enemy to his especial theories, and the visible universe as an outlying province of Calvinism, while Viola, who came to the door, was again most humanly charming, delighting his eyes like the morning. She smiled blithely and spoke collectedly in response to his greeting, but when he asked her to be his guide to the wonders of the region, her face clouded in dismay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish I could, but I must carry a message up to my father at the mine.
Very well. Why not take me? I infer you go on horseback?
She hesitated.
Yes, but it's a long, hard ride. And you said you were tired of the saddle.
I was yesterday, but I feel quite rested now. By all means, let me accompany you. I should particularly enjoy mounting high today. I should also like to meet your father.
Very well. I will speak to Mother,
she replied with shining face, and disappeared within. The mother, mindful of Serviss's connection with a great university, made no objection to the plan. On the contrary, she was pleased and flattered by his interest in her daughter, and a few moments later the young couple rode off up the mountain road, side by side and in high spirits. Serviss winced at times at the childish flatness of Viola's comment, but her voice was musical and her face flower-like. Therefore he forgave her. With all his knowledge of the constitution of matter, he was still young and in the mating mood. They talked of the flowers, of the trails, of the birds to be found on the heights for a time, but soon, inevitably, they came to talk of themselves. Under his questioning, she outlined her plans for a musical education, and this led, at last, to a consideration of the Reverend Mr. Clarke. At the first mention of his name, the girl's face distinctly darkened, and her answers became curiously studied, almost evasive, or so it seemed to Serviss.
Yes, I play in his church,
she said.
And he teaches me. He's a splendid musician, don't you think so? I owe a great deal to him. He has helped me so much, especially in my phrasing. He's a wonderful man. We are fortunate in having him with us.
He struck me as a little morbid, not to say morose. Has he had trouble in his church?
Her answer was deep-toned and affectedly solemn in one so young.
No, but his wife passed out last year.
Passed out? What do you mean by that?
I mean, she died.
Oh, I see.
His inflection checked her confidence, and they rode for a little way in silence. Serviss was thinking.
The situation is now clear. Clarke is working upon this sweet and charming girl in order to have her take the place of his dead wife. A sorrowful thing to think of, but not so bad as I have been imagining.
At length he asked,
What else can you tell me about this Mr. Clarke? Is he a native of the West?
Oh, no, he's from the East. He had a big church in Brooklyn, but his health gave out and he was forced to leave it. He came here for the baths and the air. He is much better now.
He retains all his intellectual diseases, however. What medicine will he find for those?
Meeting the girl's startled glance, he hastened to add,
I beg your pardon. I was just wondering if he were as morbid when he came as he now seems.
Oh, no. He was quite cheerful till his wife went away. That changed him greatly. For months he hardly left his study. He reads too much even now. This is why he looks so pale. His house is packed with books.
He seems in need of fresh air. How does your father get on with him?
Not at all well.
I inferred that. Your father is a man of deeds, of open air, I take it.
Mr. Lambert isn't my own father.
She took this opportunity to explain.
My own father passed to the other side when I was 11.
Pardon my curiosity, Miss Lambert, but you've used a phrase once or twice which I've heard the people of a certain faith use. Is your mother a spiritualist?
She looked at him with timid eyes, then turned quickly away.
She used to be. She's studying theosophy now.
And the minister is trying to convert you all to his especial theory. I can imagine his discourses. No wonder you want to flee.
The girl's whole face, voice, and manner changed, became bitter, passionate.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I want to be free of it all.
The intensity of her utterance amazed Serviss, and he studied her profile in silence before he answered.
I think I know what you mean, and I sympathize with you. You're too young to be troubled by the doubts and dismays of men like Clarke. He is preposterous in the face of a landscape like this. Let us forget him and his isms.
With these words he straightened in his saddle and lifted his eyes towards the height before them.
Isn't that superb?
They were drawing near the great grey boundary wall of the valley, and the sound of roaring water grew tumultuous as they rounded the curve in the road and came into the little triangular nook which had been anciently formed by the Colorado as it descended in power from its source in the high parks. On the left the ledges rose almost sheer for 1,000 feet, and from the edge of this cliff, ore buckets aslide on invisible cables appeared in the sky, swooping like eagles, silently dropping one by one, to disappear tamely as doves in the gable end of a huge drab-coloured mill which stood upon the flat beside the stream. Beyond the mill, Mount Ignacio rose darkly purple, hooded in white clouds. The entire scene was typical of the West, of its energy, its greed, and its faith. Here was life and buoyant health, and the blood of the young scientist quickened as he comprehended the daring, the originality of the miner's plan.
Is this your father's enterprise?
He asked, in the hope of an affirmative answer. A man of this quality would hang the minister if necessary.
Oh, no. We've got to climb the hill and cross the upper basin before we reach our mine. This is the ore from the San Luis tunnel.
She was, happily, of the sunny world now, and with a gay smile turned her horse into a narrow trail and called back to him.
"We climb here."
He followed, admiring the strength and grace of her rounded figure as her horse zigzagged up the steep acclivity. She was troubled by no problems at this moment. She was rather a daughter of the mountains, a sister to the eagles. She stopped once or twice to permit him to locate the far-famed peaks, rising one by one to the south of them. And the third time she drew rein, he was afoot, and she said,
"We're almost to the top of this grade. It's easier in the basin."
"I am thinking only of my horse,"
he answered.
"You see, he is carrying a 40-pound saddle, and is not so fresh as yours. I am sorry to delay you."
The basin was a most glorious valley, bowl-shaped, green with grass and groves of aspen and fir, and flooded with a cataract of sunshine. All about it ran a rim of lofty summits, purple in shadow, garnet and gold and green in the sun. Here and there a prospect hole showed like a scar, or a grey dismantled stamp mill stood like a disintegrating boulder beside its yellow-grey dump of useless ore. Serviss, familiar with the rise and fall of the silver miner, looked over the lovely valley with a certain sense of satisfaction, for he was able to reconstruct its beauty before that flood of devastating humankind swept up from the eastern plain.
"Nature is reasserting her dominion,"
he said aloud.
"Mining is a wounding business, like murder."
The girl glanced away to the south.
"We'll have to hurry if we reach camp by 1 o'clock,"
she called, and he waved his hand as a sign of surrender to her leadership. They overtook a long train of burros, bearing a most miscellaneous cargo of odds and ends of machinery, nail kegs, iron rods, bundles of bolts, lumber, oil, and boxes of groceries.
"This is all father's, all for the new mill,"
said the girl, nodding and smiling at the Mexicans in charge of the donkeys.
"Hello, Clint,"
she called cheerily to another muleteer a little farther up the trail, a brown, good-looking young fellow who saluted her joyfully, his eyes aglow with adoration.
"Every man is her suitor,"
thought Serviss, with a twinge of disapproval.
"Think what she must seem to that leather-colored Arab urging forward those donkeys."
And a knowledge of her danger, he put it that way, began to oppress him.
"She is too fine and sweet to marry among these rough miners."
She, it seemed, was not afraid of mountaineers, for she had a gay nod and a bright word for every one she met, though some of them were brutal-mouthed and grimy and sullen. Serviss derived no comfort from the fact that the most sinister of them brightened for an instant in the light of her adorable smile. At last, far ahead, they came in sight of the mill on a bare peak. The white clouds which had been silently gathering round the great domes swiftly overspread the whole sky. The air grew chill as November. The wind began to roar in the firs with a stern mournfulness which went to the heart of the man. But the girl, without once stopping her horse, unrolled her raincoat and put it on, calling back at her cavalier as she did so with a fine, challenging, gleeful shout. They were very high now. Perennial ice lay in the gullies and on the north side of the cliffs, and the air was light and keen. Suddenly the wind died away. A grey hush came over the valley. The water in the streams lost its vivid green and became lead-colour streaked with white foam. One by one the mountains were blotted out by the storm. The world of sky and rocks grew mysterious, menacing, but the girl pushed fearlessly forward, singing like a robin, while the rain slashed over her, and the thunder boomed and re-echoed from crag to crag, like warning guns in magnificent alarums.
"I love this,"
she cried, her clear voice piercing the veil of water like a flute note.
Don't you?
Serviss was not without imagination, and the contrast of this jocund, fearless, free young maid with the silent, constrained girl of the night before moved him to wonder.
Here she is herself, nature's own child,
he thought.
Last night she was a subject, a plaything of the preachers. Strange the mother does not realize her daughter's danger.
The storm passed as quickly as it came, and when they drew rein at the mine, the sun was shining. The mill, standing on a smooth, steep slope, and sheltered on the north by a group of low firs, seemed half a ruin, but was in fact being rebuilt and enlarged. All about it were dumps of clay, slippery with water, and rough bunkhouses and ore sheds. All the structures were rude, masculine, utilitarian, and the girl grew each moment in delicacy and refinement by contrast. In answer to her
"Hello,"
a plainly clad man came to the door, his face set in amazement.
Why, see here, daughter. I wasn't looking for you today.
"I'm here just the same,"
she laughingly replied.
"Here are some telegrams. Professor Serviss, this is my father."
Joseph Lambert was a small man with shy blue eyes and a low and gentle utterance. He carried his head leaning a little to the left, and seemed a shade discouraged, almost melancholy. He was, however, a brave, silent, tireless little man, who had made one great fortune in silver mines, only to lose it in the panic. He was now cannily working a vein which had a streak of gold in it, and, like all miners, was just on the point of making a strike. He was distracted with work, and though cordial, could not at the moment give much time to his visitor.
Well now, Viola, you take Professor Serviss into the cook-house and feed him. I guess you'll find something left over. If not, you will have to scratch up something.
Viola thereupon led the way into the kitchen, greeting each man she met, cooks and waiters alike, with impartial, clear-eyed joyousness and trust, and when the food came on, she ate without grimace or hesitation. The cook, a big self-contained Chinaman, came in with a china cup.
Use this cup, tin cup, no good for lady.
His voice was gruff, and his manner that of one who compels a child to use a napkin, but it was plain he adored her. As she thanked him, he shuffled away with an irrepressible grin. All this produced in Serviss an uneasiness. To him she was a lamb venturing among wolves.
She should not expose herself to the coarse comment, the seeking eyes of these fellows,
he indignantly commented, blaming the acquiescent mother and the absent-minded stepfather.
This childlike trust is charming, but it is not war.
Her essential weakness of defence, her innocence, began to move him deeply, dangerously. He began to understand how she had turned to Clarke for companionship, not merely because he was a clergyman, but because he was a young man of more than usual culture and attainment, whose sympathy and counsel promised aid and comfort in her loneliness.
She does not love him. She merely admires certain sides of his character. She fears to marry him, and quite properly. His morbid faith would destroy her.
As they were returning to the office, they met the young driver of the mule train, and Viola introduced him as
Mr. Ward, of Boston.
He was tall and spare, with a fine, sensitive, boyish face, a face of refinement which his rough grey shirt, faded leggings, and badly battered hat belied.
Mr. Ward is out here for his health also,
Viola explained.
All the really nice people are one-lungers.
Isn't it sad?
Said Ward gravely.
However, Miss Lambert is only partly right. I made my health an excuse. I'm here because I like it.
Serviss bent a keen look upon him.
You don't look as if you had ever been sick.
I'm not. I came out here to escape college and my father's business.
He laughed.
But don't betray me. I'm supposed to be slowly improving.
There was something fine and hawk-like in the young fellow's profile as he stood negligently leaning on the door-frame, his eyes on the flushed face of the girl, and Serviss experienced another pang of jealous pain. They were so young, so comely, so full of the fire and imagination of youth. At the moment his own fame and special tasks were of small account. Upon their return to the office, Lambert met them in the same absent-minded, apologetic way.
I'm just getting some new machinery into place and haven't a minute, but you must make yourself as much at home as you can. Viola will show you around.
Serviss protested that he needed no entertainment, that he was not tired, and that he was well content to sit in the door and smoke and watch the changing glory of the peaks. And this he did, while Viola moved about among the workmen in earnest conversation with her stepfather.
She is explaining me.
Serviss reasoned.
I wish I could hear what she says. It would be amusing to know myself as she sees me. I hope she doesn't think me middle-aged as well as wise.
Lambert listened to his daughter's words with attention, for a professor in a college was an exalted person in his eyes, and one of his chief regrets at the moment was that he was unable to say to Serviss,
I'm a college man myself.
But this he could not do, for the reason that the death of his father had taken him out of his class at the beginning of his third year, and put him at the head of a large family as its breadwinner.
He looks like a very young man, almost a boy. Too young to be a professor. But then...
Here his eyes twinkled.
When I was at Jefferson, all professors seemed old to me. What's he doing here?
Just riding through the mountains on his vacation.
What does your mother think of him?
She likes him very much.
Well, I won't make any objection then.
Viola stared, then blushed furiously.
What do you mean?
Why, didn't you bring him up here to see how I liked him?
She pounded him with her little brown fist, while tears of mortification filled her eyes.
Now, you stop that. You're teasing me. Why, I've only known him 3 days.
He laughed silently, shaking his head.
Well, these things move quickly sometimes. And how was I to know but you'd known him in the East? You seem so chummy-like.
You've spoiled everything,
she wailed, deeply disturbed and painfully self-conscious.
You're mean to me.
He became instantly contrite.
There now, don't you mind my joking. Of course I was foolin'. It's all safe between us anyhow.
But the mischief was done. She forgave him, but never again would she be the same to him, to her mother, or to the imperturbable young man smoking his pipe beneath the firs. He was young, that was only too plain to her now. Not so young as Clinton, but not the middle-aged person she had been fancying him to be. As they were about to start on their homeward trail, Serviss sought opportunity to say,
Mr. Lambert, I met this man Clarke at your house last night, and I want to say that I don't think his influence on your family is particularly wholesome. He's morbid and given to fads.
Lambert replied,
I know what you mean, Professor, and I believe you're right. I don't believe in him myself, and I don't take any stock in any of his notions. But my wife does. She thinks he's of the covenant, somehow. I wish you'd talk with her and try to have her let up on Viola. I don't think they're doing right by her. If she was my own girl, I'd stop it. I would so.
Then he added in a curious tone this vague defence.
As for Viola, she would be all right if they would leave her alone. She's gifted in a way I don't understand. But if she isn't twisted by Clarke's foolishness, she's going to make some man a good wife. She's a good girl, and, as I say, if she was my own child, I'd serve notice that this circle business should stop. I wish you'd talk to 'em. I don't count, but they'll listen to you. I'm glad to have met you. I hope you'll come up again. I'd like to mull that business over with you. It's all very curious, but I'm just plumb distracted with work now.
I beg you not to apologize. It's time to start back anyhow.
As they rode away down the valley, the girl silent and constrained, Serviss pondered Lambert's words, which were plainly directed against Clarke. His sense of responsibility was increased by Lambert's trust in him.
This won't do,
he decided.
I must pull out, or I will find myself laden with the woes of the entire family, and Clarke's distresses besides.
The girl was invested now with compelling pathos. Each mile they descended seemed to deepen the returning shadow on her face. The gaiety, the buoyancy of the upward trail was gone. She was silent, constrained and sad, and he set to work to restore her to the simple and girlish candour of the morning. He called attention to the wonders of the western sky. He shouted to induce echoes, and challenged her to a race, and at the last descent dared her to ride down in one of the oar buckets, seeking to bring the smiles back to her lips. She responded to his cheer, but not as before. Something clouded her clear glance. Her smiles died quickly, and the poise of her head was less alert. When they had reached the wagon road, and he could ride by her side, he too became serious.
I hope I haven't given offence in any way, Miss Lambert. If I have, I assure you it was entirely unintentional, and I beg your pardon.
She looked away.
You have done nothing,
she said slowly.
But you seem distinctly less friendly to me. I hope you didn't take anything I said concerning your mother's faith to heart. I had no intention of attacking her beliefs, but I must be honest with you. I don't like Mr. Clarke. There's something unwholesome about him, and what you've told me today is not reassuring. Evidently, he took the death of his wife very hard, and it has added to his natural tendency towards a sort of spiritual monomania. As a matter of fact, he's more spiritualist than Calvinist at present. Isn't that so?
The girl's face grew sullen and weary.
Oh, I don't know. I'm tired of it all.
He endlessly talks his grind, I suppose. How foolish, how sickly it all seems, here in the presence of uncontaminated nature. In such sunlight as this, it seems insanity to sit in a book-walled room and grow bloodless with dreaming over insoluble problems. And yet, a friend of mine told me that these towns, and especially California towns, were filled with seers and prophets. The occult flourishes in the high, dry atmosphere, those of the faith say. Don't you permit Clarke to destroy your love of nature, Miss Lambert. You belong to the sane and sunny world, and he has no right to bring his gloomy conceptions home to you. You are too young and too naturally joyous to be concerned with the problems of disease and death. You were made to be happy.
He ended with greater earnestness than he had intended to use, and the effect of his words on the girl was very great. She could not speak. Tears were in her eyes, and her bosom heaved most piteously. His sense of her helplessness deepened, and he added,
Will you permit me to talk to Mr. Clarke about you and your plans?
This seemed to alarm her.
No, no,
she cried out distressfully.
Please don't say anything to him about me. It will do no good. You don't understand, and I can't tell you,
she added breathlessly.
Very well,
he said soothingly.
But remember, your case interests me exceedingly, and you may call on me at any time, and I will gladly help.
She turned a pale and tearful face towards him and extended her hand.
I thank you very, very much. You have helped me more than I can say.
During the remainder of the ride he discussed the springs, the source of the streams, the caverns, and other natural features of the scene, and had the satisfaction of seeing her face in a smile before he left her. He went back to his hotel with a feeling of having spent 6 days in her company rather than 6 hours. She absorbed his entire thought, and so keen was his sense of her beleaguerment that he resolved to call upon Clarke in order to define his character and to understand his motives.
His passions or his doubt overshadow the girl's sky, and I'm going to find out whether his designs are those of friend or fiend.
At the moment he had a feeling that they were those of a devouring fiend. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 1, Chapters 7 and 8 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland, Book 1, Chapter 7. The Forces of Light and Darkness. Clarke's church typified the decaying faith of its pastor. Grass was serenely pushing up through the rotting planks of the walk, which led from the street to the basement study, just as the natural goodness and cheer of man returns to dominion through the barriers of custom. The paint was blistering and peeling from the clapboarding on the sunny side of the main building, and in one of the windows a piece of shingle had been set to repair a broken pane. It had the appearance of neglected age.
The preacher was right. The creed of his church, as of all others in a lesser degree perhaps, is too crass, too mechanical, too childish to tally the ideals of a generation which is each day awakening to some new potency of matter, some wider conception of the universe.
On the study door, checked by the sun and worn by the rain, the tourist applied his knuckle, and a voice, formal and sonorous, called out,
"Come in."
Opening the door, which led directly into a dark little den with only one window, Serviss confronted Clarke, reading by a green-shaded lamp, in whose light he appeared as pallid, as remote from the sun, as a monk of the Middle Ages. He rose quickly upon recognising his visitor.
"I'm glad to see you, Professor. I beg your pardon for not rising. I thought the knock came from my janitor. Take a seat, please."
He gathered a handful of books from a yellow armchair and pushed it forward with his foot.
"Your visit is most opportune. I was meditating a call at your hotel tonight. I wanted to get your idea concerning 2 or 3 scientific discoveries which seem to me to have a most important bearing on the welfare of the race."
Serviss became each moment more keenly aware of being face to face with a task which required all his tact, his self-possession and his wit. For the man before him was immured in self-conceit, accustomed to carrying his point by a rush of words, and was, withal, a student possessed of unusual intellectual resource. He made a very handsome figure as he took his seat amid his books. His face, freshly shaven, gleamed like blue-white marble, and his abundant dark hair, drawn away from his brow by careless fingers, lay in a tumbled mass above his ear, adding a noticeably sculptural finish to his shapely head. His hands, thin, long, and restless, alone betrayed the excitement which the coming of this master of the germ engendered in him. He was eager to question, but he waited for his visitor to begin. which he did with manly directness.
I have called to talk with you about Miss Lambert. She and her mother having honored me by asking my advice as to her study in New York, I would like to know whether you, as their pastor, counsel this movement on her part.
The clergyman's sentient fingers sought, found, and closed tightly upon a ruler.
That I cannot answer directly,
he said slowly.
Miss Lambert's case is not simple. She is a very remarkable musician, that you know, and yet her talent is fitful. She sometimes plays very badly. I am not at all sure she has the temperament which will succeed on the music stage.
I made a somewhat similar remark to the mother myself.
Moreover, her interests are not the only factors in the problem. Mrs. Lambert's life is bound up in her daughter, and without her she would suffer. The well-being of the family as a whole is against her going.
You have your own interests, too, I dare say.
Clarke's eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
It would be difficult to replace her here in your church work, would it not?
The clergyman returned to his candid manner.
It would, indeed. She is the only organist in the village, and is invaluable to me, especially in the Sunday school.
I am disposed to consider her interests, and not those of the mother and father, or even the church,
pursued Serviss.
I am of those who recognize the rights of the young as of chief importance to the race.
Clarke seized upon this as a gauge of battle.
The race! Oh, you inexorable men of science! What do we care for the race? We would save individuals. The race can take care of itself. The race is only an abstraction. It cannot suffer. Of what avail to the individual to know that the race is to be perfected 1,000 years hence?
We wander,
interposed Serviss with decision.
The question is really quite simple. Shall we advise the Lamberts to send their daughter to New York to study music, or shall we counsel her to remain here, and in marriage to some good, honest young miner, resign herself to the common lot of women? Her talent should determine.
A dull flush rose to the cheek of the preacher. His eyes fell, and his voice unconsciously softened.
Marriage is still a long way off for Viola Lambert. She is but a child, and besides...
He paused. Serviss smiled.
They marry young in the West, I believe. Besides, she must be 20, and quite robust.
She seems but a child to me,
repeated Clarke, returning to his clerical manner, and something in the hypocritical tone of his speech angered and disgusted Serviss, and to himself he said,
He is a fraud. He does not intend to let the girl pass out of his control.
Then aloud he reopened the discussion.
It all comes back to a question of the girl's talent. If it is sufficient to enable her to earn a living in some larger community, she has a right to go. If not, she should certainly stay here. I believe in the largest possible life for every human being, and Miss Lambert's ambition is a perfectly legitimate craving. Furthermore, she seems eager to escape from this life. She hints at some sort of mysterious persecution. She has not defined her troubles in detail, but I inferred that some undesirable suitor made life miserable for her.
With these words he bent a keen glance at Clarke.
You are quite mistaken, sir. Miss Lambert has many admirers, but no suitors. I have cautioned her against entanglements of that kind. I have shown how they would interfere with her work.
You mean her work in your church?
Clarke's eyes again took on the narrowed glance of suspicion.
Partly that, but more on account of other and higher work which I hope to see her do.
To what do you refer?
Pardon me, but of that I cannot at the present speak. I can only say that it is a work whose preliminary stages can be passed as well here as in New York City. Better, in fact.
You arouse my curiosity.
Clarke suddenly awoke from his musing and became aggressive. He resolutely changed the subject.
Before you go, I want to ask you, do you, as a chemist, deny the immortality of the soul?
Chemistry does not concern itself with the soul.
Do you, as a man, deny the immortality of the soul?
I neither deny nor affirm. I have never concerned myself with the question.
Clarke was a little daunted.
You leave the most vital question in all this world uninvestigated.
Yes, because I was long ago convinced that the problem of death, like the origin of life, is insoluble. And why waste time on the insoluble? To pore upon the constitution of matter is a species of medievalism. I am concerned with what bacteria do, not with what they are.
I deny that the question of immortality is insoluble,
replied Clarke, his eyes glowing with the fire of his faith.
It is because you scientists ignore the phenomena of spiritism that you remain ignorant of the messages which come from the other side.
What other side?
The realm of those you call the dead.
He caught up a book.
There is the word of a German scientist, 100 times more eminent than you, and here are the conclusions of 2 great Englishmen, members of the Royal Academy, who have investigated and have been convinced of the return of the dead.
I know those men,
replied Serviss coldly.
The common opinion is that they ceased to be scientists when they wrote those volumes. All were past their prime and bereaved, and one was nearly blind. Their true balance of judgment was lost before they set to work on what you call their investigations. The German was considered insane on the 4th dimension. But what has this girl to do with your realm of the dead, or my study of cancerous tissue? She belongs to the realm of music and flowers. I beg you to remember that. You have no right to throw over her the shadow of your religious perplexities any more than I would have the right to lay before her my knowledge of parasitic growths. Youth, and especially young womanhood, has its rights, and one of them is to be blithe. You admit that you are losing faith. Why destroy hers? Your doubts and despairs should not touch her, but they have. She is troubled and sad by reason of your attitude towards life, and especially by your insistence upon the presence of death in the world.
This was not precisely what Serviss had started out to say, but as he went on, a sense of being misled, a suspicion that he was playing into the hands of the enemy, kept him from putting into words the strong conviction which had seized him. The preacher put his interlocked fingers behind his head, and looking at his visitor beneath lowered contemptuous lids, replied,
My dear sir, you don't know a thing of what you're talking about.
The note of patronisation, the tone of superior wisdom, stung the scientist. He felt in the clergyman's reply not merely opposition, but insult. His very pose was an affront.
I don't know your motives. That is perfectly true, but I can infer them. It is due me to say that I am not in the habit of mixing in where I am not wanted. But as Mr. and Mrs. Lambert have both asked my advice, I shall give it. The girl is morbid and unhappy here, and I shall tell them to send her away for a time. She has musical talent. I shall advise them to allow her to go east to study.
The preacher's smile deepened into a sneer.
I think I understand your motives, and I shall oppose her going. What is there to restrain a man who recognizes neither spirit nor God?
Serviss was at first astounded, then hot at the grossness of this insinuation, and his strong brown hands clenched in the instinct to punish, to retaliate, but his anger cooled to the level of words, and he said,
This interview has more than convinced me of the justice of Lambert's distrust of you. I shall see him again and repeat the warning I have already given.
And with these words he turned and went out. It was with a sense of astonishment and relief that he re-entered the daylight, for the sunset glow was not yet out of the sky. A moment before the world had seemed enveloped in midnight darkness, and lo, here now were the splendid peaks, the singing river, all aglow with golden light. The encounter of the moment before receded swiftly, became incredible, but the preacher remained squat in his den like a vampire in his cave. As he went slowly up the street, he acknowledged a feeling of growing weight, of uncertainty. Having given his word in such wise, he had become the defender, the protector of one whom he knew nothing that was reassuring. His youth seemed to have suddenly taken on care. His vacation had ended in a cloud of distrust. From the detachment of the scientist, he had descended to the level of a moralist and meddler. And most significant of all, a meddler in the affairs of a young and attractive girl. Chapter 8. Dr. Britt Explains. Serviss had just written and sealed a letter to his sister, wherein he said,
I shall remain a few days longer here in the mountains. They interest me greatly.
When a knock on the door announced the bellboy bearing a card.
Dr. Britt!
Exclaimed Serviss with pleasure.
Bring him up, please.
And to himself added,
Now we will learn something definite about this amazing group of people.
The manner in which Britt entered the room proclaimed a distinctive character. He edged himself through the door, not stealthily, but carelessly, casually. He too was tall, with a wide dark beard, curling over very pink and rather plump cheeks, and in his bright black eyes a sardonic sheen played as he loosely shook his host's hand. His expression was that of a man perpetually amused, as if anticipating a joke or recollecting a mockery. His voice was as languid as his limbs, but his words were precise and to their mark. Serviss greeted him heartily.
I am glad to meet you, Dr. Britt. Take a seat. I have heard of you through Miss Lambert.
I saw you on the street,
replied Britt, without change of expression.
So I looked over the register to find out who you were. I'm mighty glad to meet up with you. I know you very well by reputation, and Weissmann is an old acquaintance of our family's. What are you doing out here? Visiting the Lamberts?
For some reason, this directness disturbed Serviss a little.
No. Oh, no. I just drifted in over the divide from the desert and met Miss Lambert by accident, quite by accident. I dropped into Colorado to rest and rinse the desert dust away before returning east. Turnabout is fair play. What are you doing here?
Britt struck his left breast with his thumb.
Same old story, busted lung. Whenever you strike a suspicious character out here, he's either a one-lunger or a remittance man.
That's what makes your country worthwhile.
I don't know about that, but you'll find a good many of us waiting. When you fellows develop an antitoxin for the consumption bug, we're all going back to God's country.
We're hot on its trail,
replied Serviss jocularly.
I know you are. I read after you, as they say out here. In fact, I've got a little farm and take a shy at breeding the beasts myself. I'd like you to come in and give me a hint or two.
With pleasure,
Serviss heartily responded.
So you know Weissmann?
I used to. My father was an attaché of the embassy at Berlin at one time, and was a factor in getting old Hair and Goggles to come over. He was a conceited ass at that time, with more wool than brains, the governor always said. But the governor wanted to do something for the college.
Serviss studied the card.
Do I know your father? Is he still in public life?
He is not.
Britt's glance veered.
The governor, I'm sorry to say, has a weakness for toddy, and I've retired him. He boards in White Plains with Patsy Cline summers and relapses winters.
Serviss changed the subject.
By the way, I want to ask you about this man Clarke. What kind of a chap is he?
Britt's answer was languid but adequate.
3 parts fakir and the rest fanatic.
I was afraid so. And the Lamberts, what of them?
Mrs. Lambert is a dear old ninny. Viola is a mighty bright girl suffering from a well-developed case of hysteria and auto-hypnosis.
What do you mean?
Asked Serviss sharply. Britt checked himself.
I ought not to speak of it, I suppose, but as you are a stranger and can keep a professional secret, I will explain. The mother is a spiritualist, has been for years, and being on the lookout for it, naturally discovered what she calls mediumship in Viola when a child. By carefully nursing the delusion in herself and in her subject, she has been able to develop a rare uprush of the subliminal, as Myers would say. When I came here to take Dr. Randall's practice, I found among his papers elaborate notes on the girl's development.
You amaze me,
exclaimed Serviss.
She seems so normal and so charming.
In reality, she's the most extraordinary puzzle I have ever undertaken to solve. It seems, according to Randall, that this power came upon her soon after the death of her little brother, a couple of years younger than herself. I'll let you see these notes if you like. They're very curious. In fact, I brought the book along. I wanted your opinion of them and your advice as to the girl's treatment.
Serviss leaned forward in growing interest.
By all means, let me see the notes. You begin to throw light on something that puzzled me.
Britt drew a small brown book from his pocket and said,
Your first thought will be to relate this business to hysteria, and one of Randall's first entries is a reflection along these lines. There is much inconclusive literature on the shelves of medical libraries on the subject of hysteria, and many diverse ailments are thrown into that box of explanations.
Britt looked up.
He's right there, but he goes on to slate the medical profession thus. The mind of a child, like any other expanding, growing thing, tends to depart from the norm, loves apparently to surprise its progenitors. Holding in its grasp latent tendencies of all ages, of all the race, it may at any time astound by its sudden expansion in unexpected directions, as well as by its inexplicable failure to follow ordained grooves.
Here Britt paused again.
You can see the old chap was hard hit. He now gets evolutionary. We are all goats, satyrs, and serpents potentially. Even from the neurologist's point of view, our minds are infinitely complex.
Serviss said,
All this is wise, but is it pertinent?
He's coming at it. Now, what we men of medicine call hysteria seems to be a violent and, in a sense, unaccountable departure from the norm, induced by the removal of some check, by some deep change in the nervous constitution. Thus a girl suddenly refuses to eat, has visions, shouts, and sings uncontrollably, perhaps speaks in an unknown tongue. She is said to be hysterical. A mother, hearing of the death of her child, begins to laugh, passes at length into a cataleptic state, during which a child's voice sounds from her throat. This, too, is hysteria. A man of 45 becomes melancholy, professes to hear music inaudible to others, develops automatic writing, and trances in which he is able to hear distant voices, and to read sealed letters. This, too, is hysteria. In reality, nothing is explained.
What of it?
Interrupted Serviss.
Let's have the application.
He makes his point in the next paragraph. In conformity with this habit, when called in by Mrs. Lambert to study her daughter, who had passed suddenly into deep sleep and was speaking with the voice of her grandfather, I, with owlish gravity, pronounced her attack a case of hysteria. Take her on a little trip, said I. Keep her well nourished and out of doors, and she will outgrow it.
Very good advice.
So it was, but mark the sequel. She did not outgrow it. He puts this in italics. The power within her gained in mastery, and, what is most singular and baffling to me, she continues to be a hearty, healthy child in all other ways, and yet at times she seems the calm center of a whirlwind of invisible forces. Chairs, books, thimbles, even the piano, move to and fro without visible pushing. Electric snapping is heard in the carpet under her little feet, and loud knocking comes upon the walls.
Ah!
Exclaimed Serviss, and recalled the knocking at his first visit, while the girl was at the piano.
Here he drops into italics again. One by one, all the familiar manifestations of the spiritualistic medium are being reproduced by this pretty maiden here in this mountain home.
Good Lord, what a pity!
Exclaimed Serviss. Britt read on.
The mother, aggrieved and alarmed by the rude way in which the girl is buffeted, has been put to her paces to conceal the topsy-turvy doings of her household. Stones are hurled through the windows. Cabinets are opened by invisible and silent locksmiths. And I have seen these things and can offer no explanation.
Britt closed the book.
Right here the old doctor lost his nerve. Up to this time he was a fairly acute observer. His next entry is evidently some weeks or possibly months later. He says, "Slowly we have learned to understand the phenomena, but we cannot control them. And the child is still cruelly embarrassed by intrusive tappings and cracklings as she visits her friends or as she sits in her seat at school. She has become afraid to sleep alone and calls piteously for a light whenever the noises begin."
The poor child!
"You may well say that,"
replied Britt.
"She has told me that her time of greatest trial comes just after the family have had their evening meal, and while she is seated at her book. But Randall grows eloquent in his description of what took place. Almost every night at 7 o'clock, the obscure powers begin their uncanny and invisible riot, ending by seizing upon the child as if to destroy her, compelling her in the end to sleep. Then her voice, her limbs, seem at the disposal of some invisible intelligence. You see, the old man is weakening. He says no more of hysteria, and nothing about taking the girl away."
Do you mean to tell me he joined in fostering this delusion?
Mark his change of tone. He goes on, "The mother, convinced by her reading, as well as by messages in writing, believes that the spirits of her dead are trying to communicate with her, and so she sits night after night terrified yet hoping, waiting for further instructions from the imponderable ones."
Britt turned a few pages rapidly.
Listen to this. Here is the key to the old man's change of heart. "Tonight the child began to speak to me in the voice of a man. Hoarse words rose from deep in her throat, a voice and words impossible to her in her normal condition. The voice purported to be my father's. It's all very singular. I do not understand how she could know the things this voice uttered to me. You see,"
said Britt,
"he has ceased to be the medical adviser."
He turned a number of pages slowly.
Well, the girl passed rapidly through these various phases, according to Randall. She wrote messages with her left hand, wherein her grandfather, MacLeod, detailed the method of treating her, and Randall was so far gone that he acquiesced. From her 11th to her 15th year, she lived under this control. The manifestations increased in power and definiteness. The controls at last were 3, her grandfather, her brother, and her own father. At 16, the most violent of the manifestations ceased, and the girl went away to school. At this point, Joe Lambert enters. He married the mother.
How did he take these doings?
He seems to have been a silent and reluctant witness. The doctor only mentions him incidentally. There are 1 or 2 pitiful letters from the girl written while at school, detailing several embarrassing returns of the spirits, but on the whole she was happy. According to the record, her vacations must have been a torment, for Walty, that's no poltergeist, seemed determined to make up for lost time. He came every night, making life a hell for his sister. She could go nowhere, and it was with the greatest difficulty that the mother kept her dreadful secret.
Serviss, with darkened brow, writhed uneasily in his chair.
I have heard of these things before now, but this is a new view of a medium's development. I don't understand the mother's attitude.
Randall notes that the mother was resigned and content as soon as she was convinced of the return of her dead father and husband and son, and at present will not think of giving up her fancied communion, especially as the guides constantly assure her that they will protect the girl. But observe the senility of this note in Randall's diary. Martha comes regularly to me now, and I am happy in a renewed sense of her companionship. Indeed, I fancy at times that I can see her. She showed me her hands last night. I could see them plainly against the window. I had quite a controversy with Lambert after the sitting. It's all bad business, he said. I am scared when I think of what's going to become of Viola. Here she is growing to be a big girl and a pretty girl, and she ought to be out in company. She ought to be singing and dancing like other girls. She ought to marry like other girls and be happy, and she can't be so long as these things are going on. It isn't right.
No more was it,
said Serviss.
It was villainous.
Randall was too far gone to even agree. But it hasn't hurt her, I replied, and indeed this marvelous fact resigns me to the practice. I can't endure now the thought of being cut off from Martha and Paul, our precious boy. It would be like shutting the door in their faces. Besides, they are in control. We could not stop their use of the girl if we were to try. As for me, it is now my life. I am old. My friends, my dear ones, are all on that side. I have only a few more days to live, and then... Right here the old man stopped. He lived a month or two after that, but he made no more notes, and when I came on the scene, Clarke was in control of the situation. I had no acquaintance with the family and no personal knowledge of the case till Lambert called one day and told me of the sittings going on in the little cottage. He had a notion that I might be able to cure the girl.
Serviss had listened to Britt with growing pain and indignation. Pain at thought of Viola's undoing. Indignation that the mother and her physician could so complacently join in the dark proceedings.
Of course, you took hold of the case.
I tried to, but Mrs. Lambert and Clarke would not admit that the girl was in need of my care. They invited me to join the circle as a spectator, which I did. I am still the onlooker, merely.
You don't mean to say they are still experimenting with her?
You may call it that. They sit regularly 2 or 3 nights each week. Clarke is preparing to renounce his pulpit and startle the world by a book on spiritism, as he calls his faith. The girl is his source of thunder.
Serviss sank back into his chair and darkly pondered.
That explains a number of very strange words and actions on the girl's part. What is her attitude? She seemed to me extremely discontented and unhappy.
She is unhappy. She understands her situation and has moments of rebellion. She knows that she is cut off from her rightful share in the world of young people, and feels accursed.
I can understand that, and several things she said to me corroborate your analysis of her feeling. But tell me, you have attended these sittings. What takes place? What does the girl profess to do?
I don't know. I can't determine Clarke's share in the hocus-pocus. It all takes place in the dark.
It always does. It belongs there.
Many of the good old stunts of the professional medium are reproduced. Lights dance about, guitars are played, chairs nose about your knees, hands are laid on your cheek, and so on.
You don't think she is willfully tricking?
Serviss asked this with manifest anxiety.
There's every inducement, darkness, deeply anxious friends. It would not be strange if she did help on now and then.
What a deplorable thing!
And yet I'm not so sure that she willfully deceives, though I have detected her in fraud. Probably the whole thing began in some childish disorder which threw her system out of balance. There are hundreds of such cases in medical literature. She was possessed, as of old, with a sort of devilish second personality. She probably wrote treatises left-handed and upside down. They often begin that way. The mother, lately bereaved, was convinced of her daughter's occult powers. She nursed the delusion, formed a circle, sat in the darkness, petting the girl when things happened, mourning when the walls were silent, and there you are. Sludge the medium all over again in a small way. Probably the girl didn't intend to deceive anybody at first, but she was told along from one fakery to another, till at last she found herself powerless in the grasp of her self-induced coma. She is anxious to escape her slavery. She revolts and is most unhappy, but sees no way out. That's my present understanding of the case. Now, what is your advice? What can I do? I am deeply interested in the girl, but I have no authority to act.
You shock and disgust me,
said Serviss, profoundly moved.
The girl seems too fine for such chicanery. Who is this man Clarke?
He was a sensational preacher in Brooklyn a few years ago, but a hemorrhage in the pulpit cut short his career in the East. He came out here and got better, but his wife, who had a weak heart, couldn't stand the altitude. She died, a sacrifice to her husband. He's the kind of a man who demands sacrifice. After his wife's death, he fairly lived at the Lambert cottage, and is now in full control. The girl's will is so weakened that she is but a puppet in the grasp of his powerful personality.
Serviss was now absorbed in reconstructing his conception of Viola. Her situation appealed to him with the greatest poignancy, but his ability to help her seemed gone. Fair as she looked, she was to be avoided as one tainted with leprosy. His impression that first afternoon had been true. She was beleaguered, if not lost. Britt was saying,
If the girl were underage, I'd appeal to the health authorities of the state. I really would, much as I like Mrs. Lambert. But she is of age, and what is more to the point, Clarke has won her love and confidence, and what can you do? He fills a horizon, and the mother favors him. He talks to her of her daughter's mission to the world, and such like vapor, and has the girl herself half convinced that her cataleptic states are of divine origin. I confess I haven't felt free to make any real tests. You can't treat her like a professional, you know. But she seems to have induced by long practice a genuine coma. And until some clamp is applied, I can't say whether she or Clarke is the chief offender. Now what would you do?
Serviss burned with the heat of his anger.
Don't reveal to me any more of this wretched business. I can't advise. If you, her physician, and Lambert, her stepfather, can't put a stop to it, what can I, a passing stranger, do? I don't want to know anything more about it. Why, man, it's diabolical to warp and imprison a girl like that. To think of that bewitching creature as a common trickster appalls me. And to think that good people, millions of them, believe in such mummery. It is incredible.
You'd be surprised at the number of somewhat similar cases we find among our patients. Since coming here, I've gone in for a little library of books on the subject. Every physician during his practice comes upon one or more of these abnormal cases which, as Randall says, we label, for convenience, hysteria. And I'm free to say that I don't think we're at the bottom of the matter. Let's be just to this girl. There are points in her favor.
Serviss protested.
Not another word. It's too painful.
Britt persisted.
I was merely going to say that I think there is some basis for all this humbuggery. These mediums don't start from nothing. They nearly all begin with some abnormality. Some submerged power rises to the surface of their minds like a sea serpent, and that distinguishes them as seers. Curious friends crowd around, then the lying begins. It's going to be worthwhile to take the subject up by and by. I'd do it myself if I could live in New York City.
He rose.
Well, I don't blame you for not going into this case. I wish I were clear of it myself. But I was hoping you'd had some experience that would help me.
Thereupon the conversation shifted to other grounds. After Britt went out, Serviss sat in brooding uneasiness over his visitor's sad revelations. He had known Viola Lambert but 3 days, and yet these revelations concerning her affected him most painfully, quite vitally. His pleasure in her and in the mother and their pretty home was utterly gone, and the breaking off of this acquaintance left an ache in his heart. Of course he put all this on very general grounds.
I hate to lose faith in anyone. It is a shock to know that I can be so wholly deceived by appearance. Clarke is really the one to blame in the deception. I can't believe the girl wilfully deceives. And yet Britt was explicit, and he seems to be a keen, dispassionate observer.
Thereupon he began to pack in order to take the early morning train for the East. He decided not to see her again, and posted a polite note saying he had been obliged to return to New York and that he regretted his inability to call. As he stood on the rear platform of his train next day, looking back up the canyon towards the shining crest of Colorado, he had a craven sense of having deserted a helpless young girl in the hour of her greatest trial. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapters 9 and 10 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 1, Chapter 9. Anthony Clarke Evangel. Mr. Britt was right. Mrs. Lambert was very fond of Clarke, had indeed quite taken him into her heart. He was at once son and spiritual adviser, and his wishes had the force of commands. His bereavement could not have anguished her much more keenly had Adele been her own daughter, and this affliction still lay like a mist between them, preventing even a foreboding of his impending confession of desire. Her remembrance of the beauty and high character of his wife made Viola seem doubly the child, and so, when from time to time some busybody hinted at the minister's marked intimacy with her daughter, she put the covert insinuation away with a frank word.
You mustn't even think such a thing.
Viola, too, from the very beginning of their acquaintance, had admired the young minister quite as deeply as Serviss imagined, and had humbled herself before Adele as to a very wonderful lady of the mysterious outer world, whose deportment, dress, and speech had been sources of enlightenment. And when she passed away, the land of the shadow became just that much richer, more complete in its dominion over her. Almost at once Adele spoke through the veil, saying,
I am here to help and guide.
Thus all powers of earth and heaven had combined to make Clarke the ruler of Viola Lambert's little world. He stood between her and young Clinton Ward and all other suitors. He absorbed her thought. She admired his gifts and trembled beneath the power of his dark eyes, his magnetic hands, and especially responded to the music of his deep voice, which was very enthralling when it took on the pleading melody of the lover. At times he filled her with such passion of vague unrest that life became a torment, for she was of the age when the world is for the lover's conquest, and the cadence of love's song means most and is least understood. And yet at times she felt a fear of him which chilled her. She was struggling too, with growing ambitions, and with an expanding knowledge of the world which was beginning to make her critical. The wonder of the child was giving place to the insight of the woman. The wish to shake off her invisible tormentors and be like other girls was in reality a demand for the right to be loved and valued for her own natural self, entirely free from the touch of spectral hands. She was disappointed that Clarke did not understand and sympathise with this wish, but that he desired her in marriage had never once entered her mind. He was a minister, and she reverenced his office, and besides, she considered herself but a girl, too ignorant and too trivial to be the wife of one so high in holy service. With the coming of the young professor, a new force seemed entered upon the saner side of her life. She recognised in him a master of the great outer world, the Eastern world, the world of the unafraid, and her determination to at least subordinate her controls had expanded swiftly to a most dangerous height during the few hours of her companionship with him. She felt that he would sympathise with her, that he would help her. The clear positiveness of his speech, his health, his humour, grew upon her each moment, and she resolved to confide in him when next they met. Part of this upspringing revolt, this antagonism, Clarke divined, and the determination to arrest her purpose, the desire to possess her entirely and at once, excluded every other wish or plan. And to feel was to act with Anthony Clarke, for he was born to emotional experience as the sparks fly upward. He had ever been a creature of unreason, morbidly conscious of self, and naturally, for in him struggled the blood of three races. His father was Scotch, and his mother, Spanish on the spindle side and Irish by way of a most mercurial father, remained an unsolved problem all her days, even to her husband. Her laughter was as illogical as her tears. Her household could never tell what the next hour would bring forth. So ready were her sympathies, so instant her despairs. She lived all her life at the heights or the depths, with never a day of serene, womanly, reasonable action. And when she died, her passing was of the same emotional stress. She clung to earth like one whose body was about to drop into soundless deeps. Her son had inherited all her fervency, her inconstancy of purpose, as well as her tendency to collapse under pressure. Physically he had always been of slender figure, with weak lungs, and these weaknesses he had used to free himself from work, from responsibility. He was not a hypocrite. In that Britt was mistaken. He was by nature deeply religious. His soul aspired at times to high things. He was sympathetic to actual pain, and had always been morbidly in awe of death. The sight of any poor lost and suffering man threw him into instant profound and melancholy pity. A dead beetle in the road, a fly caught in a spider's web, a young robin water-soaked and bedraggled, appalled him even as a boy, and he pondered them with sad and questioning eyes long after his young companions had forgotten them.
Where had the light of their eyes fled?
He asked himself. He found no sport in killing any creature, and more than once he used all his slender force to defend a cat from stoning. And yet he was known to have joined the worst youths of his native town in secret drinking bouts, thereby acquiring the reputation of a liar and sneak, as well as that of licentiate. At 17, just when the appetite for liquor seemed beyond his control, a great revivalist won his soul, as the saying went, and at 23 he assumed his first pastorate. Success as a pulpit orator was assured by the charm of his voice, the magnetism of his manner. His head was singularly handsome, and often when he spoke his face was irradiated like that of a seraph, and the women of all his congregations adored him from the first glance, embarrassing him with their ardent praises. That he had remained faithful to his wife in spite of this adoration was evidence of her great beauty of character. She was indeed his safeguard and his hourly monitor while she lived. For him she had sacrificed all her friends in the East. She came to the mountains without a murmur. She bore with him, cheered him, upheld him in 100 ways, and when she died, his world went black as midnight. It was as if, in the midst of a monster, interminable cavern, his one star-like light had gone out in his hand. For days he beat his head against the wall, crying defiant curses against his God. but in the end he sank into voiceless despair. Then it was, as he lay prone and passive, that he began to hear mysterious whisperings and tappings on the walls of his cavern of despond. He rose and listened. He groped his way towards the dim light. He returned to the world of men. His faith in the scriptures was weakened, but he soon discovered a wondrous change of heart towards those who claimed to be intermediaries between the worlds of matter and of spirit. He turned his attention to the study of the physical evidences of life after death. Up to that moment, he had given but little credence to Mrs. Lambert's half-hearted confidences concerning her own change of faith, and, as Viola had been away at school much of the time, he had forgotten that she was concerned in the mother's confession. The disclosure of her powers, as he told Dr. Britt after they were both involved in the curious case, came violently without warning a few days after Adele's death.
I was sitting with Mrs. Lambert in sad conversation, seeking her aid and comfort. Viola occupied a low chair beside the shaded lamp, a book upon her knee. She was listening to me. I had just finished saying, in deeply passionate tones, I would give all my hope of life for one whisper from the lips of my Adelaide, when the room began to darken. At first I thought the effect lay in my own brain, but a moment later I perceived that the light had actually begun to fail. We all watched it in silence for a moment. Then Mrs. Lambert remarked, "Viola, Mary forgot to fill the lamp." Even as she spoke, a cool wind blew over my head and lay along my hands. The flame leaped into the air, the room went black, save where a pale glow coming from the street lay upon the floor. A faint rustling arose, a hand touched my cheek, soft lips brushed my ear, and a whisper that stopped the beating of my heart began. A vague, inarticulate murmur at first, but at last I plainly heard my spirit wife speaking in gentle reproof. "Tony, Tony, I am always with you." The whisper ceased. The hand was taken away. A deep sigh came to my ear. My Adelaide was gone. The moment of ecstasy was over. I sat stunned, inert, my brain whirling with the far-reaching import of this experience. Before I could drag myself to my feet, Mrs. Lambert, practical and undisturbed, threw open the door and let the light of the street in. Only then, as I looked on Viola, lying in a trance with white, set face, did I first connect her in any way with my sweet communion with Adelaide. Then, like a flash of joyous light irradiating my soul, came the conviction that she was the medium through whom my Adelaide had spoken, that she had opened the gates of silence for me. I was no longer body. I was a brain suspended in some invisible sea of force. Here was the reality of religion. Here was the answer to the anguished cry of humanity, an answer to my prayers which the Hebrew Scriptures could not give. There was a life beyond the grave. The spirit did persist after the decay of the body. And here, in this little room, when my despair was deepest, the proof had come, blinding me with its beauty. Then I said, "Viola, you have given me the most wonderful moment of my life. You brought my Adelaide and put her hand in mine. Through you, I heard her voice again. God has chosen you for great work. I feel it. You should not repel these powers. Your gift may mean the most exquisite comfort to thousands, nay, millions of bereaved souls." I was amazed at the vehement unreason of her reply. "I don't want it," she cried. "I hate it. I won't sit again." Then I tried to persuade her of her great mission. To no result. The following night I came, and we pleaded with her to act again with us, but she still passionately refused. Why don't they come to you or to Mother, she complained, instead of to me? To this I said, there is no answer. They have made you their instrument, and it is your duty to do their will. That night the little parlor became a battlefield. Mrs. Lambert had invoked the aid of Donald MacLeod, her father, the girl's control. Viola resisted almost to the death. It seemed as if a strong hand clutched her throat, commanding obedience. I feared she would be torn to pieces, and at last I protested. She is suffering too much. Let us give over the sitting. But Mrs. Lambert said quietly, it is her own fault. She is being punished for her obstinacy. Father is disciplining her. He will not harm her. In the end, the power conquered, and the girl lay back in slumber so deep, so dead, that her breath seemed stilled forever, her hands icily inert, her face as white as marble.
Why didn't you interfere?
Asked Britt sternly.
How could I, when the mother and the girl's controls were minded otherwise? Besides, I began to believe in the girl's mission. I began to understand the enormous value of her work. My God, Dr. Britt, had I that girl's gift, I would engross the world. I would write such words across the tomb that death would seem as sweet as baby slumber. I would make the grave a gateway to the light. I would eliminate sorrow from the earth. The Bible no longer satisfies me. I want something more than cold black letters on a printed page. I want to know. I want to thrill the world with a new message, and here, now, at my hand is a medium. I can never have this power. Perhaps it is given only to babes and to sucklings, but I can spread the light. You, Dr. Britt, shall help me. Let us study this wonderful gift. Let us concentrate our energies upon this supreme problem. I will note all that comes to us, and I will write a burning book, a revelation that shall go around the globe, guiding and gladdening every human soul. Think of it. There is no mightier mission on earth. This girl can be, and must be, made a savior, a hope bringer to thousands of despairing souls.
To this fervid appeal, Britt remained impassive and coldly critical, till, chilled and repelled, Clarke had withdrawn his confidence. The two still met occasionally in Mrs. Lambert's home, but their antagonism had deepened to actual hatred. Britt, impotent to help, had long since ceased to protest, even to the girl herself, for he had learned that every revolt on her part brought keener pain and deeper humiliation in its train. He entered upon a study of the subject, and thus far had found little to encourage the hope of the girl's redemption from her maladies. Clarke, too, had surrounded himself with every available book which bore upon these baffling phases of human experiences, and had put himself in touch with every society organised for the investigation of occult phenomena, and in his dark little den brooded day and night over the dimly apprehended laws of the unseen universe. He left his studies only to be with Viola, who had become as necessary to him as his daily food, as indispensable as air. She was at once his hope and his very present help. How to keep her, how to mould her to his will, how to use her to his great purpose of ridding the world of the fear of death, these became his hourly care, his only interest. To these ends he strove to enthrall her by his singing, by his oratory, and by his love of poetry, knowing well that to drum constantly upon the harsh string of her mission would revolt her, and she, thus beset, thus beleaguered, gave over her rebellion, resigning herself to her guides till this ruddy and powerful young man of science came into her world to fill her with new determination to escape from her mental slavery. Clarke loved this girl, not as he had loved Adele, of course, but quite as humanly. Her mediumship, so vital to the world, so sacred in his eyes, had but added to her allurement.
All that I am and all I hope to be is bound up in the possession of that sweet, wonderful child,
he said, in acknowledgment of his discovery. In a very subtle way, he now apprehended a change in the girl, and realising how utterly his aims, his daily happiness, his future depended upon her, he rose from his seat, resolved not merely to advise against her going away, but to claim her as his own, his wife.
My wife!
At this deeply significant word, Adele's pleading face rose vividly before him. Writhing with shame before her reproachful glance, he cried out,
But I cannot live alone. And then consider, I shall be able to meet you each day, perhaps each hour, and as I myself develop in grace of soul, I may come to you without any medium. I am not disloyal to you, Adelaide. I love this girl. I confess that, but not as I loved you. You were my true wife, the only spouse I can ever have. You filled my soul. My love for this girl is that of a father, a teacher. I need her for... Oh, my Adelaide, I will confess, before you came back to me through this child, I was weary of the earth, ready to violently end my anguish. Viola, put your hand again in mine. She gave me to hear your voice. I cannot bear to lose those priceless moments, and yet I must do so if she goes away from me. Am I not justified in desiring her presence? Come to me, tell me, tonight, what you would have me do. Be merciful, my angel spouse. Remember my empty, desolate heart. Remember the greatness of the work I have set myself to do. Oh, my sweet spirit, if you could only put an arm around my neck now, without any other interposing soul. Come to me, whisper to me, now. Let me know your presence here as I sit, alone and despairing.
He ceased to pray and bowed his head upon his desk and waited in an agony of hope. Waited while the darkness deepened and the splendid eternal song of the river proclaimed the futility and folly of man. A cricket sang with heart-piercing cheer, as if to say, I die tomorrow, but I never despair. But no silken rustle, no whispering voice came to still the agony welling in bitter sighs from the lips of the tempted man. Chapter 10. Clarke's Wooing. Mrs. Lambert was face to face with a decision of almost equal moment. Was, indeed, in the midst of formulating the question which perplexed her, in order that she might lay it before her invisible guides for their consideration. She had just written upon a slate these words.
Shall I take Viola and go east, or shall I send her on alone?
When Clarke's foot was heard outside her door. Hastily hiding the slate, she rose to meet her visitor. He was very pale, and something in his glance made her aware that his call was of no ordinary intent.
Where is Viola?
He asked abruptly.
She has gone to the street with a friend. She will return soon.
I am glad you are here alone. I want to talk with you. I don't like the condition of mind Viola is in today. The coming of this Eastern professor seems to have stirred her to another fit of restless desire to go away. I can't think of this, Julia. She is too precious to me to lose. She has become a part of my very heart's blood, and I am afraid to let her go out of my sight. She is young and very impressionable. If she goes away into the city, we may both lose her forever. The time has come to tell you that I love her, not precisely as I loved Adelaide, but deeply, passionately. I want her as my wife. I asked your consent to tell her so, tonight. Will you give that permission?"
Mrs. Lambert gazed up at him with such fixity of surprise that the rush of his forthright appeal weakened towards its end. She was overwhelmed by the intensity of passion in his voice, as well as by surprise that he, so soon after his bitter loss, could turn to another, to her daughter, a child, and at last she whispered,
"What will they say, Anthony?"
This question he had anticipated, and his reply was ready.
"They will advise it, I'm sure, for does it not fit their purpose? Does not my great book depend on Viola's daily cooperation? I have no fear of their answer. I fear what she will say."
He began to pace up and down the room.
"What, from their point of view, does her musical education signify? Think of it. She holds the keys to the gates of death. On her the hopes of millions hang. She is the most wonderful organism in this world, so normal in all other ways, so trustworthy. She will convince all who come into her presence. And then, have not her controls chosen me to publish their discoveries to the world? It is ordained that we work together in this way. She must not go to New York, that vast cauldron which destroys all that is spiritual. She should go only when closely guarded by those who love her and understand her exquisite nature, her gifts. Some day I will take her there. Alone she will be prevented from her grand mission, her message lost, her faith destroyed. Can't you see she must not go?"
"I have done my best to keep her."
"I know you have,"
he answered quickly.
"And now you must give me authority over her, the authority of a husband. I am willing to put the whole matter to the test this night. She knows that I love her, and I think she honors and respects me. Perhaps she may already love me, unworthy as I am."
The mother began now to tremble.
"I don't know, Anthony. She thought, we all understood, that you—"
"I know what you mean,"
he irritably exclaimed.
"Why will you persist in misreading me? I am not disloyal to Adelaide. Can't you see that my devotion for her remains, and that my regard for Viola is no treason to the dead? Adelaide will understand how vital, how necessary Viola is to me, for does she not know that I could not even communicate with her if Viola went away? I do not love Viola as a boy loves, but as a man who understands himself and her, as one who understands her duties. It is a different love, but it is just as true, and it is high and holy. Without her, I would have gone mad. She saved me from despair. Her union with me will make her an evangel to the earth-bound millions."
Flattered as well as awed by this disclosure of her daughter's power, the mother consented to his demand. Marriage with him would safe harbour Viola, would establish her in life, and would also carry forward the work which she, too, considered of greater importance than any other concern of her life.
"I don't know her mind, Anthony,"
she said after a silence.
"She worries and puzzles me lately by her opposition to all our plans, but I don't think she is attached to any of the young men she knows. Still, she is not one to speak of such things, and if she consents—"
"When she comes, leave her to me,"
answered he with returning confidence. Deep in the man's egotistic soul lay the thought.
"I know why this girl is restless and uneasy. I know why she seeks afar off. It is because she thinks me indissolubly bound to Adelaide. When she finds that I love her, that I want her for my wife, she will come, her vague rebellions will cease, her longings will close round me."
When the door opened and Viola stepped into the room, so tall, so vivid, so tingling with life, the very force of his desire rendered Clarke outwardly humble, drove him to a feigning of sadness and to the voicing of desolate weakness. After the mother left them alone, he began speaking in a low voice with deep dropping cadences.
Viola, I have something important to say to you. I am much disturbed over your renewed determination to go away. In the face of the great work which is yours to do, I do not understand how you can think of dropping it in mid-air, so to speak, to go away on an errand which is essentially selfish, as well as most unwise and full of danger. I don't understand this renewal of restlessness on your part.
The girl's face was clouded, for she had just learned of Serviss's departure and was deeply hurt. She drew the pin from her hat and silently laid it on the table, and in this gesture was something of the resolution of the warrior who divests himself of his cumbering plumed helmet.
It's very simple,
she curtly answered.
I want to get away from here for a while. I can't endure my life here any longer.
Why not? Why are you so unhappy?
He asked with an accent of stern reproof.
It is a beautiful land. You are among your own people. You have your music, your work, and you are young. You ought to be happy.
That's just it,
she interrupted quite fiercely.
It is because I am young that I want to do something. It seems to me today as if I were losing the best years of my life here in this little town, and I want to get away. I must get away.
Does your work with me seem of no value?
His glowing eyes sought hers. He approached her.
Do I weary you? Am I an irritation?
Her face softened.
No, you have helped me very much. I couldn't have endured this life without you and my music. But this other life, these sittings, I can't go on with them.
Don't you feel that you must? Don't you feel their enormous importance?
No, I don't. I begin to doubt myself. Everybody. What have they done for you, for anybody, that I should sacrifice my whole life to them and their wishes?
They brought me healing. They made Dr. Randall happy in his last years. They are a daily solace to your mother. They will comfort millions through our agency.
He bent towards her.
Viola, my girl, God has designed for you and me a closer union than even this. You say I have comforted you, that I have made life happier for you. I have come tonight to tell you that I love you and that I want you to be my wife.
The girl recoiled from the touch of his hand, uttering a low cry of surprise, of question. He went on.
Yes, I have grown to care for you beyond any other human being. You are my staff, my stay. God sent you to my spiritual healing. I should have gone mad but for you.
He bent upon her a look of passion and command.
You must not think of going away. You belong to me.
Her face warned him that his appeal was being misinterpreted, and he added quickly,
I know this comes to you abruptly, and yet you must have felt my love. You must have read my heart.
Not in that way,
she answered in a low voice.
I thought I always understood.
The memory of his professed suffering, his oft-expressed adoration for the dead Adele, checked her, filled her with a storm of doubt, and she could not finish her accusation. He caught up the thread she dropped.
I did love Adelaide. I love her still. A holy, mysterious love. A love you cannot understand. My feeling for you is different, but no less high. It is the cry of a lonely, desolate man. Come to me, Viola. Do not question. Follow your heart's leadings, as I do.
The light of her accusing young eyes pierced the armour of his defence, and he fell upon his knees before her.
I can't explain it, but it is true, Viola. I have not deceived you. I loved her. I love her still. She is vital in my life. I was sincere in all I said, but you are flesh and she is spirit. Don't you see? You can comfort me, assist me, work with me as she cannot.
As he poured out his passionate plea, a sense of injury, of disillusionment overran the girl. She revolted from the touch of his head against her knee.
You must not talk to me that way. You belong to her.
She pushed him away.
Get up. Go away from me. I hate you now.
There was something so final, so convicting in her gesture of repulsion, that the man's head dropped. He covered his face and uttered a groaning cry, and so lay silently sobbing, while she looked down at him, woman grown in that instant. His passion moved her to pity, not to love, and she put him aside gently and left the room without further word. Her master, her highest earthly guide, had fallen from his lofty place and lay grovelling at her feet. This conception, vague but massive, oppressed her heart and lay upon her brain like a leaden cap. At the moment she too despaired of life and knew not where to turn for aid. End of Book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 1. The Modernists. The bacteriologic department of the Corlea Medical School stood at this time on one of the cross streets of the old East Side, not far from Corlea Park. It was a large old-fashioned brick building, worn of threshold and as ugly in line as a livery barn. Its entrance was merely a gap in the wall, its windows rectangular openings to let in the light. Not one touch of colour or grace, not one dignified line could be detected through its whole exterior. It was constructed for use, not ornament. Interiorly, it was quite as utilitarian. Its halls, bare and cheerless, echoed to the tread and were repellent as those of a barracks. The visitor felt chilled, disappointed, as if he had been met by the insolent servant of an indifferent hostess. It seemed the home of the mathematical, the mechanical, the material, but this was a mistake. It was a house of dreams. The right knock at one of those ugly doors would permit one to step into the presence of the most cheery, the most learned, the most imaginative of individuals, the man of germs, poet, dreamer, and experimentalist, absorbed in the pursuit of the unattainable, concerned with the ultimate structure of organic life, baffled, yet toiling on for love of his work, while the sick of the world believe in him as an angel of altruism. The faraway rivers of the world have all been traversed and mapped, but the streams of blood in the arteries of man are filled with the unknown. The habits of the Esquimaux, the customs of the dwarfs of Central Africa, the ways of the baboons of Sumatra, are minutely set to book. But the wars of the phagocytes remain indeterminate, unexplained. With microscope to his eye, the bacteriologist is now examining the constituent parts of the blood, isolating, breeding, and minutely studying the germs of fevers, the growths of tumours, and other elemental forms of human parasites, in order to discover their antagonisms, their likings, for in these jungles of the flesh, the war of races proceeds quite as in the Amazonian forests, the white cells against the red, devouring, destroying. The men behind these bald, bleak doors are tireless workers as well as seers and sages. They toil, at ridiculously low salaries, in the avowed hope of eradicating diseases. They do not pause in dismay of the insoluble. They, or such as they, discover the cure for smallpox, for hydrophobia, diphtheria, and for yellow fever. They and their like brought chloroform to the women in travail, and ether to the wounded soldier. They have enormously reduced the number of those who die on the battlefield by their antiseptic dressings, and by one discovery after another have made infantile diseases less destructive. They already control yellow fever and are about to eradicate typhoid. Yet they say,
"Our work is but begun."
Here one comes upon their dreams, calm and contained as their words are. Their hearts are aflame with passion for the undiscovered. They are akin to those who seek the theoretic poles of the earth. Undaunted by endless defeats, with quickening breath, they watch the electrons flame and fall, seeing the ultimate constitution of matter almost within their grasp. And yet they do not permit their dreams to blind or weaken them in their wearisome, hopeless quest. They have their heroism for humanity too. They meet death face to face, as they pry close into the cause of decay, the secret of morbid growth. There is more danger in certain germs than in lions. Blood poisoning is to the surgeon a more constant menace than hunger to an Arctic explorer. These students never know what destroyer they may unwittingly unloose. Cross-section of abnormal tissue is more entrancing than a rose leaf. A cluster of bacilli more beautiful than a snowflake. They have gone past all creeds, these calm young men, but they bow before the unspeakable majesty of the unknown. To them the Hebrew scriptures are but the tales of minstrels in the childhood of the race. Mohammed a dreamer of baseless visions, and Christ but incarnate love in an age of war. The Creator they conceive is too profound to admit of any attribute. He neither thinks nor feels, and the life that pulses at the base of the first faint cell is a part of the same power that binds the stars to their circling suns. Notwithstanding their daily contact with the most appalling cases of disease and death, they come and go briskly with jocular greetings on the stairways. They return to their homes each night to read, to smoke their pipes, deporting themselves like commonplace fathers and brothers and husbands. They even make love like other men, but nevertheless they may be overtaken in muse like alchemists, subject to fear and hope like children. To the businessman, their ways are ways of silence and sorcery. Their deep-hid convictions are at variance with all theories of Christian redemption, and the realities of their realm more startling than any romance of war or peace. To them matter is as insoluble as the transforming forces which emanate from it. They play with nerves, laying bare the beating heart of life, forever finding, yet forever failing. To this big bare building, to one of those barren rooms, Morton Serviss returned after 8 weeks' study of the sands and the stars and the cave dwellings of vanished men. From the infinitely lonely and huge and beautiful, he cloistered himself to pore upon the habits of the infinitely small, to listen to the swarming, diminished tumult of the protozoa. He came back as usual, brown, alert, and keen-eyed, eager for work, confident of some new victory, for he was an investigator of weight, and standing among the younger men of science. On the street he was indistinguishable from other debonair young men of good social position. In his laboratory he was a master, absorbed, reticent, and precise of plan. His chief, a little grey, bent, brusque German, greeted him with absent-minded smile, remarked briefly upon his good health, and then they set to work. In 30 seconds he had forgotten the desert, the face of Viola, all his energies concentrated on the segment of cancer beneath his eye. A newly developed germ, 1,000th part the stature of a gnat's toe, shut out the valley of the cholera. All day he moved among a wilderness of tubes, jars, and copper ovens, peering, observing, and in a sense happy. But at night, when alone with his pipe in his study, the lavender sands, the violet peaks, the vivid saffron skies returned with power. Viola too came back to bewitch him from his reading, to make his microscopic world of shadowy substance and the smell of his laboratory a hateful thing. He heard nothing further of her. Britt wrote once or twice, but did not allude to either Clarke or the Lamberts, and Serviss did not care to ask particularly about them. It was better for him not to be concerned further with the girl's singular history. He hated the irregular, the pretentious. His own life, so clear, so well regulated, made her daily performances the more monstrous. The whole had become so foolish in retrospect that he refrained from speaking of it, even to his sister. It was not quite true that he saw little of New York, for his sister, Mrs. Rice, a widow with 2 children, who kept his house, or rather his double flat, was a social soul, and not merely went about freely, but entertained regularly. They lived handsomely, and the world in which they moved was crowded with duties as well as with some pleasures. They entertained at their table artists from Paris, savants from Berlin, and literary lesser-lights from London, and they enjoyed all this, envying the richer and more ostentatious families of the city as little as they despised the poor of Hester Street. The one quality which they insisted upon in their guests was intellectual cleverness. Perhaps they were a little severe on bores. Their ways were quite as remote from the so-called captains of industry as from the farmers of Jersey, and the roar of Broad Street was so far away it reached them but as the hum of hornets outside their window-pane. To the explorer of Tibet this life was narrow. To the gay dinner parties of Upper Fifth Avenue it would have seemed dull. To the wrecker of railroads on Wall Street it was indubitably petty. To the merchant it was unprofitable, and yet they were quite content with it, and looked out upon the bustling throngs of fashion and the hustling world of business with equal word of good-natured contempt.
"We can't all be biologists,"
Serviss was accustomed to say.
"And I suppose somebody must continue to steal and murder."
They came of good stock, these Servisses, and knew it and felt it. Breeding was indicated in their well-set heads, in their shapely hands, and especially in their handsome noses.
"We are inclined to be stubby, that's true. But we have the noses of aristocrats. They go back to the Aryans of the Danube,"
said Mrs. Rice to a friend.
"Morton cannot consider a girl of questionable pedigree, no matter how rich or charming she may be. We believe in stock, not in family, but strain. A family is an accident. A strain is a formation. The Mortons and the Servisses are strains. Their union in my brother will yet make itself felt."
Her confidence in his powers was absolute.
"He is one of the greatest young men of his day. Time will show,"
she added, as if to clinch her argument. The circle of their acquaintance included, first of all, and of course, the scientific group, then in successive widening waves, the general literary and educational fraternities, the artistic and musical sets, and finally they kept in touch with the old New York families, their own schoolmates and friends and those related. All the details and duties of the social side of his life Morton turned over to Kate, and such was her tact and her skill and charm as hostess that her rooms of a Tuesday afternoon were filled with a company of men and women as cheerful and as informal as they were clever and distinguished. Among these groups Serviss moved as detached of all responsibility as any of his guests, finding in this contact with bright minds one of the greatest pleasures of his life. These various circles moved afar from isms. They prided themselves on their balance, their common sense, their fund of comparative ideas. True, some of the women had embraced Christian Science more or less openly, but they did not esteem it necessarily to proselyte. Political creeds were but jocularly discussed. To advocate any special belief was to prick oneself down a bore, although some of those in the strictly university circles did at times become troublesomely learned in conversation. However, this was esteemed
old fogyism
by the younger men like Serviss, who alluded to
the days of the professional monologue
with smiling contempt. Conversation with them was a means of diversion, not of enlightenment as to any special subject. Into these circles a thoroughgoing spiritualist never penetrated. To tell the truth, these modernists did not permit the hereafter to awe or affright them. Some of them went to church, but they did so calmly, patiently, as to a decorous function, and some may at times have prayed through the medium of printed supplication. But generally speaking, they had reached a sort of philosophic indifference as to the one-time burning question of heaven or hell. So far from acquiescing in the dictum that morality was but filthy rags, they esteemed good deeds and clean thoughts higher than any religion whatsoever. Mrs. Rice expressed the convictions of many of her associates by saying humorously,
"No, I don't want to be saved. I'm not lost. I don't know as I care for immortality. Forever is a long time. I might get bored. Anyhow, the future must take care of itself."
In all the drawing-rooms of his friends, Morton Serviss was a most welcome guest. His frank boyish ways, his careless dress, his freedom from cant, his essential good fellowship deceived the most of his acquaintances into thinking him a mere dabbler in science, a man of wealth amusing himself. But Weissmann, who was qualified to know, said,
"He has a persistency, concentration, a keen mind, a clear eye, and a wonderful physique."
He belonged, moreover, to the men of imagination, not to those who write books or poems, but to those who tunnel mountains, build vast bridges, invent new motors, and play with electrical currents as if they were ribbons. The novelist, basing himself on what he knows of human nature, projects himself into the unknown, just as the scientist who stands on the discoveries of those before him feels out into the darkness for new stars, new forces. And yet, as Clarke and his party indignantly declared,
both novelist and scientist ignore the question most vital to all of us, the question of the soul's survival after death.
Ignore it till some loved one dies. Then they, too, agonise in secret over the mystery for a space, only to rise and go back to their work, concealing the conviction which their hour of anguish brought to them. Perhaps it was not chance, but deep design, which had brought this vigorous young investigator face to face with a mystery crying out for solution. Certainly it was not without craft that the unseen powers had baited their hook with the almost irresistible allurement of a young and ardent girl. If there is logic in the shadow, fate was on Viola's side. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 2. News of Viola. One morning in late March, while Serviss was still at his morning's mail, Dr. Britt's card came in, bringing with it instant vivid recollection of Colorado. The beauty of his days there had by no means faded from his mind, although he had succeeded in putting his romance in the background of his working brain, and had given up all thought of ever seeing Viola again. He greeted Britt most cordially.
So you turned up at last. How's the lung? Isn't this a raw time of year for you?
Well, yes, but my father died a few days ago, and I had to come on. And being near, I ran in to see how you and the bugs were getting on.
Oh, we're thriving. Their ways are quite absorbing. How is your own farm?
All in ruins. The fact is I've neglected the poor little brutes. I had no time for germs after I went off into the study of spooks.
You don't tell me you've turned investigator of spirits? What have you discovered?
Not a thing. It's the most elusive problem I ever tackled. You remember the Lamberts?
Very well. I was about to ask about them.
They're here now.
Here? In New York?
Yes. They went to Boston last fall. Boston is a hotbed of spookism, as you may know. They spent the winter there among the brethren, and have come on here for a change.
They'll get it. What is the girl doing?
Spooking, mainly. That's all her guides will allow her to do. Clarke still dominates the household by the aid of the ghostly granddaddy. A grim old chap, that. They hold regular seances now.
You don't mean it.
Serviss grew graver yet of countenance.
I had hoped they would spare her that humiliation. I haven't seen her name in the papers.
Oh, they don't go quite so far as that. The circles are very select. Only the priests of the faith and their friends are invited. No admission fee, you understand.
I'm glad of that. It would be too bad to put that child forward in the double role of faker and money breeder. But tell me, have you any fresh light on the subject of her mediumship?
Well, yes. I've changed my point of view slightly. I'm inclined to think there is pretty generally some basis for the faith. The literature of the subject is immense, and some of it is as well authenticated as any physical treatise. I'm convinced that Miss Lambert has no intent to deceive. She has no possible motive to do so. But Clarke has, and yet I cannot connect him directly with the phenomena.
How is her health?
Very good, apparently. She is quite as blooming as when you saw her, and is immensely more mature mentally.
Is she resigned to her life?
Sometimes she is, and sometimes not. She is very sensitive to influences, and at times, when Clarke is near, she grows almost as enthusiastic as he. At other times, she bitterly complains. I tried to free her from Clarke, but she wouldn't give me the authority necessary.
What do you mean by that?
There was something both sad and mocking in Britt's face as he answered.
I offered to marry her. Wasn't that generous of me? She spurned my humble offer, intimating that there was small choice between me and Clarke and the spooks. No, I'll be honest. She was very nice and kind about it, and added that perhaps Mr. Clarke was right. Her duty in the world was to convince people of the reality of the forces, or something like that. I shall never marry, she added, to soften the blow. And really, she does seem a person set apart.
Serviss looked down at his book.
I suppose she imagines herself stricken with a mortal illness. I confess I sometimes think of her in that way. I can't understand why her parents—"
He checked himself.
"Where are they stopping?"
They're housed over near the Riverside Drive with a wild enthusiast who has oodles and wads of money. Old Simeon Pratt.
"I've heard of Simeon. Uncle Simeon, the reporters call him on the street. I remember now about his spiritualism. He had some remarkable experiences after his wife's death. Drowned, wasn't she?"
You can't afford to be indefinite about Simeon's sorrows, Doctor, for they made him what he is. I find these believers all start in about the same way. Simeon's wife and 2 daughters were lost in the English Channel. Simeon became a believer the following Monday, or maybe it was Tuesday.
"I recall the story of his life now. It was all very tragic. I wonder he didn't become a maniac."
"Some people think he did,"
answered Britt dryly.
"So, there was Simeon. He lives gorgeously, I'm told."
"About like a lone American guest in a 20 franc per day hotel in Paris. Why, yes, they're very comfortable there. All but the girl. She's discontented and unhappy, if I'm any judge, and is besieged day and night by the mourning faithful, not to speak of certain amorous males."
This hurt, and Serviss shifted ground.
"Does she keep up her music?"
Again Britt smiled, but not humorously.
"She plays the harp, in the dark."
"You mean—"
"She's taken on a lot more of the regulation tricks. Materializing flowers, slate writing, music without hands, etc."
"You don't mean it. I can hardly associate such doings with her."
Sorrow and indignation mingled in his voice.
"I assure you I was there last night at a circle, and these things took place with Clarke as ringmaster. There wasn't a particle of originality. It was the same old mill and the same old grist, yet I don't hold her responsible in any harmful degree. I can't believe she designedly tricks, but she's surrounded now by a gang of chattering, soft-pated women, and men with bats in their belfry, who unite in assuring her that her God-given powers must be fostered. They've cut her off from any decent marriage. She's virtually a prisoner to their whims. What they may induce her to do next, I don't know. I'm going to hang round here for a week or 2 and see."
A violent fit of coughing interrupted him. When he recovered, he looked up sidewise.
"Isn't this a peach of a climate? Wouldn't you think they'd build at least one of their big cities where microbes could enfatten on genius?"
"What led Clarke to consent to leaving the West? When I was there, he bitterly opposed her going."
"Oh, it's very simple. He has written a book on the physical proof of immortality, and being anxious for a publisher, withdrew his opposition to her plan, and declared himself willing to go to Boston, at Lambert's expense."
"Is he out of the church?"
"Absolutely. You should have heard his farewell sermon. It really was as dramatic a speech as I ever heard. He went on to declare that the Hebrews were not the only seers, that the wells of inspiration were not yet dry, that revelation was waiting upon every soul today, and that he had been led by sorrow to listen at the keyhole, and so on. I trembled for the girl's secret, but he had himself in hand and did not betray her. No one out there knows for certain what her abnormalities are."
"How about Lambert? Why didn't he take a hand?"
"He seemed bewildered by it all, and overawed by Clarke and the girl's controls. 'It's all above the timberline for me,' he said, but he didn't like their coming away a little bit. He was angry with Clarke for breaking up his home, and if the girl had been his own, I think he would have stopped the business long ago. Then there was a young fellow, Clinton Ward, who was working for Lambert, a fine young fellow."
"I remember him."
"Well, it seems that his father is a partner in a publishing firm in Boston, and Clarke tried to make use of him to get his book published, and I believe his firm is to take it. Meanwhile, the young fellow is in love with Viola, and willing to marry her and take chances, but his family is very properly aghast. Viola, knowing this, or for some other reason, refuses him. And there you are. The girl seems cursed on all sides, and worst of all has to endure Clarke and his ravings 12 hours of every mortal day.
What is her relation to Clarke?
Asked Serviss hesitatingly.
Well, now I don't know. Sometimes I think he controls her by some infernal hypnotic power. And then again, from some phrase of her own, I think she considers her mind diseased, and marriage with anyone else impossible.
I don't see how the mother can stand by and see her daughter's life burned away.
She, in her turn, seems enslaved to the dead. She has often told me that her father's spirit is leading her every movement.
That particular ghost is Clarke, don't you think?
Britt's eyes narrowed.
I don't know. I have never been able to connect him directly with a single one of these manifestations, and yet he must be at the bottom of part of it.
It all comes back, then, to the girl herself.
Britt rose uneasily.
I repeat, I am completely at sea. I have studied every line of old Randall's notes till I am dopey myself. Everything has conspired to make the girl hysterical, to fasten some accursed mental weakness upon her. If I could have stopped it 2 years ago, she might have outgrown it. Every year now makes it less easy for her to shake it off, whatever it is.
Atrocious!
Exclaimed Serviss.
Has no one authority to act?
Britt shrugged his shoulders.
What would you do when both parents, the living and the dead, consent? Only a husband could intervene, and Clarke seems to be about to claim that place. No, I see no hope for the girl. She may be right after all in joining Clarke.
Serviss rose to release the emotional tension under which he had kept his limbs.
You don't know their present plans?
No, only that Clarke is going to publish soon.
He looked round the room.
What a development since my time. Bacteriology and autotransportation are neck and neck in their amazing expansion.
Thereupon, they dropped all reference to the Lamberts and their trials, and turned their minds upon phagocytes and other ravening mites, whose likes and dislikes, minute as they are, work more devastation than cannon. Serviss's work was over for that day. After Britt went away, he sat idly at his desk, his mind busy with the revolting pictures, called up by what he had heard of Viola.
They are destroying a beautiful soul,
he exclaimed bitterly, as he recalled the charm of her face and the voice on that ride to the mine.
They are forcing a charming girl into an abominable life. They are warping her moral fibre into ugliness and death. And Clarke is the fanatic devil of the scheme.
The desire to see her, to talk with her, to measure the change in her grew very strong, so strong that he meditated a call. But the thought of Clarke cut the resolution off before it was fully formed.
Probably Britt is right. Clarke's rotten soul has fatally infected hers.
When Weissmann came in, Serviss turned to him and said,
Doctor, I want to ask you a very unusual question.
Proceed,
replied the old man, who spoke with a little touch of the German now and then.
What do you think of the claims of spiritualism?
Weissmann did not smile as Serviss had expected. He became grave.
I am not qualified to judge. Speaking generally, I would say there are many phases to be considered. There are some millions of people who believe in it, which would argue some small basis of truth to start with. On the other hand, the extraordinary credulity of these people is to be taken into account.
You mean they are those bereaved and anxious to believe?
Precisely. Again, speaking generally, I find few things impossible in this world of mystery. To take an old metaphor, I would not be surprised to find a grain of wheat in all this bushel of chaff. Every genuine phenomenon in the world stands related to every other phenomenon, and I believe that the truth or falsity of the spiritualistic hypothesis can be determined in accordance with physical evidence. If I were young and strong like you, I would devote myself to the study of this delusion. It should be studied by one like yourself, to whom death is no near presence. As for me, I have 2 sons and 1 wife dead. My judgment would be vitiated herewith. You have no dead. You would make an admirable student of the spirit voices and signs.
Serviss, though a little awed by the old man's unexpectedly solemn manner, ventured further.
Have you ever witnessed any of these unaccountable doings which Crooks and Zollner instance?
I have had them in my own chamber.
The old man's eyes twinkled.
Once, as I was dozing on my bed, one morning early, a faint cloud, like a puff of smoke, began to form above my head. It became pendulous, reaching towards me, and out of it a hand developed and extended. I said, "It is an hallucination. Very curious. I will touch it and it will vanish." I reached. I grasped the hand. It was warm and solid. I leapt from my bed with a yell.
He chuckled at his keenly remembered discomfiture.
How do you account for it? It was an illusion, of course. You thought the illusion only ocular. It extended to the sense of touch.
Weissmann's eyes gleamed speculatively.
We will let it go so. The world of sense and the world of spirit curiously intermingle, as we know.
But these manifestations, so far as I have any knowledge, are so foolish and childish.
Well, so many foolish and childish persons have gone to the other world. Death is not the beginning of wisdom. I am an old man, Serviss, and already many of my loved ones are dead. I should like to believe they are still sentient, and maybe they are. I am German. The blood of Kant is in my veins.
He seemed to be speaking partly to himself.
I do not dogmatize so gladly as I once did. As I do not know the essence of matter, it would be folly for me to assume to fathom the depths of spirit. The essential hopelessness of science is coming to render me humble. Spiritualism certainly is a comfortable belief. I would gladly embrace it if I could. I suspend judgment. This desire for another life may be only a survival of a more unreasoning time, something we will outgrow.
Serviss was profoundly surprised by his chief's attitude. He had expected a large, calm, and rather contemptuous reply to his question. In place of decision he encountered a doubt, a hesitancy, which betrayed weakness. Rudolf Weissmann, great as he was, belonged to the innumerable throng of the bereaved whose judgments are clouded by passion. He too was growing old. His all-embracing mind had yielded to a hallucination. The young man's respect for his chief did not diminish, but a feeling of sadness swept over him as he realised that another renowned and fearless investigator was nearing the end of his great usefulness, and that upon the clear blue steel of his intelligence the rust of age had begun to fall. Truly the power of his early training, his worship of Kant and his school, was still vital. Then he pondered his words.
If I were a young man like you, I would investigate this thing.
And recalled that no young man of science had ever devoted himself to it.
They all came to it late in life, after bereavement.
The bereaved, the whole stupendous delusion, seemed to rest upon the overmastering desire of the bereaved for their beloved. The great and good men and women among the believers, he was willing to admit there were such, came to investigation weakened by sorrow, made illogical by loss. They put their sane judgment, their strength, their calm patience aside, and grasped eagerly at the lying comfort extended to them. They were not merely deceived, they developed fraud by their blindness, by their hunger for consolation, and by their crass credulity. He was still young enough to have inexorable theories, to be of single-hearted loyalty to his creed. To him as a monist, the soul as an entity apart from the body did not exist. Consciousness was a physical disturbance of the higher nerve centres, and thought a secretion of the brain. He acknowledged no line of demarcation between the crystals and the monera, and no chasm, of course, between man and the animals. The universe was a unit, and all its forms and forces differentiations of one substance, and that substance too mysterious to be analysed or named. In such a philosophy as this, there could be no room for any hypothesis which even so much as squinted towards dualism, or that permitted a conception so childish as the persistence of the individuality after death. However, he did not carry his implacable principles into the homes of his friends, and seldom permitted them to interfere with his enjoyment of wines or good dinners, the theatre or the drawing-room. This fact, from a cynical point of view, proved his faith to have been as truly of his laboratory as that of a bishop, with Spencer and Darwin and Koch and Haeckel as the founders of its articles. He went home that night with the words of both Weissmann and Britt intermingling in his mind, strongly tempted to tell Viola's story to his sister, and so enlist her sympathy for the poor girl. But it happened that an engagement to dine filled Kate's mind, and he had no time to open the subject till they were on the way, and by that time he had concluded not to involve her in his perplexity. By a curious coincidence, one of the guests at the dinner brought a hush of expectancy over the entire company by relating a series of experiences he had been privileged to share with a psychic some years before. He told of his mystification with a laugh in his eyes and with racy vigour of tongue. But Serviss, newly alive to the topic, could not but marvel at the intensity of interest manifested by every soul present.
"Disguise it as we may,"
said the narrator,
"this question of the life beyond the grave is chief of all of our problems. It is the sovereign mystery after all."
At this the hostess spoke.
"I wish we could see some of these things. You make us shudder deliciously. Can't you sometime bring this remarkable young woman? They're always women, aren't they?"
"Oh, no,"
laughingly replied the young fellow.
"One of the most amusing stunts I ever saw was that of a man in Washington who made a banjo play behind a curtain while holding both your hands."
Why do the spirits do such foolish things? I should think they'd be ashamed to act so frivolous-like.
They always talk like Indians, don't they? It's a pity. Why aren't they dignified and sincere?
The young storyteller went on.
"That's just it. The mediums are so nonchalant while causing these marvels that they fail to convince. Why, when I was holding a slate in order that they might write upon it, I minded the scratching no more than the clock a-ticking, they had made me that careless of their hocus-pocus. A voice in my ear can't make me start, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can now rouse my fell of hair. You put a potato in the ashes of the hearth, and it will ultimately pop into something to eat. You put a medium in a dark place, and she will set your soul's nerves a-tingle."
Under all this banter, Serviss perceived the pulse of an interest which laid hold on the most secret hopes and fears of the youngest, and shook the eldest with an elemental dread and longing. It was as if the floodgates of a sea of doubt and wonder had been turned in upon a dozen minds hitherto as well kept as lawns. Questions popped like corks, and answers were as vivacious as the gurgle of wine. But the topic remained indeterminate, the argument inconclusive. On their way home, Serviss said to his sister,
"Did you notice how profound the silence became when Ralph started that discussion of the occult?"
It is always so.
"Is it really? I hadn't noticed it particularly."
That's because people are afraid to talk such things before you scientists. Why, every woman there has been to a palmist or a mind reader or something.
You astonish me. Have you?
Of course. I go every little while, just for fun. We all pretend that we don't believe in it, but we do. I'm scared blue every time I go to a new one. They're all such creepy creatures. The last one I went to was positively weird.
Service was severe.
Kate, I am ashamed of you. To think that you, a woman of penetration, associating with people of rare intelligence like myself—
But why don't you people of rare intelligence look into these things? Why do you leave us poor untrained emotional creatures to suffer befoolment, when you could so easily instruct us and shield us?
Because, while we could easily prove you befooled, you would still follow after your sawdust idols. We prefer to save you from your bodily infirmities and contagions, and so react on your minds.
She laughed.
That's very clever of you, and very decent. Stay with your germs, rob us of our diseases, but leave us, oh, leave us our delicious thrills.
She became grave.
The fact is, Morton, we all have moments when we feel the presence of the dead. I do. Father and Mother never seem away off in our Graceland vault. Sometimes they seem to be in the room with me. It's all a fancy, you'll say, and very foolish. But I believe Mother actually comes to help me with Georgie when he is ill. Sometimes, in the deep of the night, I thrill as if she touched me.
He was not unsympathetic as he said,
You never hinted at this before.
I was afraid to do so. If Mother exists somewhere, and in some etherealized form, why can't she come back? Why couldn't her mind act on mine and produce the sensation of her presence?
Perhaps it could, only there is no proof of its ever happening.
Now see here, Morton. So long as we are on this subject at last, I want to ask you, do you believe Mother is gone? Absolutely blotted out of existence?
She waited in tense silence, and as they passed a street lamp, and the light fell on his face, he seemed to have grown suddenly pale.
Do you believe Darwin and Spencer and Victor Hugo have gone to nothingness?
No, at the bottom of my heart I can't think that, and yet, theoretically, I cannot conceive of the existence of any soul apart from the body. Think of it. If Mother lives, so do all the billions of cannibals, Negroes, Bushmen. You can't draw a line and say, here begins the immortal souls.
That isn't the question. I do not believe that Father and Mother and Hayward have vanished into a handful of dust. I cling to a belief in their living selves, not because the bishop and the prayer book say so, but just because my own mind says so. I won't surrender them, that's all.
And yet, a faith springing from such a desire is not well-based. I want to tell you about some people I met last summer. They will interest you.
Thereupon he pictured his first meeting with Viola. He described the mother and Clarke. He told of his interview with Britt, and of Randall's revelations concerning Viola's life.
And now they have convinced the girl that she should extend her sphere of influence and bring her chicanery to bear on the metropolis.
How do you know it is chicanery?
Britt said—
I don't care what Britt said. You found the mother sweet, and you admit the girl is charming. I'll trust your instinct in such matters, Mort. You've never been one to run after frumps and minxes. She had good eyes?
Beautiful eyes. Steady, blue-gray, wistful. She quite enchanted me at first.
And you're sentimental over her still?
I didn't say that I was sentimental over her at any time.
I don't care what you said. I can tell by your voice that she is a lost, sweet dream. What do you want me to do?
Nothing.
Yes, you do. You want me to see her and find out what she's doing here. It is Kate to the rescue. I will go tomorrow.
You are too precipitate. You might wait and get my mind.
I have your mind already, and I believe in doing things vigorously. Besides, you've roused my curiosity. After all these years of waiting to see you get interested in something besides your bugs. I'm delighted to know you're human, and that there is one woman in the world who can make you moan. You are hit, don't deny it. You've been brooding on that girl all this time. I've known you were hit, but I thought I would wait till you cared to speak. I'm crazy to see her. I shall act at once.
It's too much to ask of you, but I hope you will consider me to the extent—
If your theory is correct, that girl ought to be snatched away before the mob of occultists, freaks, and flatterers of this city utterly spoil her. Anyhow, I'm going to look into her case on my own account.
And in this determination, she snuggled into the corner of the carriage and became silent. Serviss found that sharing his experience with his sister had enormously increased the weight and importance of his doubt. Viola and her singular beleaguerment had suddenly grown to be a vital problem, something to be immediately seized upon, and he casually added,
"It is only fair to say that the Lamberts are above the need of taking money for any display of psychic force."
Suddenly Kate sat up.
Suppose the girl really has these powers?
That is impossible.
Why impossible? Do you men of science pretend to know all there is to know?
Certainly not, but think what such an admission involves.
No matter what it involves. You don't ask what the X-ray involves. You ask first of all, is it a fact? If the girl has these powers, then what?
You don't even know what she claims, do you?
Not in detail.
Well then, don't condemn her till you know what you're condemning her for.
Kate, you amaze me. I thought you would commend my cool judgment, my sanity, and lo and behold, as Aunt Selina says, you have become the girl's advocate and the assailant of science.
Not at all. I merely say you scientific people should not be so insultingly sure that people with a faith are fools.
We don't say fools, we merely say misinformed.
Anyhow, you've interested me in this medium.
For heaven's sake, don't call her that if you're going to see her. To apply such a name to that sweet child is an outrage.
Kate's voice was exultant as she cried out,
Now I know you're in love with her.
Mrs. Rice, you are a very wise woman.
I hope I shall not find you a very silly scientist,
she replied, with several implications of superiority in both words and tone. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 3. Britt comes to dine. His sister's blunt words brought Morton face to face with himself. His heart had been touched, his imagination fired by Viola. Hence his discontent, his heat of anger towards the unlovely side of her life. It was the memory of her that had kept him half-hearted to the claims of several comely women of his circle whom Kate had advocated. And now his mind, which ought to have been given up entirely to bacteria, was filled with the face and fortunes of one who was either living a lie or suffering from an abnormally developed brain. Singular and sad predicament for a man who had determined to move slowly and with calm foresight. Furthermore, the whole world in which his love lived and moved was repellent, silly, and morbid. Since his meeting with her, he had tried to read some of the journals devoted to her faith, and had found them incredibly inane, smudgely printed, slovenly of phrase, and filled with messages from Aristotle, Columbus, and Confucius, which would have been discouraging in a boy of 12 years old. The phraseology, the cant terms nauseated him. The advertisements of psychics, world-famous mediums, palmists, horologists, and only the devil himself knows what else, filled him with disgust, added to his already poor opinion of sick humanity. Of these Viola now formed a part, as an actress shares the envy, the brag, the selfish, blatant struggle for success, which is reflected in the advertising columns of dramatic journals. He ran down each column of display ads of the world of spirit, timorously, almost expecting to see a notice of
the marvellous psychic Miss Viola Lambert, the mountain seeress,
and so on. On deeper thought, he found these papers shrewdly contrived to take human beings at their weakest point, their most unguarded moment. They had the boldness of the juggler who knows the blind spot in the eyes of his spectators. They occupied a field apart from all other periodicals in the world. Science, literature, and art concerned them only so far as they touched upon, illuminated, or strengthened faith in
the farther shore.
They were as special as a trade journal, far more so indeed for the boot and shoe newsprints, occasional reviews of books, and some admirable stories may be found within its pages, side by side with notes on burnishers and stitching machines. The accounts of circles, sittings, and seances, good Lord, how he hated that word, were almost comic, and yet to think of Viola and her gracious mother concerned with these meetings, even as spectators, filled him with angry disgust. According to Britt, the girl was a self-deluded faker at the best, and the worst an habitual hysterical trickster, avid for notoriety. In either case, a tainted, leprous thing, a woman to be shunned by every man who valued a dignified and wholesome life. It was worse than folly to permit such a creature to break in on his work, to draw his mind from his reading. Nevertheless, she continued to do both these things. The next morning, as he was leaving the house for his office, he stepped into the dining room and took a seat by his sister's side.
"Kate,"
he said, and his voice was stern,
"you must not call upon Miss Lambert."
"Why not, Morton?"
"Because it would prove a snare to you and an embarrassment to me. She is a singularly attractive girl. No one can face her and accuse her. Britt says she is much more mature than when I saw her, and by that he meant to convey that she had grown clever, if not tricky. There is a bad streak in her, I'm afraid, for all her charm, and you would better let her entirely alone. Upon the most charitable construction she is hysterical, and her deception probably arises, as Britt says, from a diseased brain. In any case, she is not a fit person for you to meet."
"But you said she has good eyes?"
"She has. She is bewitchingly pretty, but that only makes her case the more perplexing. Why trouble ourselves about her?"
"I'm going to call upon her anyway. I'm not afraid. I am wild to see a girl who can upset you so completely. You are upset, I can see that."
Morton laughed rather sadly.
"That's a fine, womanly reason, and may be sufficient for you. But if you go, understand, Kate, it is against my wish. I do not care to know anything more about her and her problems. She has interfered too much with my work already."
She looked deep into his soul, then took another tack.
"Well then, bring on this man Britt. He's the only witness for the prosecution, isn't he? Let's have him to dinner. I want to interrogate him, as the lawyers say. I want to know what kind of a man he is before I take his word against a girl who rejected him. He may be only jaundiced."
"He was their family physician."
"I don't care if he was. He may be seeking revenge on the girl."
She put her arm about his neck.
"You poor boy. That girl's troubles have upset you. I'm delighted to find you so humanly romantic. At least I would be if she weren't so questionable. But we'll find out. I'm on her side till I know more of Britt. Besides, I'm not sure that her mysterious powers are not real."
And she sent him away less keenly concerned, With all her impulse and zeal of friendship, she was a woman of sense and power. Britt came to dinner promptly, gratified for a chance to wear his evening dress. Kate received him gladly, but was taken aback by his languid elegance of manner. He really looked distinguished, and she rather hastily explained.
Our dinner is only a family affair, Dr. Britt. We wanted to have you all to ourselves.
Nothing could be better for me, Mrs. Rice, I assure you,
he answered gallantly.
A formal dinner would embarrass me. I've been so long in the hills, I feel like a Long Island hermit. It's a far halloo from Colorado to the Bowery.
It's farther still from the Bowery to Colorado. That's what makes you Western people so interesting to us of the East.
Please don't make me out an honored son of the West, Mrs. Rice. I was born in New Jersey.
Were you indeed? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I regret it myself. The West would have fitted me out with better lungs.
Kate never went round when she could wade across. Therefore no sooner were they inhaling the savour of the soup than she began her interrogation.
I am very much interested in occult affairs, Dr. Britt, and my brother tells me you are the family physician of this remarkable Miss Lambert. Tell us about her.
Britt considered a moment.
It is true that Mrs. Lambert confided in me and permitted me to take a part in Viola's sittings, but I can hardly be called her physician. In the first place, the girl seems so perfectly well physically that medicine is unnecessary, and then, too, I never had her confidence. To be plain, I think she hated the sight of me.
Why was that?
He cast a curious sidewise glance.
Well, I'm not pretty to look at, and then I reckon she thought I was investigating her.
I hope you were.
I was, but I didn't get very far.
What barred you?
Well, to begin with, pretty nearly everything took place in the dark.
It's always so,
exclaimed Kate.
I wonder why.
He shrugged his shoulders.
They all say light is antagonistic to the power. You can draw your own inference.
Morton spoke.
I never could understand why they didn't make a special effort to avoid that criticism.
Well, tell us what happened,
cried Kate.
I'm on the edge of my chair with interest.
Britt looked at Morton.
That's the curious thing, isn't it? People are interested. The fact is, we all secretly hope the ghost story may turn out to be true.
Kate laughed.
You're perfectly right. We all pooh-pooh, but we'd be bitterly disappointed if all spirit footsteps turned out to be rats rolling nuts. But please hurry. Wasn't any of it true?
Now, I'm going to be candid.
At this, Morton leaned forward with excess of interest, and Kate exulted.
Good. Now it's coming. Be as candid as you can.
Britt went on musingly.
One night, as I sat between Viola and the closed piano, the spook, or whatever it was, ran up and down the keys, now on the treble, now on the bass, keeping time to my whistling.
Morton interrupted.
Did you know that the lid was closed?
Yes, I laid my hand on it while the keys were drummed.
Where was Miss Lambert?
Apparently at my left, sleeping. It didn't really matter where she was, for the lid was down. When the lights were turned on, she was in deep trance, apparently. That one fact of the closed piano being played in that way remains inexplicable.
Was that all?
Cried Kate in a most disappointed way.
Oh no, there were marvels to raise your hair. But that was all that I really valued.
Morton answered quickly.
It was enough, if properly conditioned. The theory is, I've been reading up on it, that these spook brethren of ours attack their doubters in different ways. Knowing you to be a man of materialistic and rather methodical habit of mind, the powers essayed a material test. Perhaps it was a mouse.
Or the cat?
Suggested Kate.
They must have been musical and of exceptional intelligence then,
put in Britt.
For they played up and down on the keyboard at my request, and kept time to Yankee Doodle.
Kate exulted.
What do you think of that, Morton? If one is true, then all may be true.
Britt went on.
No. Whatever the power was, it was controlled by human intelligence. It answered to my will.
You were convinced of that?
Morton's glance was keen, keener than he knew.
If you admit that one of these manifestations is true, you open the door for the witches.
Britt was a little nettled.
All this took place precisely as I related, in the dark, of course. But one sense, that of touch, controlled the situation. Hearing took the rest.
It all shows the inadequacy of human evidence. You must not expect anyone to believe that such a manifestation took place. It is like the stories we hear of haunted houses. A friend of mine the other day was telling me of a ghost that frequented an Australian bungalow where he was visiting last year. Said he, "I saw vases thrown from the mantelpiece in broad daylight. I've heard invisible feet tramping all about my chair in a vividly lighted room." I didn't believe him, of course. The fact is, we don't know our own capacity for being deceived. We are each a microcosm, a summing up of all our forebears, and in the obscure places of our brains are the cells of cavemen, nooks troubled by shadows and inhabited by strange noises. If you come at me in the right way, you can raise a terrifying echo deep in some knot of my brain cells, but it is only the echo of a faraway cry. It is not even the cry.
Britt poised himself.
Let me tell you this. I have started in to understand this thing. It isn't a haphazard series of deceits. Of that I am at this moment convinced. The most amazing consideration to my mind is this. There is system in their fool tricks. I don't mean Miss Lambert alone. I mean in all the best authenticated manifestations. As you say, they know how to attack the public. The ones who don't are exposed and drop out. But generally speaking, they go on smoothly because they know just what can be safely attempted and what can't. Now, in Miss Lambert's case, the same system applies. Her alleged phenomena fit into the scheme. Her development is according to the spiritualistic Hoyle. No originality is permitted, hence no failure of effect.
And yet my brother tells me she is quite young and engaging.
Altogether charming in body, and in every other thought most ingenuous.
Morton interposed mockingly.
And you think she has built up this most elaborate system of deceit?
Somebody has. I lay a good part of it to Clarke, but most of it to hysteria and the suggestion of the flag of truth and other similar sheets.
But she had already had all these manifestations before Clarke's coming, and presumably before she read the flag of truth.
They say so. I don't know that. Many of the tricks are noted in Randall's notes.
Who was Randall?
Asked Kate.
Their family physician, my predecessor. Some of her phenomena convinced him. He put himself on record in his notes as a convert. However, that was after his wife died.
They all weaken when their wives die.
Not all. Some are not anxious to bridge the gulf.
Answered Britt lightly.
I'm told Clarke's communion with his dead wife is now as cool as friendship.
Kate faced him.
It's only fair to say, Dr. Britt, that I too am one of the bereaved, and that if I seem more hospitable to these messages than my brother, you will understand. My husband died 2 years ago.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Rice, if I've seemed too harsh in my zeal to explain.
Oh, I'm not one to fear the truth,
she answered quickly.
I come of a family of questioners. It's only now and then that I waver for a moment. My husband said he would come back to me if he could, and I've been half hoping, not really expecting it, you know.
She did not complete her sentence, and Morton spoke with tender reproach.
I am being profoundly illumined, Kate. Why didn't you tell me that?
Because it was only a jocular remark. I didn't intend you should know it. I don't know how I came to let it slip from my mouth. He has never returned, strange to say. I feel Mother, but never Hayward.
They had reached a very tender and solemn pause. So self-revealing had been the woman's admission, and Britt was looking at his plate as his hostess began again with assumed brightness.
Well now, about this girl. Can you take me to see her? She interests me beyond anything.
Certainly, I should be delighted. But your brother knows her. She would be pleased to see you both, I have no doubt.
My brother thinks she is a fraud and does not wish to see her.
I derive my knowledge from you, Dr. Britt.
Britt was undisturbed.
I think she is a fraud too, but a very charming one.
That ought to make her all the more convincing,
said Kate.
And all the more dangerous,
replied Britt.
She baffles me when face to face with her.
What are they going to do with her? Exhibit her to the public?
Not for the present. Clarke has been making notes industriously all the year and is about ready to publish. He now wants a few of the big fellows, like Uncle Simeon Pratt, to help boom his book. The Lamberts are not in this for money. Please give them credit for that. And as for the mother, she is entirely honest. She believes implicitly in her spirits.
That puts the girl in a horrible position, if she is deceiving.
Morton interposed.
Imagine her state of mind if she realizes that her own mother has come to rest upon her system of deceit. The thought is horrible.
It is quite as bad as that,
returned Britt.
You see, the mother has been for years in close daily communion, as she supposes, with her husband, her little son, and others of her dead. Half of her daily life is in these joys, the other half in her daughter. There stood the wall that stopped me. I couldn't express my doubt to the mother. I couldn't apply the clamps. I simply withdrew. I do not intend to pursue the matter to a finish so long as the mother is alive.
Morton's face was clouded with pain.
Let us drop the Lamberts as a subject. They are too distressing, especially as I see no way of helping them. When do you return?
Kate acquiesced in her brother's diversion of the stream of talk, but an hour later, as Britt was about to go, she seized the opportunity to say,
You must not fail to take me to see this girl. I have never been so excited about anyone in my life. Can't you take me tomorrow?
I am entirely at your service. But suppose I call at 4. Will that do?
Perfectly. I'm very grateful to you.
I hope you won't come to curse me for it. I warn you the girl is damnably convincing. She may enamor you.
No fear of that,
she cried in defiant brightness.
I'm not so easily fooled.
She re-entered the library with the flush of an excited conviction in her face.
Morton, I feel as if I had taken part in the dissection of a human soul.
He threw up his hand with a gesture of pain and despair.
Don't. I can only hope that girl is utterly bad. Otherwise, she is the sport of devils. Help me forget the whole uncanny business.
You're wrong,
she said firmly.
It is just such men as you and Dr. Weissmann who should snatch the pearl of truth from this bucket of mental mire.
That's a very good phrase, Kate. If only I was sure of the pearl.
There really was no way out for him. His mind utterly discredited the phenomena Viola claimed to produce. And that left but one other interpretation. She was a trickster and an auto-hypnotist. Uncanny as the fabled women who were fair on one side but utterly foul and corrupt on the other. In his musing her splendid, glowing, physical self drew near, and when he looked into her sweet clear eyes, his brain reeled with doubt of his doubt. If there were any honest eyes in the world, she was innocent and a tortured victim, as Kate had so quickly decided, and his plain duty was to beat back the forces seeking to devour her.
The mind is an obscure kingdom subject to inexplicable revolts and sudden confusions,
he thought.
Delusions are easy to foment, and at the last are indistinguishable from the fact, so far as the mind which gave them being is concerned. The body of this girl is young, but her brain may be cankered by the sins and lies of a long line of decadent ancestry.
The thought was horrible, but it was less revolting than the alternative. In no other way could her life be explained and excused. In any case, it was highly courageous in her to put marriage away as decisively as if it were a crime. And this she must have done, for even Clarke, according to Britt, had thus far sued in vain. There was a heroic strain in the girl somewhere. Was it too late to rescue her from the mental gangrene eating its way to the very centre of her soul? This was the question which only a renewed acquaintance, a careful study, could resolve. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 4. The Patron of Psychics. Up to the hour of his wife's death, Simeon Pratt had been but the businessman. Large of appetite, pitiless, self-sufficient and self-absorbed. The type of man often described by amiable critics as
a hard citizen, but good to his family, you know.
As if the fact of his not beating his wife were adequate excuse for railway wrecking. He might be seen taking the 7:49 train at 86th Street each weekday morning with a bundle of newspapers under his arm, a man of depending jowls and protuberant belly, who never offered anyone a seat and did not expect such courtesy from others. He was burly and selfish as a hog, and was often so designated by work-weary women, whom he forced to stand while he read his market reports in callous absorption. His associates greeted him with a nod, unsmiling and curt, and the elevator boys at the Pratt building were careful not to elbow him. He had the greed of a wolf and the temper of an ageing bear, and yet his business ability admittedly commanded respect. Everything he did had a certain sweep. He was not penurious or mean in his wars. On the contrary, he despised the small revenges, but in a strife with his equals he was inexorable. He pushed his adversaries to the last ditch, and into it, remorseless as a mountain landslide. All the tenderness in his nature, all his faith in goodness and virtue, he reserved for his home. To his wife, a woman of simple tastes and native refinement, and to his children, bright and buxom girls of 20-odd, he was a fond and gruffly indulgent provider, making little protest over new gowns and parties. He had no sons, and this was a hidden sorrow to him, and had the effect of centring all his paternal pride and care in his daughters. He could deny them nothing when they wheedled him, and they were nearly always humorously and brazenly trying to work him, as he called it. Only in one particular had he been granite. With means to build on the east side of the park, he had deliberately chosen the Riverside Drive in order to show his contempt for the social climbers of Upper Fifth Avenue, and neither smiles nor tears had availed to change his plan. His house was a dignified structure exteriorly, but within was dominated by his taste rather than by that of his daughters, who were quite unable to change his habits after they were once set. He refused to consider their suggestions as to furniture. The interior was, as Britt had said,
not unlike a very ornately formal French hotel.
And this resemblance arose from the fact that he had once enjoyed a pleasant stay in a house of this sort. When the decorator submitted a number of schemes, he chose the one which made the pleasantest impression on his mind. With 3 women at the table, he habitually took charge of the dinner, controlling the menu and the decorations as well. It amused outsiders to see him in wordy consultation with the head waiter and the butler, while his guest of honour vainly tried to continue some story he had begun. But his wife suffered in silence. In short, Simeon proceeded precisely as he would have done at a restaurant or at his club, and his family stood clear of his elbow, the girls with sly shrugs of their rounded shoulders, the wife meekly but ineffectually protesting against his usurpation of her domain. He was not politically ambitious, and was in a fair way to grow old as one of the obscure millionaires of New York City, when death reached a sable hand and smote him full in the front of his pride and assurance. His wife and daughters were lost in the sinking of a boat off the coast of France. The news of this disaster came to him as he sat at his desk. The morning papers had given no hint of it.
I don't believe it,
he said quietly, and began pressing the buttons of his desk with the same swift calmness he would have used had the markets been going against him. Messages flew to and fro. The wires pulsed with his imperious anxiety. The manager of the steamboat company answered, denied. The news was confirmed, all to the same end, and when Simeon Pratt rose from his desk that night his jaw hung lax. His big form stooped and shambled, as though 20 additional years had suddenly been heaped upon his shoulders. He went back to his splendid lonely palace, where the servants huddled and whispered and hastened, with a hard dry knot in his throat, and with eyes heavy and hot and tearless, confronted his ruined altar. From one to be feared he had fallen in a day to the most desolate of beings. Messengers pursued him. The bodies were recovered. He gave orders for them to be shipped by the first boat. In the blaze of the electric light, with horrid staring eyes and stiffly moving lips, he cursed himself and God. He cursed himself for letting his treasures go from him. He cursed God for permitting such outrages upon justice. At last he fell silent, but he did not sleep nor eat till the end of the second day. Then he rose, took the 7:49 train as usual, and returned to his desk. Unshaved, with creased and crumpled clothing, a grey and battered man, sustained by habit, seeking relief in work. His associates, with forced cheerfulness, professed pleasure at his return, carefully avoiding mention of his appalling loss. To those who did speak of it, he returned no word or glance. With fumbling, thick, and nerveless fingers, he took up the purple-lettered ribbon of his trade. He fixed his dim eyes on market reports and dictated notes and orders, but it was a poor show. Even those who hated him as a gross, unlovely character were shocked at his shrunken form, his greyed and grizzled cheek. When death deals a blow like that, the defeated one acquires a certain majesty. Gradually the old man regained ability to compute and combine and to converse with his partners concerning the affairs of the house. But his keen interest, his prompt decision of utterance, were all gone. His presence in the office was the result of habit merely. In reality, he was waiting the return of the steamer which bore his precious clay. This boat was delayed by storms, and for 3 days the broken financier, unable to remain in his office, walked to and fro between Broad Street and Bowling Green, haunting the office of the steamship company, until the bloodless manager, nervous and irritated, left his chair to avoid him, unable to endure the sight of his haggard face and piteous eyes. When the boat arrived, Simeon met it with his own yacht, and with a return of his iron resolution, stood by to protect the graves of his hopes as they slid across the rail. Then, ordering every soul from the cabin, he sat down beside the caskets. He knew that his loved ones were there, and yet he could not realise it. He was filled with a desire to prove it all a mistake, but the fear, the certainty of the disfigured faces deterred him. He took them home. Nothing could have been more piercingly pathetic than that flabby grey old man, sitting alone amid the tawdry splendour of his drawing-room, with the remains of all he loved in this world shut away from him by rosewood and silver. When the last pale and shaking servant had left the room, the father gave one long, hoarse, choking wail, and fell upon his face on the floor, crushed and utterly despairing. When he rose he was calmer. He began to give orders for a sumptuous funeral, taking charge of every detail in his familiar way. The ceremony was magnificent and profoundly affecting. Everyone present in the great church shed tears of heartfelt sorrow, pitying the great banker quite humanly, but he himself did not weep. He sat limply with eyes on the floor, in a daze of internal emotion, but when the door of the vault closed on his dead, a final terrible cry burst from him, the cry of one who realises to the last and to the full the emptiness, the futility of a life without love, an old age without hope. His interest in the material world in the war of trade was gone. His vast wealth would still bring him dividends, and his clerks and partners would still consult him, still demand his signatures, but the ones who made all these matters worth doing had vanished. Life seemed utterly useless, a vain effort. But while yet he struggled with the fear of death and a hate of the day, a delegation of those who claimed to hold communion with the dead came to him with a greeting from his wife. This message contained words which startled him. He was persuaded to seek confirmation. He was convinced and became the most fervent of spiritualists. His form lifted, his eyes brightened, a new world opened for him. He announced his intention to use his vast wealth for the faith which had comforted him. He built a magnificent temple to the unseen. He hired speakers and musicians to entertain and instruct those who came to hear. He sought out and entertained scores of mediums, psychics, sensitives, spiritual speakers and natural healers. All were welcome at his hearth. He might have been called, and was called,
the prey of harpies.
But, as his interests now were in these matters, and as he had the means wherewithal to amuse himself, surely he was not a loser. True, he was many times deceived by false prophets, and wronged by fraudulent seers, but still he enjoyed the exquisite solace which the voice of his wife unfailingly brought when the conditions were favourable. He was no longer hopeless. On the contrary, he was reanimated, made over in the faith of the spirit world. The daughters came less often to speak to him, but when they did come, they made his dark, cold heart glow with their gay words. At times it seemed that he could reach out his hands and touch their soft cheeks, so palpable were they, so intimate and familiar were their voices. Gradually a part of his old-time business shrewdness came to his aid in these intangible matters, and he began to distinguish and to cast out the base and parasitic prestigitators who infested his house. He grew discerning, and was able to weed the tares from the wheat, and with this discernment came the conviction that it was his duty to violently expose those who sought to cheat him. He became a terror to the fraudulent, and by his vigorous denouncement of this and that performer raised storms of opposition. For it seemed that no trickster, no matter how base, was without a following. His purposes clarified, aided by cunning counsel, he began to conceive of himself as one called to a great mission and resigned to his lot. He set himself to the work of furthering in every possible way the reign of the spirit world. It was into the hands of this shattered, yet still powerful man, that Viola Lambert had been persuaded to deliver herself, and Simeon, convinced of her powers by experiment, and charmed by her girlish grace and dignity, had pushed all other keepers of the door of silence from his house, thereby arousing a tempest of denunciation. For these Sibyls gave up the luxury of his table, the munificence of his purse, only after persuasion and in bitterness and wrath. Viola's meeting with Pratt was brought about by Clarke, who was aware, through the special organs of the faith, that the great merchant and promoter was not merely insatiable in his thirst for new sources of solace, but exceedingly generous with his comforters. No sooner had he secured the girl's consent to go than he wrote to Pratt asking him to meet them in Boston. Receiving no answer, Pratt was afflicted with such letters. He wrote again, detailing the experiments he had made, laying great stress upon the fact that the psychic was the daughter of a well-to-do Western mine owner, that she was a cultured young girl, and that her mother,
a distinguished evangel in the cause,
was devoted even to the point of submitting her daughter to a series of absolutely convincing tests. He made mention also of his book, which was nearly ready for the press, and which he hoped would create a great stir among scientists. Simeon did not answer this letter, but sent a representative to Colorado to investigate the writer's claims. The detective returned to say that
the parties
had gone to Boston, but that they had a fine reputation in the region, and that the father was a rich and well-considered citizen.
No one knows anything out of the way with the girl,
the spy added. Simeon now flamed with eagerness, and set out to find Viola and to test her. It was not easy to locate her, for Clarke had proceeded with caution in Boston. After consultation with the editor of The Spiritist, and at his suggestion, he had given only a few very private sittings to a few very discreet friends. These evenings, however, had been very successful, and those who had been permitted to attend them had jealously guarded the jewel they had found, selfishly urging continued secrecy. Nevertheless, the circle had spread, and Viola, apparently resigned to her singular function, was patiently sitting night after night in stuffy darkened rooms, while Clarke, vivid as ever, sonorous as ever, declaimed in passionate rhythms the promise of a new era for spiritism, to be inaugurated by the message of
this wonderful organism.
He had, indeed, laid out an elaborate programme for the capture of Boston, but this he instantly dropped when Simeon Pratt sent up his card and asked to see what the girl could do. He demanded a sitting, much as a dealer in horses would ask the hostler to drive the proffered animal before him, in order that he might judge of her paces. He did not intend to offend. On the contrary, he was instantly consumed with anxiety, lest this splendid young creature should refuse to perform. Viola was deeply offended by his first manner, and coldly said,
I am not sitting for money, and I will not be put on exhibition for any one.
Simeon ended by pleading with her for one sitting.
1 short hour.
But she refused, and he went away dejected, flabby with defeat. He returned next day, and still a third time, and at last, to work on her sympathies, he told her how he came to enter the faith, and with broken voice and quivering lips displayed his sorrows. His weakness availed. The utter tragedy of his life brought the ready tears to Viola's eyes, and quite melted her opposition. She saw him in a new light, understood him for what he really was, a lonely, broken old man, hastening to the grave, and in her pity consented. The manifestation which followed he reported as the most marvellous he had ever had.
Jenny, my eldest daughter, spoke from the megaphone for more than an hour, minutely detailing the circumstances of her death, giving orders for the disposition of their jewels and trinkets, and in other ways most completely satisfied me of her identity.
He rose from this sitting exalted, comforted beyond measure, pathetically happy, quite ready to embrace the blessed girl who had made his hour of sweet communion possible. His home, his private car, his yacht were all at her disposal. No queen, however powerful, could have won such homage from him.
You must come to my home,
he said.
I will enlarge your work. I will meet every wish of your guides.
With Clarke and the mother on his side, he prevailed. Viola consented to go to New York as his guest, provided her secret powers were not revealed.
I will not be advertised,
she said.
Too many people are coming to see me now. If you publish me, I will never sit again.
This threat threw Simeon into a panic.
Of course, you will remain private. You will be my guest, the same as your mother. No one but my own family shall know of your wonderful powers. I will see to that.
Perhaps he was honest in this promise, but his habit of entertaining Arabian priestesses, crystal gazes, and other women of singular endowments was too well known to permit of the fulfilment of his agreement. No sooner was Viola seen on the drive in his carriage than his friends and hangers-on began to smile and say,
Simeon has a new enchantress. I wonder who she is.
And those remarks aroused the curiosity of the ubiquitous workers for the press. Furthermore, the directors of the temple, of course, must needs be told, and the other seeresses, neglected by their once idolised patron, did not need to be told. So that long before Serviss had a hint of her coming, the news of Viola's domestication with Simeon was widely disseminated among the faithful, who hurried at once to meet her. These seekers went with smiling faces and hastening feet, but they came away laggardly, reproaching the master of the temple for a selfish brute. Some few were admitted, stayed, and met the girl and Clarke, for Clarke fairly divided the honours, so vivid, so picturesque was he. He did not hesitate to speak of his great work, a work which would astound the world, and to announce the title of his great oration which Simeon had engaged for the temple. This was the first big gun of his campaign, this compelling oration, but he must have Viola's consent to the use of her name, her consent also to sit with a group of chosen great men of the city, in order to issue a defiant challenge to science. From these special sittings he expected to deduce the final and greatest chapter of his book. From this public test of her power, Viola still shrank, but Pratt's wealth and power, which Clarke continually emphasised, fairly stunned her into acquiescence. So far from being a faith of the poor, the obscure, a faith that lurked in dark corners, avoiding the direct gaze of men, spiritualism from the portals of a resplendent temple appeared to be not merely respectable but triumphant. From this sacred meeting place of the angelic forces, from the windows of Pratt's palatial home, she looked out upon the city with more of content with her mission than she had ever known before, troubled only by a deeply hidden wish to see again the man whose buoyant health and smiling eyes had so strongly impressed her on their ride into the Marshall Basin. But this sense of security of power did not last. As the novelty of her position in Pratt's household wore away, she found her duties irksome. She resented the flocks of curious, or melancholy visitors, and began to perceive the bitter truth that she was only a servant, after all, ministering to the pleasures of Pratt and his friends. She had very little time to herself, and could not escape her masters even for a drive in the park. One or the other of them was always at her side. She attempted to withdraw her consent to the use of her name, but Clarke, the guides, even her mother, insisted on the test. Britt alone of all her friends took the side of her fears. They were in correspondence of a formal sort, and when he reached the city he went straight to her, anxious to know what Clarke's plans actually were. To him she spoke more freely than ever before, expressing her dread of the flaring light which Clarke was about to turn upon her. Britt listened gravely.
"There is one way of escape,"
he said at last, with a smile both mocking and tender.
"I don't pretend to say it's to your mind, but want to remind you that my offer is still open. If you give me the necessary authority, I will stop this crusade with a jolt."
I'm grateful to you, Dr. Britt. Truly I am. But I can't do what you ask. Not even...
She hesitated and fell silent.
"Not even to save your life or mine? I don't blame you. I am but a poor thing."
I didn't mean it that way. I respect you very, very much. But you must know Anthony depends on me, and besides, maybe it is my duty to go on the platform. Father and grandfather both say it is. To them it seems small and selfish of me to want to be happy in my own home while the millions weep uncomforted. But oh, if I could only live my own life part of the time. If I could feel free of this terrible weight 1 day in 7.
Britt, looking into her clear eyes, acquired a new confidence in her.
"Tell me, Miss Lambert, do you really believe that your father comes to you in this way?"
I dare not doubt it,
she answered with evasive eyes.
"Some of the messages are not specially—"
I know,
she acquiesced with a shudder.
There are evil spirits as well as good, and sometimes the bad ones come. I don't see why grandfather permits them to use me. He says he can't always help it if there are bad people in the circle. That is another reason why I dread this public test. There is no knowing what the evil spirits might make me say or do. If it did not mean so much to Anthony, I would refuse, even if my grandfather asked it."
"I saw Professor Serviss today."
"Did you?"
Her eyes were instantly alight.
"Where did you see him? Does he know we are here?"
"He didn't know till I told him. I called at his laboratory."
"Did you tell him where we are?"
"Yes, and he felt as I do, that this is not a good place for you. Pratt has the reputation of entertaining sensational characters, and it will be a miracle if you were not exploited to the press."
Her face clouded again.
"Oh, I am so tired of having people look at me and shrug and whisper. I am so tired of having this abnormal thing reflected in the eyes of all my visitors. I wish I could become commonplace, without the slightest thing queer about me. Sometimes I feel like taking a dose of poison and ending it all."
"Don't do that,"
Britt replied soberly.
"You mustn't even say such a thing. I wish I could help you, but I see no way so long as your own parents and Clarke himself are your guides. But if at any time you will give me the authority—"
Here his voice became stern.
"I will see that you are not troubled by any outside influence."
"You are very kind,"
she said, but her face expressed only a troubled liking, and he pressed her hand in both of his and silently went away. Young Clinton Ward also came seeking, boyish, eager, contemptuous of any barrier so illusory as the fact of her trances, which she confessed to him. Her words hardly impressed themselves on his mind, and he replied flippantly,
"That cuts no ice with me. You couldn't be anything I wouldn't like. You're living too close, and your nerves are sort of frazzled. What you need is a jolly good time. Come back to Boston and forget all about this business. Come, I want folks to meet you. My mother knows how I feel about you, and is crazy to see you."
What would she say if she knew what I have told you?
She asked bitterly.
"She won't mind, after she sees you,"
he answered loyally.
"No one can know you without... Oh, hang it, Viola, you know what I mean. Nothing matters when you love a person. I want you, no matter what anyone says. And besides, I don't see why you can't just chuck the whole blooming business. I'll chuck Clarke out of the window if you say the word. He's just trying to work you, and—"
You mustn't talk that way, Clinton.
"Why not? It's true."
"Well, because—"
She hesitated, then said, as if to end her own uncertainty,
"I am committed to this life, and to him. My way is marked out, and I must walk in it."
The young fellow was hard hit. He sat looking at her with eyes of consternation and awe. He tried to speak, but could not for a little while. At last he made a second trial.
"Do you mean? You don't mean—"
"Yes, I mean all you think I mean,"
she answered, and then her fortitude failed her, and she turned away, her eyes filled with hot tears. He rose awkwardly, all his jaunty self-confidence gone.
"I take my medicine. It's all right. I hope you'll be happy—"
He broke off with quivering lips.
"I shall never be happy,"
she said, and the very calmness of her voice went to the boy's heart.
"I've given up all hope of being anything but an instrument, a thing whose wishes do not count. Goodbye, Clint."
And she gave her hand. He took it and pressed it hard and went out into the street, staggering under the weight of the revelation he had received. Viola was fond of Clinton. His simple, wholesome, untroubled nature appealed to her. And yet this very ingenuousness, this ready confidence, made her own life and daily habit seem the more forbidding. She understood now the insuperable barrier which had been raised between herself and the careless youth of the normal world. In this hour of depression, as in many others, her mind went out toward Morton Serviss. Britt's mention of the young scientist's name seemed to bring him very near, and she wondered again for the 100th time whether he had entirely forgotten her or not. Would he call now that he was informed of her presence in the city? She knew, almost as well as if he had written it, the reason for his hasty flight from Colorado, and with a knowledge that he considered her a freak, if not something worse, she could not write to him, although she still had his card and address. He was a greater man in the world than when he visited their mountain home, for he had written a book which the critics called
"A great and implacable study of diseases and their uses."
She had not been able to read it, but she treasured it nevertheless, and longed to meet him again, to lay her case before him, to ask his advice, not with regard to whether she should go on with her music, but whether her life was worth continuing, for there were times when she secretly considered the morality of making an end of it. It was in the hope of drawing him again to her side that she asked Clarke to include him in the list of scientific men to whom he was planning to send a printed copy of his oration and challenge after their delivery, and to her mother she said,
"I would not be so nervous if I knew that Dr. Serviss were on the committee. I knew he would be just and considerate, even if he does despise mediums."
"He's exactly the one,"
responded Mrs. Lambert with enthusiasm.
"I wonder Tony hasn't spoken of him. Grandfather will be delighted, I'm sure.
End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 5. Kate visits Viola. Towards Simeon's portal, held sacred to
the keepers of the keys of the silent house.
Kate Rice and Dr. Britt set their faces at the appointed hour.
The plot thickens round the girl,
began Britt, with a kind of mocking levity.
Mrs. Lambert has done it now.
They had reached the comparative quiet of the cross street.
What has she done?
She has delivered her ewe lamb over to the sanctioned Wolf of Wall Street, who will eat her up for a little Red Riding Hood. I've been looking at the Pratt's record. He has a cheerful way, I'm told, of treating his psychics like oranges, squeezing them and throwing them into the street. He has become so sensitive to the sneers of the outsiders that he fears to be done. After getting all that a medium can give him, he exposes her elaborately and sets her adrift, and so guards himself from the possible accusation of having been deceived. If there is any question of the medium's powers, he can then come out with a card saying, I knew so-and-so was a fraud. I exposed her 2 years, or 2 months ago. I see the girl's finish right here.
The dreadful old man. Does the girl know this?
I don't think she does, but she ought to. I hate to see a nice girl, who would make someone a charming wife, perverted to these unholy uses. The crowning infamy heaped upon her head will be a full page in the Sunday Blast. Another Heartbeat exposed. And it will come, Mrs. Rice. I am sure of it. Pratt fairly fawns before her now. She is his princess, his seeress, his chief jewel, but woe to her if she displeases him or fails to meet his requirements.
You appall me, Dr. Britt. Someone should at least warn her.
I've already done so, but with the mother, Clarke, and Pratt to war against, the case seems hopeless. Besides, she believes in herself, up to a certain point. She'll never degenerate into one of those frumps who go from city to city playing to the foolish women and tack-headed men, but she will certainly be corrupted. If she marries Clarke, her future will be woeful. She has entered in so far I don't see how she can retreat. She is bound to keep on for his sake and her mother's sake.
Is she in love with Clarke?
That I haven't been able to determine, but she is under his control, or she wouldn't be here.
With these gloomy words in her ears, Kate entered the big, cold drawing-room to wait for the coming of the master of the house.
Pratt is the one to whom you are to pay your first respects. He is master,
warned Britt.
Ask to see his collections. That always pleases him. If you will permit, I will lead the way.
I am trusting you.
You may do so.
Pratt came in quite briskly, a heavy-faced, white-bearded man, wearing a sack suit and an old-fashioned turned-down collar. He greeted Britt with a casual handshake, looking at Kate suspiciously.
And who is this?
He asked bluffly.
A friend of mine, a Mrs. Rice, who desires to see your wonderful collection of slates and paintings.
Pratt softened a little.
I'll be very glad to show them,
he said.
But not now. I'll have to ask you to excuse me just now. I'm in consultation with my directors.
Certainly,
said Britt, and after Pratt went out, he added,
That means that Clarke is going to launch his thunderbolt. He's going to defy the scientific world in the most burning oration since Cicero.
At this moment, 2 ladies, in superb wraps, descended the stairway on their way to their carriages, and one of them said,
I think it's a shame, as long as we've known Simeon Pratt, to be turned away like a tramp.
Oh, I don't blame her,
said the other.
Some disappointed callers,
said Britt. A moment later, several other curious ones were ushered into the drawing-room. Britt kept up a low-toned comment.
All these rubbernecks are here to see the girl. You will be surprised to know how many there are with a sneaking belief in these revelations.
It was a singular situation in which to find Simeon Pratt, major domo to a crowd of idle curiosity-seekers, and when he returned, with an assumption of haste and bustle, Britt saw him in a new light, that of a poor, lonely, broken old man, weary of life, yet living on in daily hope of communion with the dead, stuffing his heart with dreams and delusions, walking mechanically round, interested only in death. He had forgotten Kate's name, but he remembered her wish to see his treasures.
"Come to my library,"
he said.
"But first let me draw your attention to this remarkable painting."
The painting, or rather wash-drawing in black and white, hung over the grand piano in the light of the west windows. It was globular in form, and represented, Simeon explained, the
war of light and darkness.
One half of the globe was darkly shaded, curiously fretted by the lighter half. Above sat a snow-white eagle. Beneath, with prodigious wings outspread, and eyes gleaming like points of fire, hovered a mysterious bat.
"Look closer,"
commanded Simeon. Narrower scrutiny brought out, even in the darker half of the globe, a multitude of intertwined forms outlined with pen and ink. Those of the lighter hemisphere were beautiful as angels, with faint stars in their hair. All were singing. The others, the denizens of the dark, were twisted and contorted in agony, and each was drawn with such certainty of prearrangement that the line which formed the arm of one outlined the head of another. There were hundreds of them, and the whole work was as intricate in design as the engraving on a banknote, and so packed with symbolism, according to Simeon's exegesis, that one might study it for days.
"Observe,"
said he,
"the innumerable faces formed by the line which divides the two worlds. Take these glasses."
Kate, by means of the powerful instrument which he thrust upon her, was able to detect hundreds of other faces invisible to the unaided eye.
"It is wonderful. Who did it?"
"A Swedish servant girl,"
answered Simeon loudly, addressing everyone in the room.
"She couldn't write her name, but when the spirit of Raphael controlled her, she could do this with her eyes shut. There's nothing like that picture in the world. It cannot be duplicated by any artist in the flesh."
"That's no dream,"
murmured Britt. Pratt hurried them on, past many other equally wonderful paintings, to his library, and as his guests filed in, he faced them.
"The things I am about to show you have no equal anywhere. They have taken years to collect, and have cost me more than $100,000. I can show you but a few."
The library was a splendid room, rich with the light of the western sun, whose arrangement instantly struck Kate Rice as unusual, for the bookshelves were precisely like those of a butler's pantry. They began at about 4 feet from the floor and reached entirely to the ceiling, and were filled with splendid, neglected books, while beneath a broad shelf at their base were rows of little brass knobs, each of which indicated a shallow drawer. Each drawer had a lock and a small plate which bore a letter and a number, not unlike the cabinet of a numismatist.
"There are but 2 keys in existence,"
explained Simeon with shining face.
"The one I now hold, and the one in my safety vaults. No one is permitted in this room without my secretary or myself."
He moved down the room between the cabinet and the big table.
"Here is a message from Columbus."
He unlocked and drew out one of the drawers and laid it upon the table. It was exquisitely made, and contained 2 ordinary hinged school slates with the inner sides visible but protected by a heavy plate of glass.
This message came to me through Angelica Cox, under test conditions.
Pratt further explained as Kate bent above it.
What do you mean by test conditions?
Asked Britt.
I mean, sir, that I bought and took these slates to the medium and held them in my hands while that message was written.
There was irritation in his voice. He replaced the drawer.
But here is a painting from Murillo, the great artist. He painted the face of one of the ancients.
He laid before his silent auditors another drawer which contained a sheet of cardboard on which was a fairly good pastel of an Arab in a burnous. It had the weak and false drawing which would result in the attempt of an amateur to copy an engraving in colour.
This came in broad daylight, while I held the clean cardboard on my head,
explained Simeon. Britt looked at Kate.
The painter might have stood on his head,
he blasphemously whispered. And so down through that splendid room the host moved, exhibiting letters from Napoleon, flowers from Marie Antoinette, verses from Mary Queen of Scots, together with paternal advice from many others equally eminent in history.
You keep good company,
ventured Kate.
Have you anything from Shakespeare?
Certainly, and from Edwin Forrest and Lincoln and Grant.
Anything from Admiral Kidd?
Asked Britt.
Or from Mary Jane Holmes?
Added Kate. Simeon looked at the jokers in silence, not quite sure whether they intended to trap him or not.
No, I save only the words of the most eminent persons in history, outside my own family. I have wonderful testimony from them.
Ah, show us those, please,
cried Kate. He hesitated, pondering Britt's face, and at last said,
I will show you some materializations.
And led the way to some cases filled with pressed flowers.
These are from India and Tibet,
he explained. Kate was getting bored, but Britt seemed fascinated by both Pratt and the exhibit.
To think of one human being possessing a collection like that, painfully amassing it. It's too beautiful.
But the girl. Ask him to let us see the girl,
she urged.
Don't hurry, he can't be turned aside from his groove.
The treasures of the drawers hinted at, Simeon proceeded to exhibit other wonders. He possessed a coin brought from the sacred city of Lhasa and dropped through the ceiling into a closed and sealed box.
There is no other known to the Western Hemisphere,
he said.
The British Museum offered me £1,000 for it.
To his mind, all these slates, pictures and flowers were evidences of the interest the great shades had taken in the work of converting Simeon Pratt to the faith, and the messages were intended to steady him in his convictions and to furnish him material with which to bring the world to his view. The man's faith was like to madness, without one ray of humour. At any other time, this astounding museum would have been a most absorbing study to Kate, but she was tingling with desire to get at the young seeress and her mother.
What must they be,
she asked herself,
to mix with this kind of idiocy?
At last, when the favouring pause came, Britt explained to Pratt that Mrs. Rice was the sister of one who had known Viola in the West, and that she very much wished to see the psychic for a moment.
I think Miss Lambert is engaged,
replied Simeon sulkily.
But I'll see.
And he led the way to a small sitting room on the same floor.
Stay here, and I'll send your card up.
Tell her a sister of Professor Serviss.
Simeon turned quickly.
Serviss. Ain't he one of the men that Clarke talks of having on the committee? Are you his sister?
Kate bowed.
Yes, my brother met Miss Lambert in the West.
Pratt's face cleared.
Well, well, I'll send her right down. Your brother is the kind of man we want to reach,
he added as he went out.
Now, Dr. Britt,
began Kate firmly.
I want you to keep that boresome old man occupied while I talk with these women. I don't want him putting in his oar.
I'll do my best,
he answered manfully.
Up to the measure of gagging him. I can't agree to order him out of the house.
Kate was on her chair's edge with interest as she heard the rustle of skirts and the murmur of a pleasant voice, and when Viola, flushed, smiling, beautifully gowned, entered the room with outstretched hand, she rose with a spring, carried out of her well-planned reserve by the warmth and charm of the girl's greeting. She closed her gloved palm cordially on the fine hand so confidingly given.
I am glad to know you. My brother has spoken so enthusiastically of you.
Viola's flush deepened.
Has he? I assure you we speak often of him. I suppose he is too busy with his wonderful microbes to come and see poor commonplace creatures like us.
He is busy, but he only learned of your presence a few days ago.
Viola turned.
Mother, this is Mrs. Rice, Professor Serviss's sister.
Kate liked Mrs. Lambert also, for she was looking remarkably handsome in a black gown of simple pattern.
If these are adventuresses, they are very clever in dress,
was her inward comment.
I don't wonder Morton was captivated.
And she presently said,
Can't you take me to your own room? I want to talk secrets with you.
Yes, let us do that.
Viola turned to her mother.
Let's take Mrs. Rice to our sitting room.
Mrs. Lambert assented timidly, with a quick glance towards Simeon, who was garrulously declaiming to Britt concerning the wonders of another painting by the Swedish cook. Pratt, seeing the women rise, approached.
"Where are you going?"
he asked, with a note of impatience in his voice.
To my room,
answered Viola firmly, and led the way upstairs in silence. But when they were beyond earshot in the hall above, she bitterly exclaimed,
He spies on everything I do. He will hardly let me out of his sight. I am beginning to hate him. He has so little sense of decency.
Viola,
warned the mother.
I don't care,
retorted the girl defiantly.
Why do we endure him? We are not dependent on him. He treats us precisely as if he owned us, and I am tired of it. I wish Papa would come on and take us home.
He may be a bore, but he houses you like royalty,
Kate remarked as she glanced about the suite, which Viola and her mother occupied. It formed the entire eastern end of the third floor of the house, and the decorations were empire throughout, with stately canopied beds and a most luxurious bathroom.
Oh, yes, it's beautiful. But I would rather be this minute in our little log cabin in the west,
answered the girl with wistful sadness.
Oh, these warm days make me homesick. When I was there, I hated it. Now I long to get back. I seem 5 years older. This winter has been terribly long to me.
Well now, lock the door,
exclaimed Kate excitedly,
and tell me all about yourself. Start at the very beginning. Dr. Britt has told me something, but I want to know everything. When did you first know you had this power? That's the first question.
Mrs. Lambert began in the tone of one retelling an old story.
Up until the day my little son Walter died, Viola was just like any other girl of her age, healthy and pretty, a very pretty child.
I can believe it.
Kate's eyes dwelt admiringly on the girl.
My husband and I were good Presbyterians, and I had never given much thought to spirits or spiritualism. But after our little boy died, Robert began to study up, and every time we went to the city, he'd go to see a psychic, and that troubled me. As a good church member, I thought he ought not to do it, and so one day I said, Robert, I think you ought to tell Mr. McLean, that was our minister, what you are doing. It isn't right to visit mediums and go to church too. One or the other ought to be given up. he said. I remember his exact words. I can't live without these messages of comfort from my boy. They say he is going to manifest himself soon, here, in our own home. I remember that was his exact expression, for I wondered what it was to manifest. That very night, things began.
Kate's eyes snapped.
What things?
Well, Walty had a little chair that he liked, a little reed-rocking chair, and my husband always kept this chair close by where he sat reading. That night, I saw the chair begin to rock, all by itself, and yet, some way, it didn't scare me. Robert, did you move Walty's chair? I asked. No, he said. Why? Because it rocked. Robert threw down his book and looked at the chair. Viola must have moved it, he said. Viola was in her own little chair, on the other side of the table, I said. It must have been the cat then. And then, just while we both looked at it, it began to move again, exactly as if Walty were in it. It creaked too, as it used to when he rocked.
I should have been frightened stiff,
exclaimed Kate, whose eyes were beginning to widen.
Nothing that has happened since has given me such a turn. Robert jumped up and felt all about the chair, sure that Viola had tied a string to it. And still she was no child for tricks. Then Robert bent right down over the chair, and it stopped for a moment, and then slid backward, under the table, just as our own boy used to do. He loved to play tent. Robert looked up at me, as white as the dead. It is Walty, Mother. He has come back to us, he said, and I believed it too.
In spite of herself, Kate shivered with a keen, complete comprehension of the thrilling joy and terror of that moment. But Viola sat listlessly waiting the end of her mother's explanation. Plainly it was all a wearisome story to her. Mrs. Lambert went on.
After that, he came every night, and soon the tappings began, and finally we got into communication with my father, who told us to be patient and wait, and Walty would speak to us. Then the power took hold of Viola and frightened her almost into fits.
The girl visibly shuddered and her eyes fell.
How did it begin?
Asked Kate, breathless with interest.
The first we noticed was that her left arm began to twitch so that she couldn't control it. Then she took to writing with her left hand, exactly like my father's handwriting. She could write 20 different kinds of writing before she was 12. These messages were all signed, and all said that she was to be a great medium. Then began the strangest doings. My thimbles would be stolen and hidden. Vases would tumble off the mantels. Chairs would rock. It was just pandemonium there some nights. They used to break things and pound on the doors. Then all of a sudden these doings stopped, and Viola went into deathly trances. I shall never forget that first night. We thought she was dead. We couldn't see her breathe, and her hands and her feet were like ice.
The girl rose, her face grey and rigid.
Don't, Mother, don't,
she whispered.
They are here.
She shook her head and cried out as if to the air.
No, no, not now. No, no.
The mother spoke.
She is being entranced. Someone has a message for you, Mrs. Rice.
For the first time, Kate had a suspicion of both mother and daughter. The action of the girl seemed a thought too opportune and much too theatric. Now that her splendid eyes were clouded, she lost confidence in her, and as she waited she grew cold with a kind of disgust and fear of what was to follow. The mother gently sided with her daughter against the control, and taking both her hands, said quietly,
"Not now, father, not now."
But in vain. The girl sank back into her chair, rigid.
"They have something they insist on saying, Mrs. Rice,"
said Mrs. Lambert after a silence.
"Is it someone for Mrs. Rice?"
3 loud snapping sounds came from the carpet under Viola's feet.
"Good gracious, what is that?"
exclaimed Kate, a cold tremor passing up her spine.
"It is my father,"
answered Mrs. Lambert quite placidly.
"Can't you write, father? Be easy on Viola today. He is very anxious to converse with you for some reason, Mrs. Rice."
Again a creeping thrill made Kate's hair rise, and she bit her fingertip.
"Am I dreaming?"
she asked herself as she listened to the mother talking to the air, only to be answered by rappings from the table and thumpings from the chair.
"How absurd! How childish it all is!"
she thought. Even as this thought passed through her mind, the room seemed to darken, the air to thicken. The girl's proud young body sank, doubled till she seemed a crone, old and withered and jocose. A sneering laugh came from her drawn lips. Her hands, trembling together, hookedly reached towards Kate. The eyes were sunk lidless and gleaming with malice. A voice that was like the croak of a raven sounded forth.
"You got my money, Kit, but you didn't get it all."
And from the young, distorted lips a disgusting laugh issued. A laugh that froze Kate's blood and stiffened her tongue so that she could not cry out. She gasped and sank back into her chair while the voice went on.
"You know me. I always hated you. You wasted my money. You poisoned my pets. I hated your husband. He cheated me once. You'll get no joy of my money till you pay that debt."
Kate, inert, aghast, sat blindly staring while this vindictive, remorseless voice went on. Only when it stopped was she aware of the mother's serene attitude of waiting, of polite regret at being present at a disagreeable scene. Then the girl's lips resumed their sweetness. The beautiful hands fell slack upon her knees. The head lifted, and turning, rested peacefully against the cushion of her chair. The table was violently shaken. A small ornament upon it leaped into the air and fell in Kate's lap. She sprang to her feet with a cry of alarm, shaking the thing away as if it were a toad, and was about to flee when Mrs. Lambert's voice struck her into immobility. So unconcerned was it, so utterly matter of fact.
"Did you know the spirit visitor?"
she asked. With the question, Kate's panic ceased. Her awe, her fright, passed into wonder and amazement.
"It was exactly like my great aunt,"
she gaspingly admitted.
"But, oh, it was terrible. Why do you let her go into such states?"
"We cannot control these manifestations. Hush. They are not yet finished. They are about to write for you."
Still lying in languid ease, the girl lifted one hand to the table. To Kate it seemed that the hand was raised by some outside invisible power, and there it rested, as though weary and meditating. As it paused thus, the girl's eyes opened, and she sat regarding it as though it belonged to some other intruding self. Mrs. Lambert brought a pencil and a pad of paper and laid them upon the stand. Suddenly the hand woke to vigorous action. Seizing the pencil as a dog might lay hold upon a bone, it began to write slowly, firmly, while Viola watched it, quietly, detachedly, as if it was something entirely separate from her brain. At the end it tore the leaf from the pad and flung it to the floor. Mrs. Lambert picked it up.
It is from father,
she said.
But it is for you.
Kate took the leaf, on which was written in a firm, round, old-fashioned hand these words:
Your aunt is here, and asks that you and your brother pay her debt. She is angry because it is not being done.
I have no knowledge of any such debt,
said Kate.
I don't understand this.
The hand was writing again busily, imperturbably, and the colour was coming back into Viola's face. As Kate waited, her awe began to pass, and doubts came thronging back upon her. There was something farcical in all this. Again the hand flung its message, and again the mother picked it from the floor.
This is also from father,
she announced, with more of excitement than she had hitherto betrayed. The message began abruptly.
The doubter may be convinced if he will but put himself in the way of it. The life of my granddaughter is more valuable today than that of any king or queen. Her mission is to open the door between the two worlds. She is here ready for the test. Let the men of science come to her and be convinced of the life beyond the grave.
It was signed with an elaborate rubric.
MacLeod.
Who is this message for, father?
Asked Mrs. Lambert.
Mrs. Rice?
A violent thump answered no.
Maybe it's for my brother?
Suggested Kate. 3 tremendous thumps upon the underside of the table gave affirmative answer. Kate was quite restored to her ruddy self.
Very well, I will see that he gets it.
Viola now spoke wearily, but quite in her natural voice again.
There is no test in that kind of a message. I didn't write it. I had nothing to do with it. But you or Professor Serviss would be justified in thinking I did. Grandpa wanted me to go into a trance. This kind of writing is a compromise.
But what of my aunt who spoke through you?
Asked Kate. Viola stared at her blankly, and her mother laid a warning hand on Kate's arm.
She knows nothing of these impersonations,
she said.
What did I do?
Asked Viola.
I hope nothing ridiculous.
Mrs. Rice's aunt spoke through you, that's all,
answered Mrs. Lambert reassuringly.
Tell me more,
said Kate eagerly.
It is all so unreal to me. I want to see more. Dr. Britt has told us wonderful things of you. Do you really believe the dead speak to you?
They are with us all the time.
Placidly yet decisively, answered Mrs. Lambert.
We are never alone. I can feel them, always near.
Kate shrank.
I don't believe I like that, altogether. Don't you feel oppressed by the thought?
Yes, I do,
answered Viola.
They take all the joy out of my life.
Dearest?
Warned the mother.
It is true, and I want Mrs. Rice to know it. Since I was 10 years old, I have not been free of the thing for a day, only in the high mountains. There I could always draw a long breath. I am glad you've come, Mrs. Rice. I want you to ask Professor Serviss to come and investigate me. My only hope is in the men of science. Tell him I want him to help me understand myself.
She was speaking now with force and heat.
I want him to padlock me and nail me down. I want to know whether I am in the hands of friends or enemies. Sometimes I think devils are playing with me. All my life I have been tortured by these powers. Even at school they came banging about my bed, scaring my roommates. They disgraced me before my teacher, the one I loved the best. They interfered with my music, they cut me off from my friends, and now they've landed me here in this strange house with this dreadful old man, and I want someone, some good man who knows, someone who is not afraid, to come and test me. Mamma never doubts. Mr. Clarke is entirely satisfied, and this Mr. Pratt is worse than all. I don't believe in his pictures. I don't believe in what I do. I don't know what I believe.
She ended despairingly, then added fiercely.
This I do know. I want to be free from it. Free. Free. Absolutely free. I pray to God to release me, but he does not, and my slavery grows worse every day.
The girl's intensity of utterance thrilled Kate to the heart. Here was the cry of a tortured soul, the appeal of one in bondage. Dr. Britt was right. She was a victim.
You poor thing. I begin to understand. I will help you, and so will my brother. He is already interested in you. He is just the one to advise with you. If anyone can help you, he can. He is so keen-eyed, so strong.
I know he is. Have him come soon, won't you?
The mother interposed.
But, dearie, you know Mr. Clarke says...
I know what he says.
The girl answered, her face sullen and weary again.
He and all of you have no regard for me. You pretend to have, but you're all willing to sacrifice me to prove a theory. I don't care whether spiritualism is true or not. I want to have one single day when I can be sure of being myself, free to come and go like other girls. I feel as if I had a band of iron around my neck. I shall go mad with it some day.
Kate, usually ready, blunt and fearless, sat in silence, perfectly convinced by the fury of the girl's protest, stunned by a belief in the complete truth of her indignant accusations. These devotees, these fanatics, were immolating a beautiful young life on the altar of their own selfish faith. The Virgin was already bound to the rock, and the priest, torch in hand, was about to apply the flame.
What can I do? I want to help you.
An imperious knock at the door interrupted her, and for an instant Kate thought this another spirit message, but Mrs. Lambert called out.
Is that you, Anthony?
A deep voice answered.
Yes, it is I. I have something to tell you.
Clarke opened the door and stepped within, a handsome, dark, theatrical figure. Mrs. Lambert rose to meet him.
What is it, Anthony?
We've decided on the date. I am to speak on the 2nd.
He answered exultantly. Viola started up.
You shall not use my name. I forbid it.
Her hands were clenched, her eyes blazed with the fury of her determination, and she struck her heel upon the floor.
I tell you, I forbid it.
Clarke pushed Mrs. Lambert aside and strode to the centre of the room. His face was hard, his tone contemptuous.
You forbid it? What is your puny will against the invisible ones? You forbid it?
His voice changed as he asked.
Who has influenced you to this childish revolt?
He turned to Kate.
Have you, madam?
Kate Rice was not one to be outfaced.
If I have, I shall be most happy,
she answered.
Who are you that demands so much of this poor girl?
I am the one chosen by her control to convey their message to the world.
Kate recoiled a little.
Oh, you are? Well, I don't care if you are. You have no right to use her name in this way without her consent.
Her consent? What she desires or what I desire is of small account. We are both in the grasp of the invisible forces, making for the happiness of the race. She can't refuse to go on. It is her duty. There are millions of other women to sing, to dance, to amuse men. There is only one Viola Lambert in the world. Nothing in the annals of the occult exceeds her wonderful mediumship. She must give herself to the world of science. She must help us prevail over the terrors of the grave. Her mission is magnificent. Her fame will fill the earth.
Kate stoutly confronted him.
Perhaps the fame you give her will destroy her. It sounds to me like notoriety rather than fame. This poor child has a right to herself, and I will help her assert it."
Clarke's eloquent hand fell to his side. Something in Kate's calm matter-of-fact speech reached his shrewder self. He perceived here no mean antagonist.
"You need not take the trouble, madam. I am guarding her. They are guarding her."
It was plain that both Mrs. Lambert and her daughter were profoundly in obedience, if not in terror, of this wild young evangel, and Kate, to test her divination, said,
"Suppose she refuses?"
"She dare not refuse. Her control would cut her down where she stands. She has no choice where they are concerned. The hands are upon her this moment,"
he ended triumphantly. A shudder of despair went over the girl.
"It's true. I feel them here."
She touched her throat.
"They're all against me, the living and the dead."
And she fell into her chair with a moan of despair, her beauty, her shining garments adding to the pity of her fate. Kate's heart went out to her without reservation as she knelt beside her.
"I am for you, my dear, and so is my brother. We will help you, I give you my word. Be brave. You must see Morton and Dr. Weissmann. They will know what to do."
Viola turned upon her mother with a wail of supplication.
"Take me home, mother. Take me home."
Mrs. Lambert herself was weeping now.
"I dare not, dearie. Not till they consent. Be patient. They have promised to release you after this test."
Over the girl's face a stony rigidity spread. Her eyelids drooped, her head rolled from side to side. A pitiful moaning cry came from her pinched lips. And then at last, drawing a long peaceful sigh, she slept. Kate, in terror, stood watching, waiting till the lines of struggle, of pain, smoothed out, and the girl, doubly beautiful in her resignation, lay like one adorned for the angel of death. Then Clarke said solemnly,
"She has ceased to struggle. She is in good hands, in the care of those who love her and understand her. When she wakes, she will be newly consecrated in her great work. Come."
Kate, awed and helpless, permitted him to lead her from the room. But when fairly outside, she turned upon him fiercely.
"Don't touch me. I despise you. You are all crazy, a set of fanatics, and you'd sacrifice that poor girl without a pang. But you shan't do it, I tell you. You shan't do it."
And with that defiant phrase, she swept past him down to the street, forgetting Dr. Britt in her frenzy of indignation and defeat. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland, Book 2, Chapter 6. Serviss listens shrewdly. Meanwhile, Morton, with an armful of the publications of the Society for Psychical Research before him, was busied with the arguments of the Spiritists and their bearings on Viola Lambert's case. The thing claimed that the dead spoke through her. He could not for a moment entertain. Such a claim was opposed to all sound thinking, to every law known to science, was, in short, preposterous. He had acquired all the prejudices against such a faith from Emerson's famous phrase,
rat-hole philosophy,
down to the latest sneer in the editorial columns of The Pillar, to the latest exposé in The Blast. Upon the most charitable construction, those who believed in rappings, planchettes, materialised forms, ghosts, messages on slates, and all the rest of the amazing catalogue were either half-baked thinkers, intellectual perverts, or soft-pated sentimentalists, whose judgment was momentarily clouded by the passing of a grief.
"And yet,"
said one author,
"go a little deeper and you will find in the very absurdities of these phenomena a possible argument for their truth. A manufactured system would be careful to avoid putting forward as evidence a thing so childish and so ludicrous as a spirit tipping a table, riding in a bottle, or speaking through a tin horn. Who but a childlike and trusting soul would expect to convince a man of science of the immortality of the soul by causing a message from his grandfather to appear in red letters on his arm? The hit-or-miss character of all these phenomena, the very silliness and stupidity which you find in the appeal, may be taken as evidence of the sincerity of the psychic."
To this Morton took exception.
"I don't see that. There has never been a religion too gross, too fallacious to fail of followers. Remember the sacred bull of Egypt and the snake dance of the Hopi. The whole theory, as Spencer says, is a survival of a more primitive life and religion."
Finding himself alone with Weissmann during the afternoon, he said carelessly,
"If you were called upon to prove the falsity or demonstrate the truth of the spiritualistic faith, how would you set to work?"
Weissmann was a delicious picture as he stood facing his young colleague. He was dressed to go home, and was topped by a low-crowned, broad-brimmed black hat, set rather far back on his head, and floating like a shallop on the curling wave of his grizzled hair. His eyebrows, grey with two black tufts near the nose, resembled the antennae of a moth. His loose coat, his baggy trousers, and a huge umbrella finished the picture. He was a veritable German professor, a figure worthy of Die Fliegende Blätter.
"I can't say exactly,"
he replied thoughtfully.
"In general, I would bring to bear as many senses as possible. I would see, I would hear, I would touch. I would make electricity my watchdog. I would make matter my trap."
"But how?"
"That circumstances would determine. My plan would develop to fit the cases. I would begin with the simplest of the phenomena."
"Do you know Meyer's book?"
"Bah! No."
"And yet they say it is a careful and scientific study."
"They say? Who say?"
Serviss smiled.
"The spiritualists."
Then lightly added,
"What would you and the rest of the scientific world do to me if I should go into this investigation and come out converted?"
The old man's eyes twinkled and his moustache writhed in silent enjoyment.
"Burn you alive, as we did Bent and Zollner?"
"Of course you would. What you really want me to do is go in and smash the whole thing, eh?"
"That's about it."
"Clarke, that crazy preacher, said we men of science were just as dogmatic in our way as the bishops, and I begin to think he is right. We condemn without investigation. We play the heretic just as they did. Could any man go into this thing and not lose standing among his fellows?"
"No."
The old figure straightened, and his moustache bristled sternly.
"No. He who goes into this arena invites a kind of martyrdom. That is also why I say you, a young man. You might live to see your vindication, but I would die in my disgrace as Zollner did."
So they parted, Serviss admiring his chief's blunt honesty and vast learning, Weissmann busy with the thought that his eyes were failing and his work nearly done.
"And so little accomplished,"
he sadly added. Kate met her brother at the door in a kind of fury.
"Something must be done for that girl. I have had a perfectly nerve-wracking time. We must get her out of that house before they drive her crazy."
The sincerity of her rage froze the smile on his face.
"Is it as bad as that?"
"It is as bad as you can imagine. That man Clarke has some kind of baneful influence over her. He seems able to control her by just waving his hand at her. And the mother is such a dear old silly. She trusts to him completely. But go and dress, and we will talk it all over. I'm all of a tremble yet with what I've seen. I feel as if I had been to an insane asylum and witnessed a strangling.
He went away to his room, deeply perturbed, resentful of all this ill-regulated human nature, which could so upset his sane sister and come between his own mind and his work. He believed in orderly and humorous human life. Why should this teasing, tormenting girl from the mountains come with her trances and tricks to make life furious and antic, where it had been amusing and accountable? To what would a closer acquaintance lead? What would become of his studies if he gave himself to her case?
To disillusionment, I sincerely hope,
he said. As he joined his sister at dinner, he began.
Well now, sis, I'll listen.
Kate had lost a little of her excitement under the influence of her toilet table, but she was still tense and flushed as she hesitated, her heart overflowing with sisterly admiration. So handsome, so strong, and so very established did Morton appear at the moment. His tone still further calmed and reassured her, and she began.
In the first place, I like the girl very much. She is very pretty, and more au fait than you had led me to suppose. Her manner is extremely good. The mother is dear and sweet, but deluded. Clarke and that old man Pratt ought to be in an asylum, or the calaboose.
Morton laughed harshly.
Your succinct statement puts me in complete possession of the case. They are all fakers together.
No, I didn't mean that. They're all fanatics. You should see the spirit paintings and the slate writings in that house. It was like a journey to a far country. Really, Morton, it staggers belief to think that within 20 blocks of where we sit, such a man and such a home can exist. They do exist, and it only makes me realize how small a part of the city we know, after all. And some things I heard there today make me wonder if science isn't shutting its eyes, as these people say, to a world right under its nose. Morton, those people believe what they talk. That girl is honest. She may be self-deceived, but her sufferings are real. I can't believe that she is wicked.
Weissmann practically advised me to go into a study of these morbid conditions.
He did? Well, that from Rudolf Weissmann, after what I've seen today, unsettles my reason. Maybe those people really have a message. But Morton, you really must do something for that girl. Her condition is pitiful. One of the plans of that lunatic Clarke is to issue a challenge to the world of science and to throw that girl into the arena for you scientists to tear.
Morton stared.
No, not a public challenge.
Isn't it pitiful? Yes, he's going to speak on the 2nd of next month at the Spirit Temple, and he's going to publicly describe Viola's powers and, as her manager, challenge the world to prove her false.
As Morton's mind flashed over the consequences of this challenge, his face paled.
Good God, what an ordeal! But the girl, does she consent?
She does and she doesn't. As a sweet, nice child, she shrinks from it. But as a psychic, as they call her, she has no choice. These inner forces seem able to take her by the throat any minute. They seized her while I was there. Morton, she impersonated Aunt Dosia, and delivered the most vindictive message. She scared me blue. You never saw anything more dramatic, more awful.
What was the message?
Something about a debt she wanted us to pay. She was furious about it. I don't know of any debt. Do you?
No. How did the message come?
As Kate described it, the impersonation grew grotesque, lost much of its power to horrify, and Morton, though he writhed at thought of the girl's depravity, blamed the mother and Clarke for it. Kate made end by saying,
It was horrible to see, and it startled me. Then the other messages, those written ones, came through her hand.
Automatic writing, they call it. That has no value, none whatever. The whole program was arranged for your benefit.
No, it wasn't. The girl was carried out of herself. She is somehow enslaved by Clarke, and she wants help. She wants to be investigated, but she wants it done privately. She wants you to do it. She begs you to do it.
Begs me?
His eyebrows lifted.
Yes, she passionately desires your advice. The poor thing made an appeal that would have touched your heart. She wants to be cured of this horrid thing, whatever it is. She wants to escape from Pratt and Clarke and all the rest of those queer people. You must take it up, Morton. You must make up a committee and take charge of her.
Clarke is mad. No reputable man of science will go on such a committee. The girl will fall into the hands of notoriety-seekers. Men of position do not meddle with such questions.
Kate flared forth.
Why don't they? It is their duty just as much as it is Viola's duty to offer herself. That is where I lose patience with you men of science. Why don't you meet these people halfway? Women wouldn't be such bigots, such cowards. If you don't help this poor girl, I'll consider you a bigot and coward with the rest.
Your whole position is most feminine,
said Morton, arguing as much against himself as against Kate.
You've only seen this girl once. You have witnessed only one of her performances, and yet you are ready to champion her before the world. I wish you'd tell me how you arrived at a conviction of her honesty. Think of it. She assumes to be the mouthpiece of the dead. The very assumption is a discredit.
I don't care. She has good, honest, sweet eyes.
I bow to the force of the eyes, but over against her claim I put the denials of science. The phenomena these fanatics base their hopes upon, science has already proven to be tricks, illusions, deceits.
I don't care. Her story, her own attitude towards the thing, convinced me that she is honest.
It's the rogue who looks like a gentleman who runs the longest race.
Well,
ended Kate rather helplessly.
See her. See her before you condemn her.
But I have seen her. I've spent more days in her company than you have hours.
Kate looked at him with new interest.
You didn't tell me that before. You said you'd met her casually.
She is enormously interesting, but...
His voice changed to earnest protest.
But, Kate, the thing the girl claims to be is out of key with all organized human knowledge. It is a survival of the past. It belongs to a world of dreams and portents. It is of a piece with the old crone's tales, fortune-telling, palmistry, and all the rest of the hodgepodge or hocus-pocus which makes up the world of the unlearned. I've given a great deal of thought to her fate. My heart bleeds for her, but what can I do? She really needs the care of a great physician, like Tolman. She should be snatched from her unwholesome surroundings and sent away to Europe or back to her hills. When I saw her last, she was as sweet and blithe as a bobolink. We were on the trail together, so far above the miasma of humankind that her girlhood seemed uncontaminated by any death-affrighted soul. Why don't she go back? She's vigorous and experienced in travel. Her stepfather is not poor, he's rich. Why don't she pull away and go back to her valley?
Do you know what a control is?
I believe that is the name they give to the particular spirits which assume to advise and guide a medium. Why?
Well, that poor thing is in mortal terror of her control, who is her grandfather. She was quite defiant, till Clarke reminded her that her guide would cut her down in her tracks if she refused. Then she wilted, went right off into death-like sleep. It was pitiful to see her. Clarke was terrible when he said it. He is a regular Svengali, I believe, and the mother is completely dominated by him. One of the spooks is her own father, the other her first husband. It seems that they are willing to sacrifice the girl to their science, for it seems they are leagued to dig a hole through to us from their side. and Viola is their avenue of communication. Then, too, the girl believes in it all. She rebels at times, but she has been having these trances ever since she was 10 years old.
As the memory of the mother's tale freshened, Kate changed her tone.
You needn't tell me, Morton Serviss, that these people are frauds. They may be mistaken, but they're horribly in earnest. They believe in those spirits as you do in germs, and Viola is absolutely helpless in their hands, if you can say they have hands. They can throw her into a trance at any moment. They've made her life a misery. She is absolutely enslaved to them.
That, too, could be a delusion. Medical science is full of cases of auto-hypnotism.
Viola Lambert is not a medical case. It's astonishing what a blooming beauty she is in the midst of it all. In fact, her health gives Clarke and the mother an argument. They say it hasn't hurt her, you see. But what future has the poor girl? Think of going through life in that way.
Morton's eyes were very sad as he said,
Her future is a dark one from our point of view, but she may be earning a crown to be given in the land of shadows. She is beautiful, but it is the beauty of a blighted flower.
Kate regarded him with affectionate eyes.
I don't wonder that she has bewitched you, Morton. She can never be anything to you, of course, but we must help her just the same, and I confess I am crazy to see one of her performances, as you call them.
Her face lightened.
How would it do to invite them to dinner and have a séance afterwards? You could judge then of her truth.
Sacrifice her to make our holiday, eh? Kate, I thought better of you than that. Isn't that precisely the poor girl's complaint, that everybody wants to use her as a sort of telephone connection with the other world? No. If you invite her here, receive her as a lady, not as a pervert. But now, let us see. You say Clarke is going to issue his challenge soon?
On the 2nd.
And that she has consented?
Consented? Poor thing, she has no choice.
If he issues that challenge, she is lost.
His brows knitted.
To defy the world of science in that way will make her fair game for every charlatan in the city. The press will unite to destroy her. I will see Clarke and Pratt myself. For the sake of their own cause, they must not enter on such a foolish plan. Unless this life has already eaten deep into the essential purity of the girl's nature, she will be corrupted. This public test business will drive her into all kinds of artifices and shifts. Her exposure will be swift and sure. Yes, I will see Clarke. If necessary, I will undertake to secure a purely private investigation of her claims.
Kate rose and came round to his chair.
Will you? Oh, that will be good of you, Mort. I can't begin to tell you how that girl's face has worked on me today. I feel that it would be criminal in you not to do something when she expects it of you. She looks to us to save her. She passionately desires your help. Go over there tomorrow. Don't delay. They may issue that challenge any minute. Clarke was angry and alarmed at my attitude, and may send out the notice tonight. Do go, Morton. You can't afford to stand on ceremony when a soul is in danger.
He rose.
Very well, I will go. But I never embarked on an enterprise that seemed more dangerous, more futile. My heart says go, but my reason is against it.
Follow your heart in this instance.
If I did that wholly, I would go straight to this dragon's den and snatch the fair maiden home to my castle.
That would be romantic, but a little too daring, even for my enthusiasm.
You may be reassured. No one really follows the heart in these days. At least, those who do land in jail, or the almshouse.
As he lit his cigar, he observed that his hand trembled. For the first time in his life, his nerves were overcharged and leaping with excitement, just above control. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapters 7 and 8 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland, Book 2, Chapter 7, The Sleeping Sibyl. The following evening, after much debate with himself, Serviss, armoured in scientific reflection, set forth towards the unknown country, wherefrom his sister had brought report of a maiden dwelling in the power of giants, pitiably ensnared by evil-minded enchanters. The errand in Kate's mind was as chivalric as any of the olden time, but the night's progress was lit by the green and red lamps of trade, and threaded only the brazen jungles of traffic. For dragons he had but the overhead monsters of iron and brass, monsters too intent on their own mad game to take account of such small deer as this footman picking his road beneath. It was 8:30 of the night watch. Serviss began to realise that his reawakened interest in this girl was not purely impersonal and scientific. It had become, indeed, a most disquieting, intimate concern, and every step towards the west sharpened the sense of his folly. Had it not been for the memory of that ride up the mountains, his keen remembrance of that day of joyous youth, he could have easily dismissed Viola's case from his mind. But as he permitted himself to dwell upon her rosy, rain-wet face, her bird-like ecstasy of voice, her splendid defiance of the sun and wind, a desire that was as fierce as anger actuated him, making his proffer of aid not a gallantry, but a duty.
I will defend her from herself. Though a liar, she is still worth redemption. In a certain sense, the despicable role she is playing has been forced upon her.
As he mounted Simeon's steps, he observed that awnings covered the adjacent carriage block, and that some young people, all in party dress, were entering, a merry chattering group, whereas the Pratt mansion towered gloomily, unlighted, unalluring as a prison. He was about to touch the bell, when the door opened and a porter softly greeted him.
"The meeting has begun, sir. Step right in, sir. This way, sir. Softly, please."
Before he was fairly aware of his attendant's meaning, Serviss found himself thrust through a heavily curtained archway into a large room dimly lighted by a single lamp at the farther end. It contained about 20 people, and he hesitated in embarrassment and some amazement at the threshold. Beneath the light, on a reclining chair, lay a woman with closed eyes and folded hands. Beside this figure stood Clarke in the midst of an address, every word of which was made dramatically effective by a forced calmness, an elocutionary trick.
Some of you, my friends, may never have seen any of these mysterious things. So many people say to me, nothing supernatural ever happens where I am. To you, I repeat my answer to them. Have you ever tried to enter the right conditions? Here is a caravan of Arabs on the desert. The road, hard beaten, is wide and dusty. The necks of the camels sway. The drivers shout. There is the smell of sweat, of leather, of oil. The alkaline dust blinds and blisters. Physical weariness and suffering shut out all else. This is no place to look for heavenly visitors. You would be a fool to expect a demonstration there. But at night, when the beasts are at rest, when the cool, starry sky bends close, when the tent flaps are closed, then the old men sit about and commune with their dead, as all primitive natural peoples do. So with you, you say to me, I have no heavenly visions in my life. I answer, do you expect them on Broadway or in your business office? You are on the dusty, weedy, Noisy high road, my friends, and you will never hear a spirit voice or catch the flutter of a hand till you retire to the dusk and the quiet. Enter the land of meditation. Manifest a willingness to meet the angel visitors halfway, and then the wings of the unseen will rustle about you. The cool and scented winds of the invisible universe will kiss your cheeks. Shadowy voices will be wafted from the dark. Song will break from the silences to comfort and heal you. We see only what we will to see. That is a known law of psychology. Electricity was a force in the world 6,000 years before man really saw it. Now we hear it crackle in our hair and stir in our garments. By studying the conditions of its manifestation, we are able to call it forth in giant power. So, of these invisible ones, they are all about us, eager to bless, to prove their presence. They are here now. Around each one of you there are throngs hovering to manifest their love. They will do so by the aid of this wonderful psychic who has consented to sit for us tonight. Let me repeat that she does this because the dead demand and the living beseech her to act as their intermediary.
With abrupt, almost ludicrous change to a matter-of-fact tone, he added,
Henry, turn the light a little lower.
As the attendant glided to his task, Serviss was mightily moved to rise in his seat and cry out against the foolish profaning business. They were putting the girl into the exact attitude of the paid trickster. At college he had attended a few of these séances, where vulgar and immoral women had furthered their trade, and to see Viola, whom he still believed to be essentially sweet, or at least reclaimable, thrown into this most dubious posture, disgusted and angered him.
But I am an uninvited guest. My rising would precipitate a scene involving Viola.
He reasoned, and so kept his seat, though his hands clenched and his teeth set with the effort at control. Someone commenced to play softly upon a harp, and a little sigh like a breeze passed over the group. The women had begun to respond to the manager's emotional appeal.
I can feel them gathering,
he called softly from his seat beside the motionless girl.
The spirit hosts are about us. I can almost hear the rustle of their wings.
The harpist stopped abruptly, and an echoing strain of faint music continued to sound, seemingly from the ceiling. A fairy harp exquisitely clear.
That is my Adelaide,
announced Clarke, in a voice so convincing in its tone of satisfied longing that the women of his audience again rustled with ecstasy.
I think he is beautiful,
exclaimed one.
A voice is whispering to me,
Clarke continued.
It is asking for someone. I cannot quite make out. Who is it? Again, please. Morton Serviss?
His voice rose in surprise.
He is not here. You are surely mistaken. Certainly, I will ask. Is Professor Serviss here?
Serviss replied, with a slight note of annoyance in his voice.
Yes, I am here.
Again the little group shivered with excitement, not because they were acquainted with the name and fame of the scientist, but because they anticipated some especially wonderful manifestation of the psychic's power. Serviss, irritated and puzzled, waited in silence. Clarke's voice trembled with his effort to appear calm as he said,
Professor Serviss, I am glad to welcome you. Won't you please come forward? The control desires it.
For a full minute, in dead silence, Serviss debated the matter, then rose to comply. Mrs. Lambert met him with cordial hand, saying in a whisper,
We did not know you were coming, but they knew. They want you closer to the manifestation.
He, sick at heart at her connivance in the trick, made no reply, but silently took the seat which Clarke indicated. Viola lay as silent as a statue, her face faintly showing, a diamond in her corsage emitting a momentary gleam as she breathed tranquilly at long intervals. There was nothing of the professional Sibyl in her dress, and her tall figure was very beautiful in this attitude of deep sleep. Clarke, mindful of effect, made explanation.
Professor Serviss, as many of you know, is renowned in science, and the controls are especially anxious that he shall have the best possible opportunity to hear and see. Will you play again, Mrs. Robinson?
As the heart resumed its sadly sweet pulsations, the dead matter in the room seemed to awake. Cracklings, snappings, as of a fire log, arose from the carpet. Rappings resounded from the walls. The piano began to thrill, as if a roguish child were thumping it.
"That's my little boy,"
whispered Mrs. Lambert. Clarke shut off the light above his head, till it was but a faint point of yellow light, and then a hand, firm and broad, was laid for an instant on Serviss's shoulder. Stars of phosphorescent fire floated about. A small hand fluttered in a caress about the face of the sleeping girl.
"That is her father's hand,"
again murmured Mrs. Lambert. Serviss was willing to believe the girl's trance real, and that she had no part in the hocus-pocus up to this point. But even as he leaned forward to peer into the faintly visible face of the sleeper, a voice, breathy yet metallic, as though coming through the horn of a phonograph, sounded in his ear.
"Be not so doubting, my boy. I, too, doubted."
"Who are you?"
he asked.
"Loggy,"
answered the voice with a chuckle. The answer was so unexpected, this chuckle so familiar, startled him, for it was his pet name for an uncle, a professor of mathematics, who used to call himself Old Logarithms, when in play with his nephews. But before Serviss had time to put out his hand, the horn came down softly on his head, then withdrew, and a boyish voice laughed in his ear.
"You're a dunce."
Mrs. Lambert bent towards him.
"Did some dear one speak to you? I hope so. We are so anxious to have you one of us."
He did not reply, for a third voice, seemingly that of an old man, was issuing from the horn in pompous, stolid, old-fashioned utterance.
"The reality of all you see, young man, can be proven. Set yourself to the grand task of destroying all fear of the change men call death. Science is hopeless. We alone can save the world from despair."
"That is my father,"
explained Mrs. Lambert.
"He is my daughter's chief control. He cares for her, teaches her."
Again the floating horn passed Morton's face, and a boyish voice called,
"Mama, are you happy?"
"Yes, dear, when you are with me."
"We're always with you. We're glad Professor Serviss came."
"So are we, Walty."
"Papa says, tell him to watch. Tell him to be patient."
The voice hesitated, murmured, and was silent, then added plaintively,
"Oh dear, there are so many who want to talk. They take my strength away. Goodbye."
The horn dropped with a clang, but was at once caught up and floated away over the circle. Dear names were whispered, secrets recalled, loved voices long stilled by the grave were heard again. Hands that the earth had covered touched tear-wet cheeks, and with these caresses, sobbing outcries burst from the women.
I believe. Yes, I know you, darling,
called a man's voice, and his accent was more moving than the cries of the women. Pratt, in wistful accents, asked,
Is there no one for me tonight?
Yes, Father,
answered a girl's voice from the megaphone, now hanging almost directly in front of Serviss.
We are all here. I'm going to sing for you the song you liked the best.
This she did in a faraway voice, sweetly and with excellent vocalisation, but the first notes startled Serviss. They were from the banks of Loch Lomond, the very song Clarke sang to Viola's accompaniment that night in the little cabin in Colorado.
And yet she told me she had no voice,
he said to himself, and a bitter heat overcame the chill of his disgust.
What unconscionable trickery!
The last piece of deception seemed to involve the girl more directly than any other of the evening's accursed jugglery. Pratt was pleading brokenly.
My old paw is open, Jenny. Put your hand in it, just for a moment, as you used to. I'm so lonely without you. Girls, can't you touch your old father? Give me a kiss. And Mother, is she with you tonight?
Yes, we're all here. I can't kiss you tonight, Father. Sometime I will.
The gentle voice replied.
I'm not strong enough tonight.
There was infinite regret in the tone, which conveyed to Serviss, with singular vividness, a virginal charm, united to something very sweet, almost saintly. Every sentiment had been beautifully voiced. No actress could have done it better. Clarke spoke gently, solemnly.
Professor Serviss, will you now take a seat beside the psychic? Her controls wish to make some special demonstration for you.
With reluctance and loathing, the young scientist moved forward, guided by the mother, and placed his seat at the right side of Viola, whose daintily robed, graceful figure he could still detect. Her wrists appeared to be lying on the broad arms of her reclining chair, and her head was turned away from him. She seemed very feminine, very lovely, and very helpless, and he had a definite and powerful desire to take her in his arms, to wake her, to snatch her from the most revolting drama of the dark. He was now seated directly between the Sibyl and Clarke, her manager, and every sense was keenly awake. A tapping metallic sound at once arose, either upon his chair or Viola's, and the horn, or whatever it was, floated dimly into view, then vanished, and a moment later the voice of the chief control entered his right ear.
Man of science, do not shirk your duty. Here now we offer you a chance to solve the great mystery. Will you accept?
To this he made no answer, for his widely opened eyes were strained in the effort to locate Viola's hands, eager to determine her part in the phenomena, and as the moving megaphone again touched his right temple, he laid a quick hand lightly on her white wrist. She leaped convulsively with a gasping cry. The horn tumbled to the floor with prodigious clatter, and the women all shrieked and rose to their feet.
Fool! What have you done?
Cried Clarke in a terrible voice. Serviss's tone expressed only contempt as he answered.
No great harm, I think.
The clergyman pushed him aside rudely, and knelt beside the girl, who was writhing and moaning in her chair, as though contorted with pain. Words of indignation arose from the circle, and one or two shouted,
Run him out!
He has no business here.
But Clarke cried out in a commanding voice,
Remain where you are, friends. Be quiet for a few minutes.
They obeyed, and Serviss was about to withdraw when Pratt confronted him.
What do you mean? Do you want to kill the psychic?
The mother was bending above her daughter with soothing words.
There, there, dearie. It will soon pass. You may turn on the light, Anthony.
Clarke turned the cock of the burner till a faint glow revealed the girl, white, suffering, her left side convulsed.
You can't do things like that,
he went on, addressing himself to Serviss.
In these trances, the nervous system is in a state of enormous tension. The psychic must not be mishandled.
I merely touched her arm,
answered Serviss quietly. The mother answered,
The lightest touch is sufficient to convulse her, Professor. You should have asked permission of the control. Then it would not have shocked her.
I hope it has done no lasting harm.
His voice, in spite of himself, took on sympathy, though he believed the girl's shock to have been grossly exaggerated for some reason of her own.
I thought I was invited to make the test.
The mother's calm voice was thrilling as she said,
She's better now. You may turn the light on full.
Viola was a most appealing figure as she bloomed from the dark, pure and pale as a lily. She was dressed exquisitely in white and seemed older, more worldly wise and more bewitching than when he had last seen her. But with a feeling of profound contempt and bitterness, Serviss shrank from meeting her gaze. He slipped away into the hall and out of the house, back into the cool, crisp air of the night, ashamed of himself for having yielded again to the girl's disturbing lure, burning with disappointment, and sad and grieving over the loss of his last shred of respect for her.
Britt was right,
he exclaimed, drawing a deep breath as if to free his lungs of the foul air of deceit.
They are all frauds together.
And with this decision came a sense of relief as well as of loss. Chapter 8. Kate's Interrogation. Kate, waiting impatiently in her turn, met him at the door.
Well, did you see her? What did she say?
Her voice rose in excitement, for she perceived unusual gravity in the lines of his face.
Your far country lies on the borders of hell,
he replied with disconcerting succinctness.
Yes, I saw her, or rather the ruin of her.
She recoiled before this tone.
What do you mean?
He shook himself free of his coat.
She has descended swiftly. She now lends herself to the shallowest, basest trickery.
I don't believe it. What has happened to make you so bitter?
I will tell you presently,
he replied, hanging up his hat with aggravating deliberation.
But not here. Come to the library.
He led the way and she followed quite meekly, for she perceived in him something new and harsh. She sat quite still while he filled his pipe and lit it, waited until the soothing flow of smoke through its stem had softened his face. He began sadly.
The girl has gone beyond our interference, Kate, and if she weren't so pretty, if I hadn't seen her when she was wholesome and altogether charming, I would not have wasted this evening on her. Tonight's doings were unforgivable.
Did she give you a sitting?
No, but they were in the midst of a séance.
He spoke this word with infinite disgust.
And the usher, mistaking me for an invited guest, thrust me into the very centre of the circle.
How lucky! I wish I had been there.
Well, that's as you look at it. When I realized what was going on, I wanted to leave. And, I repeat, had the chief actress been an old hag or the usual sloven who plays this game, I would have fled. But she was beautiful as a statue as she lay there, professedly in deep trance.
You're sure it was Viola?
I wish there were a doubt. Yes, she was there, surrounded by a group of Pratt's friends, giving a performance.
This word, too, expressed his contempt, his pain.
She went the whole length, lent herself to the cheapest kind of jugglery, playing with horrible adroitness upon the emotions of a lot of bereaved men and women. It was revolting, Kate. It shakes one's faith in humanity to see such a girl in such a position. And that nice-appearing old mother sat there, serene as a tabby cat, while her daughter bamboozled a dozen open-faced ninnies.
Tell me exactly what happened. I can't share your horror till I know what the girl actually did.
He approached the details with a grimace.
First of all, imagine a little half-circle of well-dressed men and women in a big drawing-room, enclosing a girl lying on a low chair under a single gas jet, and a man standing beside her, speechifying.
That was Clarke, of course.
Of course. Then imagine the light turned down, and the usual floating guitar, in the dark, of course, and rappings and whispers and the touch of hands, all in the dark. Then imagine, this will make you laugh, some kind of horn or megaphone of tin, that rambled around invisibly, distributing voices of loved ones here and there like sweetmeats out of a cornucopia.
You mean the spirits spoke through that thing?
That's what they all believed.
But you don't think the girl...
Who else? Some of the voices were women's, and one or two were children's. Clarke couldn't do the children's voices.
I can't believe it of her. Clarke must have done them. He's capable of anything. But I won't believe such baseness of that girl.
It hurts me to admit it, Kate, but I am forced to believe that she not only sang through that horn tonight, but that she lied to me. She told me once that she had no voice, and yet, by request, she sang into that horn, and very sweetly, too, the very song to which she played an accompaniment when Clarke and I met for the first time. The effrontery of it was confounding.
Maybe there was a confederate.
That doesn't sweeten the mess very much.
No, and yet it wouldn't be quite so bad. But go on, what else?
Then I was invited by the controls, so Clarke said, to come up and sit beside the medium, which I did very loathly. It gave me a keen pang to look down on that lovely creature pretending to sleep, knowing perfectly well that she was planning some deep deception.
You are bitter. What next?
I took a seat beside her, determined to see if she really had a hand in the deception. I thought I could prevent anything happening.
Did you?
No. Everything went on quite as briskly as before, and all the while I thought I could see her arms lying limp along her chair. Lovely arms they were, too. She isn't poor, you must understand that, Kate, and that really makes the crime worse, for she has not the usual excuse. She is not doing it for her daily bread.
Kate sat like a judge.
Go on. You seized her, of course?
Yes. Just when the cone was emitting an old man's pompous harangue, I laid my hand on her arm. The horn dropped, the circle rose in confusion, and I came away.
I expected you'd do that. All skeptics do, I believe. But I want to know all that took place. You're so concise. You say the cone emitted a man's voice. Now how could...
It produced the impression of a man's voice. It is easy to deceive under such conditions. The cone was passed from her hand to Clarke's at the proper moments, and, as you say, there might have been a child.
You must not infer, Mort. My faith in that girl is at stake. Was there nothing in her favor? Nothing that justified her claim?
He hesitated, and Kate leaned forward in excess of interest.
Go on, Morton. Be honest.
Well, now that I think of it, there was one little thing which was rather curious. I don't know how she or Clarke or anyone there should know what we used to call Uncle Ben.
What? Did you get a message from him?
A voice from the megaphone asked for me, and when I requested the name of the party speaking, as Clarke says, it replied with an oily chuckle, exactly like the old duffer, "It's old Loggy."
It did.
Her voice was sharp with surprise.
Well now, that is as wonderful as my experience. How do you account for that? How do you account for such things?
She repeated insistently.
Clarke must have known.
Nonsense. No one outside our immediate family knows of that nickname. Besides, how would he know the way Loggy laughed? I'd forgotten it myself.
So would I. But what would you say? Would you jump to the conclusion?
You are jumping at the conclusion, Mort. If there is one single thing that you can't understand, you must give that girl the benefit of the doubt. What did Loggy say?
There you go. You're ready to swallow the whole lump of humbuggery just because there is one little puzzling plum in it.
Kate was not to be put down.
What did Uncle say?
He submitted.
Nothing else. Like most of those dead folk, he was there just to manifest, not to impart wisdom.
Kate leaned back in her chair and grew thoughtful.
Morton, that was wonderful. No one knew you were coming. No one knew you except those people, and they're from the other end of the earth. And yet, somebody speaks, using a pet name we've both forgotten. Now, I call that a most important thing to dwell upon. How can you, a scientist, overlook it?
But you must remember, all this happened in the house of jugglery. There is no value in a performance of that kind. There was no test applied. Confederates had full opportunity to come and go. To have weight with me, these wonders must take place under conditions of my making, not theirs.
That's what she wants.
I don't believe it. Pardon me, Kate, but you've been taken in. Whatever this girl was 2 years ago, she is now a part of Clarke's scheme, which is to secure a tremendous lot of advertising and then emit a book.
Kate transfixed him with a finger.
Morton Serviss, there is nothing so convincing as a tone. I know that girl is honest. She may be deceived. She may be made a tool of unconsciously by Clarke, but she does not willfully deceive. I will not let you off with this experience. You must see her in private. Talk with her as I did.
I will have nothing further to do with her or hers,
he replied, with determined quiet, knocking the ashes from his pipe.
I have other and better business in the world.
I don't believe it is better business. Now wait a moment. I have something to tell of my own evening. While you were gone, I phoned Uncle Harrison and Aunt Nancy about that debt of my great-aunt, who came to me through Viola today. They knew nothing about it, but they set to work looking over her old papers, and found that there was a sealed letter addressed to a doctor in Michigan, and in the letter was a check made out to him and which she intended to send him. Now, what do you think of that?
I don't see that that has any necessary connection with your experience this afternoon.
But it does, I'm sure of it. Auntie felt grateful to this young doctor and wanted to reward him. Morton, it was a big check.
She uttered this impressively.
Was it? How much?
$5,000.
He faced her with a whistle of surprise.
Well, well, that isn't so amusing. Are we to pay it? Is that the idea?
If I am sure. If the letter is what they phoned it to be, we've got to pay it. I'm her sole legatee, and she was very angry because it hadn't been paid. But that's not the really important part. How did Viola Lambert know of that letter and that check?
He was deeply impressed and did not try to conceal it.
That is very puzzling, but it may be a case of mind-reading, which I believe the modern psychologists admit has been proved.
He began to muse.
It may be, as Weissmann says, that there is always some basis for a claim such as Clarke makes for this girl. It may be that she has a faculty for reading what lies in the brain of another.
Morton Serviss, you shall not condemn that girl unheard. You have taken Britt's word about her, and you've listened to my story, but you must see her yourself and talk with her alone, so that she will be free to tell you just how she feels.
No. I'm going to bed and try to forget the whole disconcerting group.
That's the way with you scientists. You'll pursue the tail of a comet or a germ till you're black in the face, but when something really important to the human race comes under your nose, you can't see it.
You're forceful, but not elegant, sis.
I'm out of all patience with you.
He laughed.
Good night.
I hope that girl's face will haunt you,
she replied. It did. From the moment he turned off his light, his mind leaped into the most restless activity. Taking up the scroll of the night's events, he read and reread it with minutest care. A voice seemed to present the girl's case, arguing that she had no conscious part in the manifestations.
It is possible for one in deep trance to rise and manipulate horns, bells, and guitars at the suggestion of another, precisely as a somnambulist walks without intention of wrongdoing, without conscious knowledge of what is being done. She might have had a veritable hand in tonight's drama, and still be innocent. Hypnotism is now pretty thoroughly proven, and to Clarke you must look for the real offender. The human brain, which is marvellous enough when in health and singing merrily forward like a cunningly constructed and jewelled timepiece, becomes, in disease, as baffling, as hopeless of solution, as the laws of the unfathomable sky. Beyond the utmost sweep of the imagined lies the marvel of fact. The beliefs, the vagaries, the hallucinations of the insane have never been coordinated. Perhaps they never will be. It is possible that this girl, so normal in appearance, has a rotten strand in her, some weakness inherited from her father. This is the only way in which to account for her glowing physical health and her manifest mental disorder. She has her father's mind in a body drawn from her mother. One half of her is pure and sweet and girlish, the other is old, decayed, lying, and irresponsible. Can she be reclaimed? It is now known that the conscious mind is but a pin's point of the mind's activity, the conscious state being but one of an infinite number of possible states, that the submerged, unconscious self is 1,000,000 times more complex than the chain of those conscious states which makes up the normal or orderly life of an individual. May it not be that this girl, by reason of her long practice of submission, induced by others, has dethroned her conscious, higher self, making her subliminal self a tyrant? This submerged self, holding as it does all the experiences of the dark past, all the lusts, deceits, and subterfuges, all the cruelties and shameless potentialities of her animal and semi-civilized forebears, and being but a mass of discordant impulses, states almost entirely disassociated from her conscious life, has all but taken possession of her higher self. The restraint of the later developed, governing, moral self being weakened, the witches and wolves are leaping forth to vex and destroy. Over this fortuitous subversion of her soul's kingdom, Clarke now rules like a demon counselor. Considered in the light of a study in morbid psychology, her case is enthralling. From the standpoint of human pity, this use of her is a diabolical outrage. Suppose Kate is right. Suppose the girl has awakened to a full realization of her danger. Suppose that her cry for succor is real. Can any man who hears it refuse to heed? Would I ever sleep in peace again?
He went further. He admitted that her beauty was the deciding element.
She is too lovely to be left to a fanatic's designs. She has matured in body, grown more womanly since we rode the trail together. May it not be that her mind, maturing even more rapidly, has come to perceive the crumbling edge of the abyss before it stands, and turns to science as the only rescuer? No matter what her past deceptions have been, is it not my duty to help her?
His anger and contempt dissolved into compassion. He recalled her youth, her inexperience.
I will at least see her again,
he decided, deep in the night.
I will talk with her. I will draw her out. I will study her. All will depend upon her attitude towards me and towards her own soul.
And in that softened mood, sleep came to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland, Book 2, Chapter 9. Viola's Plea for Help. Morton went to his work next morning quite unfitted for an especially delicate piece of dissection which he had in hand. He bungled it, and Weissmann transfixed him with a glare of disapproval.
My boy, these social gaieties do not consort well with science.
The young man smiled to think how wide of the mark his chief was. He held up both hands.
I swear it shall not happen again.
Then, moved by a desire to secure a comment on the curious phenomena of the séance, he related the story of his brief interview with his Uncle Ben's ghost.
Now, do you suppose that Clarke, or the medium, could dig around the dusty, forgotten lumber of my mind and get hold of a queer fact like that nickname?
Why go so far round?
Inquired Weissmann.
Why not say it was your Uncle Ben who spoke?
You're joking.
I am not joking. If the facts are as you say, then one explanation is as reasonable as the other.
Serviss was amazed.
You don't really mean it?
If you say it was an illusion of the sense of hearing, I agree. But do we not stagger among illusions? Who so well as we knows the illusory nature of every fact? Nothing is stable under our hands. Of what avail to reduce the universe to one substance, as the monists do? We pry, we peer into that substance, it fades like smoke. 40 years I have probed among the cells of the body. The final mystery remains insoluble. Why? Because the atom, the thing once demonstrated, the final division of matter, is itself an illusion, made up of the intangible and the imponderable. This I have given my whole life to discover. Life is an illusion. Why not death? Shall we dogmatize, especially on the one thing of which we know nothing? The spirit world is unthinkable, but so, at the last analysis, is the world of matter.
The young man, believing this to be only the mocking mood of one who knew the argument of the duellists better than they knew it themselves, remained silent, and Weissmann composedly resumed.
The dogmatism of Haeckel is as vain as the assumption of Metchnikoff. We shall forever discover and forever despair. Such is the life of man.
When he went home, Morton found a note from his sister, saying that she had received a message from Viola, and that she would be at home at 5.
Now don't fail to go. I have to pour tea for Sally, or I would go with you. I'm crazy to see the girl again. I spent the morning talking the whole thing over with Dr. Safford. She thinks as I do, that the girl is exactly what she claims to be, a medium, and that while it is her duty to go on, she ought to be protected from the vulgar public. We both want you to take her in hand. Certainly there ought to be no disgrace in standing as interpreter between the living and the dead. Isn't it just our foolish prejudice? If the girl can bring messages from the other world, she ought to be honored above all other women. Seriously, Morton, her plea the other day wrung my heart. I don't want you to get too interested in her, of course, but what we call a disease may be a God-given power. Think of the way we run after a foolish vulgar woman who is married into millions, and then think of the way we sniff at this girl because she has some gift which science doesn't understand. If one teensy tiny bit of what they claim about her is true, science ought to cherish her. As Marian said, if she had discovered a star so far off and so faint it wouldn't matter in the least to anyone but a few cranks whether it existed or not, she would be honored all over the world. But as she claims to have discovered something vital to every human soul, she is despised. It is your duty to help her. I had her over the phone just now, and her voice was trembling with eagerness as she said, "Do tell him to please come and see me."
This note, so like his sister, so full of her audacities, touched Morton on the quick. It was plain that she was more than half seas over towards faith in the girl, and quite ready to take her up and exhibit her among her friends. Her use of the word disease was intended as a mockery of his theories. He knew that she was quite capable of talking over the phone precisely as she had written. Reserve was not her strong point, and that she had undoubtedly given Viola reason to expect him. However, having concluded on his own account to see her once more, Kate's exhortation merely confirmed him in a good intention.
I will confront Clarke and try to pluck the heart out of this mystery, but I will keep clear of any personal relation with the girl and her mother,
he said, as if in answer to his sister's admonition. It was about 5 o'clock of the afternoon, as he again mounted to Pratt's portico, recalling as he did so the dramatic contrasting scenes of the evening before. On this side of the brick wall, a communion with the dead. On that, the throbbing gay life of a ballroom. Truly a city street was a microcosm. A solemn-visaged coloured man, not the officious usher of the night before, took his card and led him into a gorgeous glacial reception-room on the left. The house was very still and cold and gloomy, for the day was darkening and the lights were not yet on. It impressed him as a vast and splendid tomb, and with a revived knowledge of Simeon Pratt's tragic history, he chilled with a premonition of some approaching shadow.
What a contrast to the sunlit cabin of the Colorado,
he inwardly exclaimed, and the thought of the mountain girl housed in this grim and sepulchral mansion deepened his wonder. A gruff voice above inquired,
"Who is it? Let me see the card. Serviss, eh? Tell him. No, wait. I'll go down and see him myself."
Morton smiled grimly, realising perfectly the manner in which Pratt had intercepted his card.
"The old watchdog,"
he exclaimed. A heavy tread descending the stairs announced the approach of his host, whose sullen face was by no means engaging as he entered.
"Are you Professor Serviss?"
"I am."
The flabby lips curled in scorn.
"You are one of those scientific gentlemen who know it all, aren't you?"
"I sent my card to Miss Lambert,"
replied Serviss, with cutting formality. Pratt's face darkened.
"I am the master of this house."
"But not of your guests, I hope."
"I have a right to know who calls, and I intend to protect Miss Lambert from such as you. You were not invited here last night."
"Not by you, I admit. I owe you an explanation for that. I came to call on Miss Lambert. Your man shouldered me into the room before I knew what was going on. I didn't intend to butt in, as they say. I was afterwards invited forward by Mr. Clarke, as you will remember, and later by the control."
"Clarke is not running things here."
"Ah, but the spirits? Would you question their judgment? They insisted on making me the guest of honor, you will remember. They played to me, you may say."
Pratt was daunted by his visitor's mocking tone.
"You should have had more sense of honor than to grab the medium the way you did."
"Being invited to sit near, I took it as an invitation to make a test. I wanted to know who held that horn. How can you hope to convince a sane mind of the truth of such an exhibition as that last night unless you permit tests?"
The coloured man had returned.
Miss Lambert will see you, sir. This way, please.
For a moment, Pratt meditated interference, but something in the movement and face of the visitor deterred him. As Serviss followed his guide up the great stairway, he asked himself,
"What will she be like? She must be changed, deeply changed. How will she meet me?"
He acknowledged a growing excitement. She met him so simply, so cordially, with such frank pleasure, that his own restraint gave way at first glance. In her glowing colour, in the tones of her voice, lay a charm which carried him back to Colorado, linking the mature and splendid woman with the unformed girl of the mountain cabin. He took her hand with a keen thrill of admiration. Whatever had come to her, she had gained in grace without apparent loss of sincerity. His eyes disturbed her, and she stammered some commonplace expression of pleasure, and he replied almost as lamely, then turned to the mother.
"I hope you have forgiven me for my action of last night?"
Then again to Viola.
"I only intended to touch your arm. I trust you suffered no lasting ill effects?"
Again something that was at once attraction and repulsion passed between them. She perceived in his tone a note of mockery, involuntary in its expression, but all the more significant on that account.
"I am sorry you were there,"
she quickly replied.
"I don't blame you. No, it did not hurt me. I mean, it was all over in half an hour. The contraction is very painful while it lasts. It's just like a cramp. I didn't intend to give the sitting, but Mr. Pratt requested it for a few of his friends, and I couldn't well refuse. I didn't know you were there till Mamma told me afterwards. There is no value in such a sitting to you."
With a dim suspicion of her wish to cover some deception, he answered,
"My entrance was quite as unpremeditated, I assure you."
He spoke with returning humour.
"I really came to call upon you, to welcome you to the city, and to talk of the West. The usher mistook me for one of the seekers, and thrust me bodily into the circle. Please believe that I acted upon sudden impulse in seizing your wrist. I am heartily ashamed of myself. I was an intruder, and had no right, no excuse, although your guides, as you call them, seemed eager to have me sit beside you."
"I do not blame you,"
she repeated, and fell strangely silent. He studied her with mounting pleasure. The flower-like line of her lips, her glorious bosom, the poise of her head, all the lines that had meant so much to him at their first meeting, were there, more womanly, more dangerous in their witchery than ever. For 2 years their thoughts had subtly crossed and intertwined, and she now felt his doubt, his question, almost as keenly as if he had uttered them. He broke the momentary silence by saying, with a distinctly tender tone,
"Are you thinking of Colorado? I am."
She flushed and started a little.
"Yes."
"I was recalling my first view of you, a fragment of sunset cloud caught on a mountain crag."
Her face grew wistful.
"That seems a long time ago to me."
"It doesn't to me. It seems but yesterday. My trip that year was a symphonic poem, with a most moving final movement. I have thought of it 1,000 times."
He paused a moment, then added,
"Well, now, here you are in New York, and here I am, and what of your music? I was to advise you, you remember."
Her head lifted in defiance, an adorable gesture.
"You know my secret now."
It was as if she said,
"Come, let us have it over."
He replied very gently,
"I knew something of it then. Dr. Britt told me something of it at the time."
Her eyes bravely searched his.
"Was that why you did not come to say good-bye to us?"
His glance fell in a wish that she had been less cruelly direct. She went on.
You needn't answer. I'm used to being treated that way. I knew somebody had told you I was a medium. You despised me when you found out about me. Everybody does, except those who want to use me. All the people I really want to know go by on the other side as if I were a leper. It was so in Boston. It is going to be the same here.
Mrs. Lambert interposed.
That is not true, Dr. Serviss. We met many nice people in Boston.
Yes, Mamma. Nice people who wanted me to tell their fortunes.
Her tone went to Serviss's heart. She was so young to be so bitter, but he could think of nothing at the moment which would not add to her chagrin, for was not his own interpretation of her quite as hard to bear? She went on.
No, I don't blame you or anyone for avoiding me. But I wish they would let me have 1 or 2 friends. But they won't. Lots of people like me at first, but they surely find out after a while, and then they change towards me. Sometimes I think I might as well publish my name as a medium and let everybody know it at once.
You must not permit that, Miss Lambert,
he earnestly said.
That is what I came to say. Don't allow them to use you so.
How can I help it?
She passionately exclaimed.
When they all demand it. Mother, Mr. Clarke, Mr. Pratt, grandfather, everybody. They think I owe it to the world.
I don't. I think it is your right to say...
I have no rights. Listen.
She leaned towards him, her face paling, her eyes big and soft and terrified.
I want you to understand me, Dr. Serviss. You must know all about me.
Her voice fell to a husky murmur.
You must know that I can't direct my own life. My guides can do what they please with me. Can you understand that?
I confess, I cannot.
It is true. My grandfather insists on these public tests. He is determined to convict the men of science, and Mr. Clarke is only too glad to agree with him. Mother is controlled entirely by what grandfather said. My wishes don't count with anybody. But I think I've done my share in this work.
She faced her mother in challenge and appeal.
Ever since I was 10 years old, I've given myself up to it. But now I'm afraid to go on. I don't want to be a medium all my life. They all say it is hard to change after one is grown up, and I'm afraid.
She repeated with a perceptible shudder. The mother, undisturbed by this plea, turned to Serviss with an exultant smile.
Does she look like one breaking down?
The girl rose from her chair like a tragedian.
It isn't my body, it is my mind,
she cried with poignant inflection, clasping her head with both her hands, and her look transformed her in the eyes of the young scientist. It was the tragic gaze of one who confronts insanity and death at a time when life should be at its sweetest. For an instant she stood there absorbed in her terror, then dropped her hands, and in a voice of entreaty which melted all his distrust, hurried on.
I want to know what is going on in my brain. I'm losing control of myself. I want some man of science like you to study me. Your sister said you would help me, and you must. You think I deceive. You thought so last night, but I don't. I knew nothing of what went on. I didn't know that you were there. I don't know what I do, nor what I am. I want you men of science to investigate me. I will submit to any test you like. You may fasten me in a cage or padlock me down, anything. But I will not be advertised to the world as a medium, and I must have rest from this strain. Don't you understand? Can't you see how it will be?
I do,
he answered quickly.
I understand perfectly, and I will go at once to see Mr. Clarke and intercede.
That is not enough. You must intercede with my grandfather and his band. They are the ones who control me. Ask him to release me.
The request staggered the scientist.
My dear Miss Lambert, you will pardon me, but I can't do that. I do not even believe in the existence of your grandfather.
She stood in silence for a moment, and then answered.
You would if his hands were at your throat as they are at mine. He is just as real to me as you are. He is listening this minute.
That is a delusion.
I wish it were.
She bitterly and tragically answered.
The hands are so real they choke me, that I know. I am helpless when he demands things of me. He can lead me anywhere he wants me to go. He can use my arms, my voice, as he wills. You must believe in him to help me. He will listen to you. I feel that.
She grew appealing again.
Your sister believes in me. I am sure of that. And my heart went out to her. Sometimes it seems as if all the world, even my own mother, were willing to sacrifice me.
Viola,
cried Mrs. Lambert sharply.
You shall not say things like that.
They are true. You know they're true.
The girl passionately retorted.
You all treat me as if I had no more soul than a telephone.
That is very unjust,
declared Mrs. Lambert.
This is only one of her dark moods, Doctor. You must not think she really means this.
The girl's brows were now set in sullen lines, which seemed a profanation of her fair young face.
But I do mean it, and I want Dr. Serviss to know just what is in my heart.
Her voice choked with a kind of helpless, rebellious anger as she went on.
I'm tired of my life. I'm sick of all these moaning people that crowd round me. It's all unnatural to me. I want to touch young people and have a share in their life before I grow old. I want to know healthy people who don't care anything about death or spirits. It's all a craze with people anyway, something that comes after they lose a wife or a child. They are very nice to me then, but after a few weeks they despise me as the dust under their feet, or else they make love to me and want to marry me.
Mrs. Lambert rose.
I will not allow you to go on like this, Viola. I don't understand you today. You will give Dr. Serviss a dreadful opinion of us all.
I don't care,
the girl recklessly replied.
I am going to be honest with Dr. Serviss. I don't like what I do, and I don't intend to trust my whole life to the spirits any longer. They may all be devils and lying to us. I don't believe my own grandfather would be so cruel as to push me into this public work.
Mrs. Lambert again warned Serviss from taking this outburst too seriously.
She is possessed, Doctor. Some bad spirit is influencing her to say these things to you. She is not herself.
Viola seized on this admission.
That's just it. They've destroyed my own mind so that I don't know my own thoughts. If there are good spirits, there must be bad spirits. Don't you think so, Dr. Serviss?
His eyes did not waver now. His voice was very quiet, but very decisive as he replied.
My training, my habit of thinking, excludes all belief in the return of the dead either as good spirits or bad. But if there are spirits, I should certainly think evil of them if they were to force you into a service you abhor. I do not pretend to pass judgment on your case. I know so little about it, but I do sympathize with you. I deeply feel the injustice of these public tests, and I will do all I can to prevent them.
Mrs. Lambert interrupted.
But Dr. Serviss, my father's advice has always been good. To question it now would be to question my faith. His wish is my law.
Serviss shrugged his shoulders a little impatiently.
My dear lady, we have no common ground there. The wishes of the dead have no weight with me when set against the welfare of the living. The question which I beg you to consider is whether you wish your daughter to continue in this mental torture. Do you want her name blazoned to the world as a public medium? You cannot afford to add disgrace to her private torment.
The mother held her ground.
Her guides say she will be taken care of, and as for the disgrace, that is all imaginary. It is an honor.
Viola again burst forth.
They are always talking to me about the honor of being a medium, about the distinction of it. And when I ask what distinction the world gave to the Fox sisters, or Home, or Madame Cirillo, they answer that the world has changed since then. But it has not changed enough to make my work respected. Mr. Clarke says it ought to be, but saying so does not make it so. Every time I read of a medium exposed, I turn cold and hot, for I know people consider all mediums alike. I don't want to go about all my life like an outcast. I don't want to be happy after I'm dead. I want to be happy now. I don't want to be different from other girls. I want to be like them. If they publish me, I will be a medium forever. I will be in constant terror of attack, and that will drive me insane. They must set me free. Dr. Serviss,
she pleaded, as if she were the victim of some murderous design.
You are wise and strong. There must be some way for you to help me.
All of Serviss's well-ordered, sympathetic phrases failed him as he listened to the storm of her plea, and felt the flame of her passionate protest. All doubt of her sincerity, her own honesty, vanished, being utterly burned away by the light in her lovely eyes. Her mental bondage was real, her desire to escape contamination indubitable. He met her gaze with tender gravity.
I believe in you,
he said, as if committing himself to a most momentous enterprise.
And I will help you.
His voice, so manly, so strong, so tender, robbed her of the power to speak. She seized his extended hand in both of hers and pressed it hard, the tears in her eyes veiling her soul from the passion that filled his glance. As she faced him thus, leaning to him trustfully, so vivid, so magnetic, so much the woman, so little the Sibyl, that he forgot all his hesitations and doubts, filled for an instant with an irrational impulse to seize her, claiming her as his own, in defiance of the mandates of her world and the conventions of his own. But she dropped his hand and turned away, and he went out in a maze of conflicting desires, his judgment sadly clouded by the youthful riot in his blood. At the moment he was in love with her, and single-minded in his desire to aid her, to defend her. But the door had hardly closed behind him when his questionings, his suspicions began to file back, stealthily, silently, along the underways of his brain. Her distress began to seem a little too theatric, her troubles self-induced, all but one. Madness did, in very truth, seem to hover over her, a baleful, imminent shadow. Clarke, looming darkly, confronted him in the lower hall.
Well met, Dr. Serviss. I'd like a word with you.
I have a request to make of you,
responded Serviss.
Miss Lambert has expressed to me her great distress of mind as concerns the public tests you are planning, and has asked me to intercede for her. She profoundly objects to the use of her name, and I ask—
Clarke's voice was harsh and sullen as he interrupted.
I have considered her objections and find them insufficient.
Serviss's voice rose slightly.
Her lightest objection should be insuperable. I don't understand your point of view. I can't see by what right you ignore the wish of the human soul most vitally concerned in your crusade. You treat her as if she were a rabbit dedicated to the use of a biologic laboratory. I am better informed now than when we met in your church study, Mr. Clarke. I know not merely Miss Lambert's secret, but your own, It may be that you honestly think this challenge will confer great distinction upon her, but let me assure you it will put an ineffaceable stain upon her. Furthermore, your tests will end in disaster to yourself and to your cause.
What do you mean by that?
Interposed Pratt, who had come up and stood listening.
Do you doubt her powers?
I do. She will fail, and the failure will be crushing. The thing you claim is preposterous. Every time science has taken one of your mediums in hand, he or she has suffered extinguishment. It is the grossest outrage to ask this girl to face certain exposure. A challenge of this blatant kind will rouse the most violent antagonism among scientists, and if you succeed in getting any really good man to take it up, which I doubt, he will be merciless.
We want him to be,
declared Clarke.
We glory in your defiance. Let your scientific men come with their bands of steel, their bolts and bars, their telephones, and their electric traps. We defy every material test.
You are fools, madmen,
hotly answered Serviss.
You would sacrifice this girl to a brazen scheme of self-advertising?
Clarke was contemptuous.
That is your point of view. From our side, there is no greater glory than to be an evangel of the new faith. What matters the comment of the gross and self-satisfied to us who work for the happiness of those who mourn? The world in which we live despises the materialism of yours.
At this moment, a new conception of Clarke's plan crossed Serviss's mind.
He is deeper than I thought. He would discredit the girl in the eyes of normal suitors, thereby assuring her to himself.
Aloud he said,
Miss Lambert's right to herself should be your first consideration. She is something more than a trumpet for sounding your fame.
Clarke's resounding voice had drawn Mrs. Lambert from her room, and she now hurried down the stairway with intent to calm him. Serviss turned to her.
Again, I beg of you, Mrs. Lambert, to consider well before you consent to this plan. Your daughter's name will be a jest from one end of the country to the other. It doesn't matter how sincere and earnest you are, the public will regard this challenge as a seeking for notoriety. Your daughter is about to be flung to the beasts.
Seeing something unyielding in her eyes, he added, with such intensity his own heart responded,
Will you stake your daughter's reputation, her health, her reason, upon the issue of a voice in the dark?
Yes, when the voice is that of her own father. He knows the future. He will protect her. I have no fear.
There was such conviction, such immutable faith in her gentle voice, that Serviss was confounded. When he spoke in answer, his voice was lower in key, with a cadence of hopeless appeal.
How do you know these advisers are your husband and your father? You must be very certain of them.
I am certain. I believe in them as I believe in my own existence.
The line of her mouth lost something of its sweetness, and Serviss, seeing this, took another tack.
Granted these voices are genuine, they may be mistaken, rash with zeal. You wouldn't say that they have gained infallibility, a knowledge of both past and future, merely by passing to the shadow world?
To this Clarke made answer.
That is precisely what we do believe. They have predicted our future. They have laid out all our plans. Their advice has brought us to our present high place, and we shall continue in our course, despite you or any other doubter.
They have brought you to a very dubious sort of success.
Serviss cuttingly replied.
But what about your victim? I know this city and its ways. I realize, as none of you seem to do, the wasting injustice you are about to inflict. Let me intercede. Let me arrange some other plan.
On Clarke's face a sneering, one-sided smile crept as he answered.
You are too late. Our plans are made, our program published.
What do you mean?
The reporters have just been here. The notice of my speech and a broad hint of the nature of my challenge will appear in 4 of the leading papers tomorrow morning.
But Viola's, Miss Lambert's name. You surely haven't used that.
Oh, no. That is to follow. The challenge with her name and defiance form the climax to my oration.
He swelled with pride as he spoke, as if visualizing himself on the platform, the centre of thousands of eyes, the champion of reviving faith.
Thank God for your vanity. There is still time for someone to intervene,
responded Serviss, minded to thrust him through. Pratt shouldered in again.
What have you got to do with it, anyway? Who asked you to interfere?
The chief person concerned, Miss Lambert herself.
Pratt was about to utter some further insult when Clarke diplomatically interposed.
We want you to have a part in the work, Dr. Serviss. We will welcome you to a committee of investigation, but we cannot permit you to interfere with our plan. The forces are bent on the work, and they are inexorable.
It is you who are inexorable,
replied the young scientist.
You and this deluded mother.
This rapid dialogue had taken place in the wide hall, just beneath the huge chandelier, whose light fell on Serviss's white forehead and square, determined face. Pratt was confronting him with lowering brow, a bear-like stoop in his shoulders, and the muttering growl of his voice was again filling the room as Viola appeared upon the great stairway. She came slowly with one slim hand on the railing, as though feeling her way, and at every step mysterious, jarring sounds came from beneath her feet and from the walls. Her eyes were shut, her chin lifted, and on her face, white and tense, lay the expression of a sorrowful dreamer. Her mouth drooping at the corners was pitiful to see. All her vivid youth, her flaming rebellion, had been frozen into soulless calm by the implacable powers which reigned above and beneath her in the dark. In horror and fierce impotent rage, Serviss watched her descend. It was plain that she was again in the grasp of some soul stronger than herself, and he believed this obsession, close akin to madness, to be due to a living, overmastering magician, to Clarke, whose voice broke the silence.
There is your answer,
he called, and his voice rang out with triumphant glee.
Her guides have brought her to show you the folly of human interference. She is only an instrument, like myself, clay to the hands of the invisible potters.
Once again, a flaming desire to seize the girl with protecting hands filled Serviss's young and chivalric heart, but a sense of his essential helplessness, a knowledge of his utter lack of authority, stayed his arm, while his blaze of resolution went out like a flame in the wind. Sick with horror, he stood till Mrs. Lambert took Viola in her arms. Then, in a voice that shook with passion, he said,
Madam, your faith in your spirits passes my understanding. Only devils from hell would demand such torture from a blithe young girl.
And so saying, with shame of his impotence, and with a full realisation of Viola's mental bondage to Anthony Clarke, he turned away.
I now understand Britt's words. Only the authority of the husband can save her from her all-surrounding foes.
And at the moment his fist doubled with desire to claim and exercise that power. End of Book 2, Chapter 9.